Welcome to Audiobook. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 201. The young tall furnace won, even in this moment when everything is collapsing. My heart kept beating. Though I was born cold, it held the world's most intense heat inside it. Within the heart, glowing a bright red, there seemed to be a massive dragon made of fire looking down at Quijano. This is the great tall furnace, the eternal breath that resides within the great furnace. Facing the eyes of the purest and hottest spirit of any flame, Quijano removed the hood he was wearing. The sound of the city collapsing was loud outside, but when I made eye contact with the old and gigantic being, it felt as if time had stopped. Clang! Clang! With each thunderous vibration that shook the ground, stone dust fell from the ceiling, and the hanging forge tools creaked dangerously. However, the old dwarf's hand forging his last masterpiece remained steady and precise. Almost finished. With gritted teeth, the old dwarf hammered the anvil. At this moment, he was putting his whole body into hammering the red-hot metal, to the point that even his stance was faltering. Each strike made his face appear to wither, which was not just an illusion. Grura! Master! There's no time left. Amidst the constant sound of hammering, the dragon's roar, now close, could be heard. Sensing the approaching threat, Quijano urgently called out to the old dwarf. But he just focused on giving the final blows. So, this is your form. From a shapeless piece, it had now become a sword with a defined outline. The old dwarf smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the sword, which had been polished to a smooth appearance, as if it had wanted to be born in that shape. It's ready. Young swordsman. The highest point of the forge, which only the finest masters can ascend. The old dwarf there placed a silver sword into the molten metal flowing along the pipe. He was too far to hand it over personally, and his aged body no longer had any energy left. The slowly cooling molten metal began to carry the old dwarf's last creation. This is the last work of this forge. The forge was collapsing. The stone dust, which fell occasionally, was now coming down in the form of debris. Master, you have to get out quickly. No! In response to Quijano's cry, the old dwarf just shook his head. The spirit dragon inside the tall furnace approached the dwarf, as if thanking him for his last effort. If you don't mind, give this name, Quijano Frausen, following the metal veins from high to low. The silver sword, forged by the old dwarf's hands, stopped in front of Quijano, along with the red-hot metal. The last creation of the tall furnace, the Silver Knight, Master Smith, Quackagagan. With the old dwarf's last words, the ceiling collapsed, and a huge shadow fell upon him. However, the old dwarf only smiled as if he was satisfied until the last moment of his life. It's okay. Through the broken ceiling, cold blue eyes. Quijano looked up fiercely as he met the gaze of the most perfect dragon. The silver knight you sent me. I have received it. From the collapsing tall furnace, the last breath of the spirit spread out. Feeling that breath scatter fleetingly, Quijano raised the silver knight. The cast iron that began in the tall furnace had cooled, but he felt as if he could still feel the bright red heartbeat of the silver knight he was holding. Your sister, and I were dead. I did. On the deck, where the sailors hurried back and forth, Vlad sat in a corner, inspecting his sword with a narrowed eye. No matter how much I look at this thing, I can't tell if it's sharp or not. Though it was his precious sword, Vlad's expression showed slight dissatisfaction. This was because he didn't like the balance of the sword, which had become slightly distorted due to the battle so far. It's inevitable. It's not something that can be fixed with a simple sharpening stone. Still, it feels strangely smooth. Well, that's also inevitable. It's not finished. Hearing Quijano say that nothing could be done, Vlad let out a small sigh. As he said, Vlad's current sword was an unfinished blade that had not yet reached completion. My grandfather said he had sharpened the blade, but hadn't tempered it properly. I'm sorry. Vlad recalled the young priestess who had apologized with a remorseful expression while handing him the sword she had forged with so much effort. She had said that her inexperience had caused the problem, but that was also inevitable. Mist. The mist is coming. It seems we've arrived. Hearing the lookouts shout, Vlad stood up and could see the mist approaching from afar, just as the lookout had said. Indeed, as the lookout had mentioned, a misty fog was coming in from the distant sea. This mist is as white as if milk had been spilled. Observing the fog over the sea, Vlad sheathed his sword and quickly moved toward the railing. This was because Otar's voice scolding the sailors on deck was unusual. Lower all the sails! We're entering a reef zone. Those without tasks go to the railing and keep a lookout. If you see anything, shout immediately. The waves were calm, but Otar's voice from the center of the deck was as loud as thunder. Even Vlad was momentarily surprised that Otar, who was usually quiet, had such a powerful voice. We're entering! Everyone, to your positions. With the loud sound of Harvin turning the helm, the Zemina was swallowed by the mist. Then what you see is a fog thicker than expected. Feeling as if not only his vision but also the sounds he could hear were obscured, Vlad turned his head back and forth, as if curious. Are you also keeping watch, Lord Joseph? No? The fog was so thick that it seemed as if Joseph had appeared out of nowhere. He walked indifferently, and now rested his arms on the railing, looking out at the sea where nothing could be seen. You seem to be doing well lately. I'm glad. Really? Perhaps it was because of the white mist, but Joseph's usually dark-shadowed eyes were not visible. Vlad was smiling at seeing Joseph, who had become much healthier these days, but frowned when he heard the sound that followed. Ué, A very explicit sound came from Joseph, who had lowered his head. In a vision that seemed familiar from somewhere before, Vlad simply kept his distance and rubbed Joseph's back. It must be genetic to be susceptible to seasickness. Vlad, scratching his head awkwardly, thought of the two brothers, who, though different in appearance, shared this weakness. He felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking that perhaps he too could have something in common with these people. Vlad, I think we've reached the point marked on the map. Well done. Vlad nodded as he looked at Harvin coming down from the helm. Although it was a difficult place that most captains would avoid, and even though it was his first time on this voyage, Harvin finally managed to bring the group safely to their destination. And now what? Do we just blow this? That's what they say. Then we should do it quickly. Even though we've anchored, the nearby reefs are a concern. The conch shell that would likely mark a highlight in the journey was ready. Although Joseph, as the leader of the group, should have blown it, he was still by the railing vomiting. Do it yourself. I guess I have to. With the sound of vomiting still in the background, Harvin quickly handed the conch shell to Vlad. It was impossible for a conch shell that seemed precious to emit a strange smell without reason. Vlad accepted the conch shell from Harvin with an awkward gesture. Though it was just a signaling instrument, he had never held one before. Through this small hole. Yes, that's right. Vlad brought the conch shell to his mouth, looking out at the unseen sea. The sailors, knowing they could only rely on the conch shell, watched his movements attentively. P, what are you doing now? Damn, I guess it's because it's my first time. The sound of Joseph vomiting beside me. One in front, the disappointed look of Harvin. Feeling embarrassed by the weak whistle he had produced, Vlad took a deep breath. Phew, you did it. Oh, A loud and clear sound echoed over the sea. It might have been his imagination, but Vlad felt that the sound of the conch shell reverberated through the fog. "I've blown the conch shell, but now what?" Good question. However, after blowing the horn, all that could be felt was the silence conveyed by the gentle waves. Yusuf, who was wiping his mouth under the gaze of Harvin and Vlad, simply shrugged. "We have to keep blowing until something happens." "How long does it mean to keep blowing?" Looking at Joseph, who was leaning against the railing with a helpless expression on his face, Vlad brought the conch shell to his mouth once again. "Huh? Ah." However, just as he was about to blow the horn, Vlad could see a long stick floating in the sea. I don't know why, but Vlad noticed a strange look and quickly grabbed Harvin's shoulder. "Harvin, what is that? Is it a sea creature?" "Huh? Where?" Harvin tilted his head, looking in the direction Vlad was pointing. However, where Harvin looked, there was only a calm sea. The long stick that Vlad had just seen wasn't even visible. "What are you talking about? It just submerged." "What?" "I'm telling you, something submerged." Seeing Vlad with a frozen expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost, Harvin swallowed involuntarily. He knew that Vlad didn't exaggerate or joke about these things. "There's something there." Vlad, scanning the sea with narrowed eyes, saw bubbles rising from below. It was a strange sign that didn't match the previously calm sea. "Nabilan, do you sense anything?" "What do you mean?" "That mysterious thing you're talking about. It's something that's hard to explain with words." At Vlad's sudden question, Nabilan perked up his ears. A world of mystery pursued by the instinct of curiosity. However, Nabilan couldn't find any sign of it anywhere in the wide sea. "No, besides the fog. I don't feel anything special." "Really?" After hearing Nabilan's response, Vlad slowly drew his sword. The group surrounding them began to panic, seeing him move cautiously, fearing that someone might notice. Then, "I'll handle this." The bubbles that had been rising on the calm water's surface were now clearly visible. So much so that even the sailors watching from the railing could recognize it. Noticing Vlad's attention, Jaeger also caressed his patch while drawing his sword. Everyone to their positions. The Zemina swayed, as when you encounter a storm. As the sea surface became increasingly agitated, even the sailors had no choice but to realize that something was beneath the surface. "Go to your respective positions." Splash! With Harvin's shout, the ship began to rock violently. It was due to the waves created by an unknown entity that had struck the ship. "Something's out of the water. It's a coffin from hell coming to take us." Panic spread among the sailors, and some knelt on the deck, praying for their lives. "What the hell is this? This is the first time I've seen it too." The sailors who had roamed the sea all their lives didn't know, and even the mage who dealt with mysteries hadn't noticed. And as he looked at the strange creature whose identity even the experienced Quijano didn't know, Vlad gripped his sword tightly. The creature, now visible on the water's surface, had a strange antenna on its head, similar to the stick Vlad had seen earlier. Little one, why are you so lively today?" A smile spread across the long eyebrows of the old dwarf. This was because the young lizard swimming over the red-hot molten iron was moving actively today. "Why are you so happy?" "Could it be because the visitor you've been waiting for has arrived?" The dragon, swimming in the old blast furnace, seemed to understand the blacksmith's words, and nodded repeatedly. "Pooh." The young dragon spat out a small fountain of bright red molten metal, as if it were in a good mood. The old dwarf, with his hunched back, straightened up after observing the young dragon's antics. He lifted his head and looked out into the distance through the window, toward the sea. "Anyway, do you think they're doing a good job guiding the guests?" The old man, the only craftsman left in modern Nidavellir, frowned as he looked at the dense white fog surrounding the island. It was a fog that no one could easily escape from without a guide. Chapter 202. The young tall furnace, Ch, the ship that left Nassau, is said to have reached the fog zone. Really? In the dimly lit office, a man holding a red fruit smiled upon hearing the report. It seems that the northerners are finally going to meet the dwarves. The man began slicing the fruit into pieces one by one and feeding them to the parrot perched on his shoulder. The colorful parrot's eyes narrowed as if it enjoyed the bitter taste its owner was offering. Did you bribe the sailor properly? Yes, we've already placed the communication crystal on the ship. Good. Satisfied with the report, the man swung his feet off the table and, holding the parrot on his finger, walked over to the window. At last I'll finally see the island of the dwarves. Sunlight started streaming in through the open window, revealing the blue sea. The man began to laugh as he felt the salty sea breeze coming in. I should start preparing as well. However, although the sea was blue, the adjacent port was completely black with lined-up ships, and on the sails of all the ships waved flags with the same emblem. They were the crests of the Barboza family, adorned entirely in gold, as Amina advanced over the calm waves. Because it was in the fog, it was the same no matter where you looked, and the surrounding area was filled with remnants of broken ships, perhaps due to reefs. However, Harvin's movements while holding the helm showed no hesitation. This was because they finally found something to cling to in the vast ocean. That looks like a moonfish. What is a moonfish? A fish that looks like that. When you put it like that, I have no idea. Vlad ignored Harvin's nonsensical words and looked ahead. Currently, the Zemina was following a ship with a strangely shaped body that was hard to describe. It was short in length but tall in height, which made even someone as inexperienced as Vlad think it looked extremely unstable. A ship that swims underwater. No one would believe it. That's right. Vlad responded to Harvin's words and looked toward the bow of the Zemina. Not only Nibelun, who seeks out mysterious things, but also Joseph, Jagger, and the elves of Augerin. They all gathered and said it was the first time they'd seen something so strange, despite the uncomfortable atmosphere they'd been feeling until now. There are ships that move without wind, and ships that swim underwater. Vlad raised his hand to his eyebrow and looked away. This was because the wind passing through his hair felt cooler than before. I wonder what else there is. The clear sunlight began to shine on the back of Vlad's hand, which was placed over his eyes. With that, the white fog, as if it were a lie, began to clear. As the dense fog that had blocked their view disappeared, the crew members began to express their amazement spontaneously. It must be the island of the dwarves. Yes. Vlad nodded as he looked in the direction Harvin was pointing. An island floating alone under a flock of seagulls hovering over the blue sea. Finally, the island they'd been searching for appeared before them, reflecting the sunlight on the water. The island of the dwarves, Lemnos. One just as Augerin was the last bastion for the elves. Lemnos was a refuge for the dwarves, who now welcomed them. Then it seems we part ways here. From the half-submerged ship, a dwarf climbed up and waved towards Vlad. Thank you for saving us back then. The captain of the strange ship that had guided them until now was Vulcan, a warrior from Nidavellir. He had been one of those who volunteered for this mission after being trapped in a Nassau tavern with other young dwarves. We didn't specifically come to save you, but you did. Do what you have to do where you need to be. Vulcan recalled the knight who had been genuinely angry upon seeing the trapped children. One move forward to where you can see. Nidavellir welcomes you with open arms. After his farewell, Vulcan returned to the chimney, and the strange ship that resembled a sunfish began to submerge again into the sea. Watching the ship disappear, leaving only bubbles as they had first encountered it, some of the sailors couldn't help but express their amazement with contained groans. I really want to ride that too someday. Looking at the sinking ship with a bit of sadness, Harvin fully unfurled the sails, which had been half open until now. Then, receiving the wind blowing from behind, the Zemina began to move forward with all its might. Unlike when they were trapped in the fog, now the ship moved towards a clear goal, providing a refreshing sensation to those observing it. The port of Lemnos Island was filled with dwarves flocking to the island after hearing the news. Just as the dwarves were a novelty for the northerners, the humans and elves seemed like strange guests to the residents of Lemnos Island. But they said they would welcome us earlier, didn't they? Whenever you travel to a foreign place, you must follow their customs. Joseph and Vlad raised both hands and made eye contact as if they were surrendering. Not just these two, but the entire group that disembarked from the ship was now being meticulously inspected by dwarf warriors. Every time the sturdy hands of the dwarves touched them, Vlad frowned. But on this island, security was essential, so there was no other choice. Please be patient. I will make sure you receive proper hospitality later. Sigurd, an acquaintance of the group, tried to calm them by noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere. Even if he were one of the 12 tribal chiefs comprising Nidavellir, he couldn't avoid such strict procedures. Can I take a look at your sword? What? Despite Sigurd's attempts to calm them, Vlad's gaze filled with a blue fire. I need to ensure it doesn't contain anything suspicious, so... Are you asking a knight to hand over his sword? Are you really telling me that? Although they were human words, they sounded like a beastly growl. As Vlad's eyes gradually turned blue, the dwarf warrior took a step back unconsciously. Then at least give me the dagger you're wearing. Isn't a dagger also a sword? For a knight, the sword is his identity. The dormant fury in Vlad began to awaken at the dwarf's demand to surrender his identity. Try touching me. I'll rip your head off in an instant. Miss Traun. He may say, "Carry this, sir." Quine? He spoke softly, almost like a whisper, but his voice was a mix of alleyway roughness and dragon ferocity. The dwarf warrior in charge of the inspection, despite being an experienced man, hesitated for a moment at Vlad's threat. Idiot, stop bothering people and take out the dagger as they asked. Don't just glare. Take it out at once. At that moment, an old dwarf emerged from the crowd and called out to Vlad in a loud and clear voice. It was an elderly man struggling to straighten his back, which had become hunched over time with a cane. Who are you, old man? Why would it matter to you? Despite Vlad's threatening questions, the old dwarf simply approached, paying no attention. One for the elder who had dedicated his life to forging iron, the threat of the young dragon was nothing. Anyway, why is all your armor broken? Despite your pretty face, you're quite rough. Although his armor seemed intact on the outside, the old dwarf had quickly noticed its multiple damages. Vlad, who had been gaping a moment ago, was a bit surprised when he saw the elder recognize the state of his armor with just a glance. Even if you do that, I won't give you the sword. I don't need it either. Those swords are trash. One vein appeared on Vlad's forehead at the mention of a ragged sword, but the elder's attitude did not waver. To be precise, no one here could stop the old man. Sigurd! Is this the guy? At the elder's shout, he shook his head and said it was Sigurd in front of him. Vlad, incredulous at the elder's audacity, held back only because of Joseph's urgent look beside him. Then, let me take a look. Shrain, the dizzying sensation of something mine being taken by foreign hands. The growing discomfort made the air around Vlad even tenser. Put that down, old man. I'm telling you nicely. Due to the sudden change in atmosphere, everyone at the port began to focus their attention on Vlad. I said put it down. Kyle. Me. And me said, unbapsha. Although Vlad demanded the dagger with blue and bright eyes, the dwarf blacksmith simply smiled. This was because he found old marks he had carved on the drawn dagger. Yes, it's the right one. With trembling hands, but respectfully, the old dwarf sheathed the dagger again and looked up to face Vlad. "But where did the rest of this go?" "I think I made at least 10 of these." "What? Anyway, how is Sir Jorge doing? I haven't seen him in over 10 years. Vlad, who was growling, fell silent while observing the old dwarf talk about his former boss. Jorge? More than the confusion of hearing a familiar name in a strange place, Vlad was perplexed by the elder's gaze. Because the elder's eyes at that moment were like those who wandered searching for some old memory. On the calm sea, there was an empty beach illuminated only by the moonlight. Contrary to its seemingly peaceful appearance, it was a place filled with suppressed moans and children's cries. "One old man, have you gone mad?" "That's a cooking pot." "I know." Despite the lamentations, the old dwarf heated the pot with a concentrated look. It was the only thing he could do for the night he would soon part with. "Iron?" The old dwarf tossed pieces of rusted iron into the hot pot. He sprinkled the powdery, vision-filled dust there and melted it into a lump. Then he transferred the molten red-hot iron into a mold made of wooden pieces. "Thank you for protecting us. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it because I wanted to." The old man, who had carefully moved the molten iron, raised his head and looked at the knight standing alone under the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the man's tattered armor was filled with red wounds here and there. I only did it because the children kept crying, to a man who was where he was supposed to be. That's why Jorge, who followed rules instead of orders, relaxed his stern expression only when he saw the ships approaching from the horizon. "They're here. It's time to say goodbye." "Wait. Wait." When Jorge tried to rise without further ado, the old dwarf hurried to grasp his pants. "Take this. At least this." "What is this?" "A dagger." Jorge looked at the daggers the old man was offering him. Since I saw the process of making them right in front of me, I didn't expect them eagerly. But they were daggers that somehow had a distinctive gleam under the moonlight. "Although I give them to you now, if we ever meet again, we won't." Understanding the old man's desire to give something back, Jorge took the daggers with his bandaged hand. Perhaps because they were made with warmth rather than heat, the daggers were simply warm, even though they had just been made. "It's better for you and for me to never see each other again." With his last indifferent words, the Gaida knight simply waved his hand and left the peaceful white sand beach. The old dwarf stood on the white sand beach for a long time, watching his figure for a long time, and only greeted by the moon. Chapter 203. In strange tides, 1. The motion of the throat swallowing was vigorous beyond the trembling candle. However, even through the alcohol-clouded gaze, the boiling anger within was unmistakable. We don't trust humans. Although it was a banquet to welcome the guests, the atmosphere at the table where Joseph sat was heavy. Even now, if you stood up and walked a few steps, you would find it filled with people joyfully drunk. Joseph silently set down the cup he was holding, sensing an odd atmosphere, as if the space had been divided. "Even so, the reason we sought you out was because we saw a ray of hope. Fugitives and survivors, now risen as an alliance to liberate their kin, Nidavellir." Onmukar, the great chief of Nidavellir, looked at Joseph, who was seated across from him, with an evaluative gaze. "If we help you, can you become the next head of the Bayezid family?" Onmukar wasn't making this offer to Joseph just because he had saved the young dwarves in the past. It's because no one is as good at predicting what you want as what is clear. For Nidavellir, Joseph's situation, who had been excluded from the competition for leadership and needed help, was an attractive enough alternative. Originally, we became what we are now because we relied on the lords of the West. Nidavellir will not repeat the mistakes of our ancestors. They depended on others and thus ended up in this situation. The dwarves, who had learned the lesson through painful years, now wanted to take the initiative themselves, no matter what. If you promise to become the head of the Bayezid and meet our demands, we will provide you with the best possible support. They could provide ships, technology, and even soldiers, as long as in the future you follow our orders. Although it would be difficult to oppose the Bayezid directly, if they used Joseph's banner to change the balance of power, neither Valer could attempt it. I appreciate your kind words, great chief. Olmukar was convinced that Joseph would have no choice but to accept his offer. For Joseph, whose last chance depended solely on Nidavellir, this was his last resort. If he didn't want to remain a loser, Joseph had to take his hand. However, I think you are somewhat misunderstood. That's not what I want from Nidavellir. However, Joseph only thanked Olmukar for the offer and showed little interest. Joseph, who set down his drink, only displayed calmness, like a gentle greeting, instead of the urgency of the crowd. Then what brought you to this far-off place? Joseph, who said he didn't need a ship or an army, quietly took out a small letter in response to Olmukar's question. A letter completely covered in black tone. Even from the outside, it was a letter that seemed to contain all sorts of sinister things. That is, this is a letter from someone in a city full of fog. Joseph sent the ominous letter, placing it under a wine glass. Now, black eyes, without dark shadows, looked at the war chief of Nidavellir. For this inevitable great cause, I would like you to lend me the divine tools of the dwarves. What? It was Olmukar who thought he had control of the conversation, but that was just his illusion. A strategist who knows clearly what he wants can be predictable. However, Olmukar had no way of guessing what the young man sitting across from him wanted. In Suara, in Varna, and in Sturma. The tallest and largest building in the city was, of course, the church. It's incredibly large, just like the church. And here, on the island of Lemnos, there was a building comparable to a human church. The only difference is that, unlike the cool atmosphere of the church, it feels warm here. Because this is a forge. For dwarves, it's a place of faith and belief. The sound of hammering is constantly heard. Vlad's mouth opened as he looked at the dwarves sweating and hammering all around. The current scene, which was quite different from the back alley forge, was truly like a new world that Vlad encountered for the first time. Welcome. Welcome. Hey! Don't do anything else in a dangerous place. The old dwarf let out a loud shout while looking at Vlad, who was unable to recover his senses, staring around. It was a warning to be careful, but to the listener, the sharp voice struck first. It seems everyone gets weird when they are in front of the fire. Let's call it craftsmanship. The name of the old man was Ruchta. A person who has lived for a long time, knows many of the visions of the dwarves, and has been severely exploited by Gaidar in the west. And long ago, he was a person who received a miraculous service that saved Jorge's life. Take off the armor. Why? 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 What does it mean for a blacksmith to ask for armor in the forge? Ruchta led Vlad to the highest workshop, where only artisans could go up. Several dwarves sighed as they saw Vlad daring to go up to a place they couldn't reach. Can you repair it? Yes. Ruchta nodded slightly in response to Vlad's cautious question. Although he was neither a blood son nor a successor by will, the only trace Jorge left was Vlad in front of him. That's why Ruchta was willing to lend his hammer to Vlad. Because the dagger Vlad carried now was just a sample of his promise to return a favor he hadn't received. I don't have money. I won't accept any money, so please give it to me. When Ruchta said he would do it for free, Vlad quickly took off the armor along with his cloak. I was already wondering if I should buy another armor instead of the elf armor that no one could repair. The furnace is here. He's my favorite. Vlad smacked his lips as he looked at the familiar furnace hanging in the workshop. It was a strange feeling to keep finding traces of Soara on an unknown and distant island. If he had closed his left eye, he would have been able to see a young lizard wagging its tail at him. "Leave your dagger and go. I'll take care of it. Then maybe it's black." Ruchta, who had aged, squinted as he saw Vlad trying to subtly ask for the sword. Apparently this fool thought it was just a sword. "No sword." "Why?" "Because there's no suitable material to handle that." It was just a request to sharpen the blade, but Vlad felt embarrassed when he saw Ruchta talking about materials in such a grandiose manner. "Do you even need materials to build a sword?" "That's that kind of sword, because it's still unfinished." It had the appearance of a sword, but it was actually a possibility. Ruchta simply averted his gaze while looking at the traces of the world tree, with which he didn't know what to do. To sharpen that sword and make it stronger would have required metal of that quality. "Just go now. It will take a few days." "All right." I expected him to complain at least a little. But Vlad simply turned around, scratching his nape in embarrassment. In fact, if you see Ruchta starting to focus on his work, you'll get the feeling that no one should disturb him. "What do I have to do to use a sword like that?" Skaka. After seeing Vlad go down, Ruchta began to look at the armor he had left behind with narrowed eyes. He was the guy who connected with Jorge, but he was an unusual guy in everything he wore and his way of swinging. "Huh?" Ruchta, who had been frowning while looking at the damaged area for a while, looked at the somewhat uncomfortable part, and his eyes lit up. Unlike the elaborate armor, there was a piece of metal with a different texture attached to the breastplate, as if it had been placed there on purpose. A knight who protected the lives of children. A part of the breastplate made of a material completely different from the armor used. There was a small phrase engraved there that reminded me of the old scene, when the children kept crying. I don't know what they are like, but their personalities are exactly the same, and even the actions. Ruchta stroked the words, the knight who protected the children's breath, with his fingertips and shook his head. "It seems the dagger he made has found its rightful owner." The harbor of the island of Lemnos, where the sun is now slowly setting. Seeing the scene before him, Harvan opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Although not as shocked as Harvan, Otar and Nabailon, who followed him, also looked at the location of Zemina with expressions of surprise. "Otar, what am I seeing right now? Is this a dream?" The Zemina was on fire, due to the flames bursting out from all sides. Seeing the Zemina, as brightly red as the hair of its namesake lady, Harvan's captain's hat fell helplessly to the ground. "What are you doing?" The speed was incredible for someone using a cane. Before Otar could stop him, Harvan finally grabbed the dwarf by the neck and started roaring like a scream, with his eyes red. "Crazy! Stop right now. No, this is. Stop it, bastard. How many captains can maintain their composure before a burning ship?" The dwarf directing the work realized that Harvan had completely misunderstood and quickly opened his mouth. "This is not burning. Save Zemina." While the late arriving mage stood in shock and the captain went crazy, only the dwarf noticed that their intentions were crossed. "You have to sterilize it with fire like this from time to time so the things that eat your hull disappear. Don't humans manage this? You handle it by burning things." It was common knowledge for dwarves, but still unknown to humans. Harvan, who knew how to remove barnacles and algae from the bottom of a ship, but had no idea about roasting a ship to disinfect bacteria, couldn't help but misunderstand what was happening. In such contradictory common sense, while Harvan and the foreman shouted, one of the dwarves, silently roasting the bottom of the ship with a bundle of flames on his back, discovered a pearl-like object emitting a strange light. It seemed as if it had been glued, as it did not come off easily even when removed by hand. "Isn't this a pearl?" Nibelun, who had been observing the dwarves' astonishing work for a while, suddenly wrinkled his nose. This was because he felt a familiar gust of wind blowing along the sea, a sense of mystery that only a mage could feel. Only then did Nibelung's eyes begin to narrow strangely as he recognized the shining pearl. The strange pearl that glowed on its own continued to blink as if sending some signal. Chapter 204. In strange tides, too, there was a pole protruding from the misty sea. Vlad described it as an antenna, but it was actually a periscope allowing for views from beneath the sea. Damn. After guiding the ship Zemina, Vulcan was returning to his watch when he saw shadows approaching from a distance and widened his eyes. At first glance it seemed there were more than 10 ships. Quickly adjusting the periscope angle, he saw that the sails bore a flag with a golden sword. Barbossa! Vulcan clenched his teeth upon confirming the enemy's identity. Until now, humans had sent some reconnaissance ships, but never a fleet of this magnitude. Which direction are they heading? The dwarf next to him quickly measured the direction of the ships in response to Vulcan's instructions. Unlike before, they were advancing without hesitation, increasing Vulcan's concern. They're heading directly west, directly towards the island of Lemnos. Realizing the source of his unease, Vulcan sent urgent signals to the crew. It was a signal for an emergency dive. Return to the island as quickly as possible. Understood. At Vulcan's urgent gesture, the ship, which resembled a sunfish, quickly sank into the sea. At the same time, the sound of pedals driven by sailors began to squeak urgently. We must get there before they do. Everyone, full speed ahead. A dense fog where even the sun doesn't reach, and the stars are invisible at night. Although this place had no standard features except the underwater terrain, Barbossa's ships headed straight for Lemnos Island, as if they knew the way. The remnants of ships trapped on the reef began to be pushed helplessly by the massive waves created by the advancing ships. The day after the wild banquet, Vlad was having tea with Baradis. Much of the discomfort among the group members had dissipated during the journey here, but Vlad remained the only one who could approach the elves. It's the same in Dear Ma. Wherever you go, children always follow you. It's quite annoying. Vlad sighed and looked down. Looking down from the balcony, the place was filled with dwarf children standing with bright eyes, just as Baradis had said. Why don't you wave to them? If I do, they'll cling more. Vlad was looking at the children with a sullen expression, but even that seemed to spark interest in them. Moreover, though Vlad might not know it, among these children were some he had rescued from Nassau. How about it? Have you found any traces of the spirits here? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. The elves had followed the traces of the World Tree to Lemnos Island. Their leader, Baradis, put down his teacup with a meaningful expression in response to Vlad's question. There are no visible spirits. The only thing I could sense is a small lizard in the forge. I see. But there's something more important than that. Baradis approached Vlad and whispered, fearing the children below might hear. The island is dying. Yes, the flow of life is being cut off, as if it's suffocating. Vlad was momentarily shocked by the completely unexpected response, but Baradis simply pointed to various parts of the island. I thought it was due to indiscriminate logging, but not only the trees. Other plants are also dying. For now, keep this secret. I need to investigate more. Indeed, wherever Baradis pointed, the island was filled with desolate areas, as if eaten away by moths. I didn't notice at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that this wasn't the only scene like this. Vlad. As Vlad frowned and looked around, someone cautiously entered the room. It was Jaeger, the one-eyed knight. I need to talk to you. Lord Joseph is calling you. Understood. Jaeger greeted Baradis, who was having tea, with a slight glance, and then called Vlad with a careful gesture. What happened? It was a hallway filled with bright sunlight. However, As they walked down the hall, Jaeger's face was stiffer than usual. It's nothing special. Yes, the captain and the wizard have been captured. Also, the man in black. Vlad paused for a moment upon hearing the words. Jaeger turned around, saw Vlad's unusually stiff expression, and shrugged. Though he tried to downplay the news, it was inevitably shocking. Why? Lord Joseph is finding out. Understood. Let's hurry. Harvan, Nibelung, and even Otar. The news of these three being captured made Vlad quicken his pace. Because these three were the people that Ario, not Bayezid, had to protect. According to Captain Vulcan's report, first, let's catch and kill the humans. What if we drop that crystal ball or whatever it is somewhere else right now? They say they're following us because of it, right? What was supposed to be a calm meeting turned into a lot of shouting. Amid all the yelling and exclamations, Joseph stood alone, dealing with the harsh stares. The chiefs who had been so friendly at the party yesterday were now looking at him with eyes that seemed ready to tear him apart. Everyone, stop. Under the moderation of War Chief Olmukar, the other chiefs began to fall silent. I think I need an explanation about this situation. Joseph of Bayezid. Fierce gazes approached after the silence. It was natural for the atmosphere to be so hostile, as evidence of betrayal had been found among the visitors. There's no time. I'm not here to discuss guilt, but to prepare a future strategy. The sound of an axe handle hitting the ground resonated ominously. The enemy was approaching, and the location of the island to protect had already been exposed. Olmukar, realizing they could no longer hide in the fog, pondered what to do with the guests, unsure if they were friends or foes. I'm Vlad Oreo. At that moment, before the guards could even introduce themselves, a man appeared, shouting his own name. Blonde hair and blue eyes, and a man wearing a sable fur cloak. He was a man who entered without anyone's permission, but Olmukar simply nodded without saying a word. I heard there was a misunderstanding. I'll decide if it's a misunderstanding or not. Knight Vlad, the northern knight who had rescued the children in Nassau. As expected, he was as young as rumored and made a strong impression with his appearance. If you don't convince me now, all of you will go to prison. I have no intention of leaving uncomfortable matters behind. However, now he was not a benefactor but simply a suspect. Olmukar's eyes began to turn fierce due to the distrust in humans that had accumulated over a long period. Then give us the opportunity to prove it, War Chief. Seeing Vlad's silence, Joseph stepped forward. Although Vlad taught much, he wouldn't be immune to complex situations like the current one. Everyone already knows that Duke Barbosa of the South has a close relationship with the Dragon Blood Duke, so there would be no reason for us, Northerners, to ally with Duke Barbosa. Why should I believe that? Joseph, seeing Olmukar's still suspicious gaze, sensed that convincing him wouldn't be easy, but he had no other choice. I'll stay here. What? I'll stay here. So take them to the battlefield and give them a chance to prove their innocence. More than 1,000 words. An action. Vlad couldn't hide his surprise when he saw Joseph saying he would become a hostage. Isn't it worth taking Joseph of Bayezid as a hostage? Indeed. In foreign lands, local customs must be followed. Seeing Joseph speak in the dwarf style instead of his usual noble tone, Olmukar fell into deep thought. He could tell that Vlad's surprised expression was not feigned. I'm sorry, Vlad. I should have paid more attention. Amid a busy port, Vlad adjusted the strap of his sword scabbard. Harvan, understanding Vlad's feelings as he watched him tighten the strap, without saying a word, simply stepped back silent. Vlad had the same expression now, as when he saw Joseph, who went to prison instead of them. What about the armor? It's being repaired? And you plan to go without armor? I don't have it. What else can I do? Jaeger clicked his tongue as he watched Vlad attempt to go into battle wearing only a cloak and no armor. Though he understood his feelings, he shouldn't act so recklessly. Take mine. I don't need it now, 1. But, take it. Though lending a sword was uncommon, lending armor was even rarer. However, seeing Jaeger willing to give up his armor without hesitation, Vlad could sense that he wasn't offering it simply because he didn't need it. Knight Vlad. Where is Knight Vlad? In a situation where dwarves crowded around the ships in the port, a dwarf pushed his way through the crowd, urgently calling Vlad's name. Phew! Phew! Finally, I find you. Luckily, your hair color stands out. The dwarf blacksmith, carrying a large amount of gear on his back, exhaled heavily with relief upon seeing Vlad. Judging by his tattered appearance, he must have been wandering for quite some time before finally finding him. It's a message from the master blacksmith. The repair is complete, just in time. Hearing that the armor was ready, Jaeger, who was loosening the straps, smiled with relief. We adjusted it to the shape of the original armor, so it should fit well. Fortunately, the elven armor returned just in time. However, Vlad was surprised to see the set of armor the dwarf brought. I don't think this is mine. Yes, no, my armor was silver. It didn't look like this. That's because the armor the dwarf was holding was completely silver gray, unlike the previous one. Additionally, the armor the dwarf laid out looked unusual in every detail, but it certainly seemed different from the armor he originally wore. The original armor was too damaged, so we had to remake it entirely. The dwarf blacksmith remembered Ruchta constantly complaining while repairing the armor. He kept muttering that he didn't know what kind of hell the wearer had gone through to turn the armor into rags. It looks new, but the quality is guaranteed. The master blacksmith repaired it personally. Raising the armor for him to try, the dwarves in the port fixed their eyes on it. It was such a beautiful piece of armor that even Olmukar, traveling on a ship in the distance, lost focus for a moment. Tell Lord Joseph. What? Vlad was also impressed by the armor, but instead of admiring it, he evaluated its features. Tell him I'll return as soon as possible. The armor I received from the blacksmith was lighter than before. The elven armor had changed in appearance, weight, and color. However, one thing that hadn't changed was the engravings still etched on the breastplate. I'm leaving. Yes. During his time as a squire, Joseph's knighthood title was his pride, and the engraving of protecting children his honor. And now, with all that engraved on his new armor, Vlad walked toward the sea that called him. A silver-gray knight advancing to prove his name. He was followed by sailors, elves, and a wizard carrying a backpack. Though he had left his home, Vlad adjusted the straps of his new armor for the opportunity that Joseph had given him. Chapter 205. By your name there was a man sitting alone in an empty cell with his head bowed. It was a prison filled with coldness, both where he was seated and where he was leaning. However, unlike the gloomy surrounding landscape, his expression seemed peaceful for some unknown reason. I suppose he has already arrived. Yes, probably. Jaeger, who was standing on the other side of the bars, nodded silently at Joseph's words. In fact, by now, it would be time for Vlad to have encountered Barbossa's ships. Are you all right? But, in reality, Jaeger was more concerned about Joseph than about Vlad, who would be on the battlefield right now. This was because the cold winter air always made Joseph cough dryly. I clearly know what I must do. Even though my body is exhausted, my mind is at peace. Though he was a bit pale, Joseph's face, seen through the bars, seemed as relaxed as he had just said. However, Jaeger couldn't smile along with Joseph's smile, because he knew very well how much thought was behind that laugh. I wish I had lived like this a long time ago. The morning sun began to shine on Joseph's cold breath. The light which used to flee when chased now approached him as he remained seated. Kuwagagagak. The strong waves began to rise above the calm waters. It was the sound made by one of Barbossa's ships lifting into the sky. What is this? The cold drops of water hitting my face felt like a dream. Tolbin, the commander of this exploration group, wore an expression of astonishment as he watched the ship rising at a strange angle. Even for someone like him, who had spent his entire life at sea, this was the first time he had seen such a sight. Everyone, grab onto the railing. But what goes up must come down. But falling doesn't have wings. Kwah! The ship that had challenged the sky came crashing down violently, breaking into pieces. The massive chain that had been tied between the reefs flapped noisily among the crashing ships. It's a trap. Captain, we need to get out of here now. It was a trap. This maritime zone where we found ourselves. The place we reached after pursuing the Red Rose was surrounded by reefs and confined with enormous chains. It was a trap that couldn't have been set without a long period of preparation. They're out again. Everyone, duck your heads. Whoosh! Sharp arrows began flying again toward Tolbin's stunned ship. I don't know who fired them, but they were arrows that didn't lose any sharpness despite piercing through the strong sea breeze. The deck was filled with the cries of sailors everywhere. Some of them had already lost the will to fight, and were lying under the railing to avoid the rain of arrows. Get up! Get up! Everyone get up and fight! Tolbin finally came to his senses and began shouting at the sailors. Even if it were an exploration group, there was no way 10 ships could collapse like this. Unknown ship is approaching again. This time from the stern. What? However, even though they had just dealt a great blow through a trap, the unknown enemy seemed to have no intention of letting go of the momentum they had gained. Just as I heard, there was a ship emerging from the fog. It was a ship displaying a flag with a red rose. It was right in front just a moment ago. Just a moment ago, the ship was luring them right in front of them, but before they knew it, it had turned around and was aiming at their rear. Tolbin felt a chill at the incomprehensible and unexpected mobility. Prepare the weapons, we're out of range. Suddenly, a ship appeared behind the fleet as if it had emerged from the sea. Tolbin's crew let out loud shouts as they saw the ship reappear in a place where it shouldn't have been. Then, why do their arrows reach us? The unknown ship began to turn sharply, aiming directly at their flank. The enemy ship is approaching. What? A ship with the flag of the Red Rose that lured the enemy, trapped them, and then reappeared. Tolbin's eyes widened as he watched how the ship moved, making the most of its small size. Although the ship was small, its ram was sharper than any other ship Tolbin had seen. Quan? Everyone hold on tight. All sorts of items rolled around the Zamina, which was tilted so steeply it seemed like it might topple over. Even the elves, with their good sense of balance, had to struggle to grip the railing. However, the reason the ship could maintain its balance was probably thanks to the captain's elaborate calculations as he held the helm. Send the wind. Wizard, it's not as easy as it looks. From the bow of the enemy to the stern, Harvin's steering skillfully guided through the fog, made possible by the thick mist that obscured the view and the wizard's mysterious abilities. I can't do it anymore. I've used all the wind we had. Damn it! Nibelun used to send wind with a strange bellows he took out of his backpack, but even that seemed to have reached its limit now. Just a moment ago, the sail had been swollen, as if about to burst from the wind, but now it had visibly collapsed. Vlad, I can't go on. If we lose speed, we'll get caught. I understand. The Zemina had used the dense fog as cover to completely devastate the enemy's blind spots, but this was now their last attempt. Still, this is enough. However, thanks to this, we were able to break apart the enemy fleet, so it was a sufficient success. Apart from the ships currently trapped in the snare, the ships scattered beyond the fog would have become prey for Nidavellir. What do we do? Do we run now? I think we've fulfilled our decoy mission. No, Vlad raised his hand and looked into the distance to see that only 4 enemy ships remained from the original 10. And as if they had dealt with the scattered ships, the Nidavellir ships were approaching from afar. Now, seeing the enemy ships trying to change their course by pulling out the oars, Vlad strengthened his resolve. We'll capture one. What? We must capture one with our own hands. Definitely taking the initiative. And once you have the momentum, don't stop. The technique of using a single strike to achieve victory wasn't limited to the enemy. Only then will we get an apology from the dwarves. Vlad clenched his teeth at the thought of the dwarves. I fully understand the current situation where we were misunderstood. But in my heart, I wasn't completely convinced. Joseph, who is still imprisoned in a cold cell, was Vlad's benefactor and a person of pride to him. Vlad looked at the elves standing silently by the railing. It is said that the elves of Ajuran are natural archers from birth. They, who would surely pierce an enemy with an arrow, looked directly into Vlad's eyes and nodded. Let's see this through to the end. I don't think this is enough to repay saving the world tree. Thank you. As Baradis spoke, the elves drew their swords instead of their bows. The sailors, anticipating what was to come, drew their weapons with tense faces. Never thought I'd end up ramming Barbossa's ship. A name probably anyone working at sea would have heard at least once. The Golden Lord Kazan Barbossa Dati. Thinking of attacking that great name from now on, Harvin felt dizzy. Don't worry. The Zemina has always been good at ramming. That's your Zemina. Thud, thud, thud. Yes. After all, they were born in poverty. The people who lived in back alleys, who had nothing to lose because they were born with nothing in their hands, began to shout at the roaring sea. This is my Zemina. At Harvin's gnashing signal, Nibilan's bellows began again. Then the ship with a lot of momentum began to shoot towards Barbossa's ships. I'm going to die. If this continues, we'll all die. It was Nibilan who worked with the bellows as if he was going to die for the Zemina. However, Nibilan, who was so exhausted, didn't realize that the bellows he was stomping on with all his might had already exhausted its usefulness. Prepare for impact! There were clusters of lights gathering to replace the insufficient wind, pushing the rear of the Zemina. The squids flocked, following the scent of the world tree taken by Vlad Dotting. The unknown currents they created flowed directly towards Barbossa's ships. Crunch! The enemy ship has impacted. The sound of the planks tearing was thunderous. The deck they were standing on trembled as if there had been an earthquake, and several sailors who couldn't grab anything fell into the sea. It was small but fast, so the vibration it emitted was surely enormous. Why didn't we hit a single cannon? The enemy was moving too fast. Shit! The speed was such that even for the most experienced sailors, it was difficult to handle. The Zemina, which maneuvered through the passing projectiles and struck Tolbin's ship, was deeply embedded like an arrow and had no intention of falling. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Knights descend to the dock. Tolbin shouted as if furious and struck the helm he was holding. Even considering the current situation of being trapped by a small ship, where it wasn't enough to avoid the dwarves attacking ship, it was ridiculous to think about. Die, bastards! Push them back! Don't let them board. Right next to them the dwarves kept coming, and the enemy sailors were arriving like an avalanche from below. In an instant, men began to emerge from the Zemina, which had been confined to the dock rather than the deck due to the low ceiling. We can't hold them back, because, to begin with, it was a narrow hole, making it difficult to pass through. However, if the person in front is a knight with his own world, it won't be a big problem. It's a knight with aura. The blood as salty as seawater was sticking to Vlad's armor. However, the reason it fell before it could stay long was probably due to the vision engraved by the dwarf blacksmith. Otar, free the rowers, understood. It wasn't just the West's privilege to keep dwarves as slaves. The dwarf rowers, who were bound together and unable to move, widened their eyes when they saw Vlad suddenly breaking in. The rest follow me. From the hold to the deck, Vlad advanced, cutting down the enemy sailors. Don't block my way, damn it! In the narrow space, the grey armor repelled every attack. The enemies fell in his wake. Every time the Justia armor deflected an enemy's sword, those strangers' heads fell without fail. You're the rumored illegitimate son of Dragulia. In the end, someone's footprints were left on every step taken upward. If it weren't for his help, he'd still be in the mud. No, probably not. Who did you call Dragulia just now? But now I could shine with the name I wanted. Vlad's blue eyes began to shine towards the person who called him by the wrong name. Who did you call Dragulia? Kahak. Not with swordsmanship or techniques, but simply with ferocity. The unknown knight blocking the stairs could clearly see the bright blue eyes penetrating his world. Ah, ha! Vlad's sword, full of rage, did not lose any momentum. Vlad charged towards the deck with the knight still impaled on his sword. The blood running down the corners of his eyes disrupted his vision, but Vlad did not stop. Kwaun! Vlad noisily broke through the hold and ascended, as the golden color of Vlad, engraved deep in his heart, illuminated the ship's dark interior. A clear path began to appear for the group following him. It was an upward path. Rumble! After knocking down the door, blocking the way with a loud noise, fresh air finally began to rest on Vlad's cheek. It was the deck he wanted to reach and the upper world he aspired to. Who are you? It was a noisy appearance, but what greeted him was only a silent silence. The knight, impaled on the sword swinging, as if to shake it, began to split in half, blue eyes visible in that miserable gap. Tobin swallowed involuntarily, looking at the gaze in his eyes that only a natural predator could have. From Soara. It was raining, rain washing away the flowing blood. Vlad felt the rain gently falling on the blood, which was as thick as the mud from before. I am Vlad, Knight of Joseph. For today, I can confidently say it in the name of another person and not my own. For Joseph, who allowed him to be here, Vlad raised his sword towards the golden flag. That cold winter day, he was a sword for Joseph, who recognized him as a person despite bearing another name. Chapter 206. The flag is a red rose, one a small ship cut through the waves of the sea, leaning dangerously as if it were about to capsize. Some dwarves clenched their hands tightly without realizing it as they watched the Zemina attempt a sharp turn with an absurd tilt. Knowing the ship well, they couldn't help but feel more nervous about the current maneuver. Humans are attacking the enemy's flagship! The Zemina attempted to charge the enemy flagship without the slightest hesitation, even though it appeared to be larger than itself. The sight of the Zemina advancing while dodging incoming projectiles was so dizzying that it was hard to look away. Impact! Quagagakak! With a loud noise, the Zemina broke through the enemy obstruction and collided with the enemy ship. Despite their small size, the dwarves raised their axes high due to the euphoria they felt from the speed. Didn't I tell you to only lure them in? I remember that, great chief. Olmukar scratched his chin out of habit as he watched the Zemina's crew board the enemy's flagship. The sight of humans and elves moving together gave Olmukar a strange feeling. He seems quite angry. Olmukar was closely observing the blonde knight at the front. Indeed, Vlad's statement that he would prove his innocence before him was no lie. They've already taken the deck. That's fast. The elves wield their swords without losing balance, even on a shaking ship. A brilliant golden light began to spread along the path they had created. It was a flash that was clearly visible even in the dense fog. "Move the ship forward. We must not let them be isolated." Olmukar's eyes were cold as he waved his staff. This was because he saw the surrounding ships trying to place a crossing board to assist the enemy's flagship, which had suddenly entered close combat. "They have beheaded the captain. The human knight has taken the helm." But before they could lend a hand, it seemed that Vlad's sword was quicker. Vlad's sword, moving forward while cutting down approaching obstacles, severed the head of Tolban, who was holding the wheel. "I will have to apologize." There was a sight along the gap that was getting closer. Because it was still far away, it wasn't clearly visible, but Olmukar could clearly tell that blue eyes in the distance were looking at a silver-gray knight climbing the highest mast. Vlad, covered in blood, crawled up to the ship's lookout tower and looked directly in the direction where Olmukar was, looking at Barbossa's flag fluttering as if this were sufficient proof. Olmukar had no choice but to nod. A total of 10 enemy warships. There were 7 Nidavellir ships in front of him. To the Golden Duke, the fleet was simply an exploration group, but Nidavellir had to deploy all its forces to face him. If it hadn't been for the long-laid traps and the fighting efforts of Zemina, the battle wouldn't have ended as easily as it did now. "Captain, you're wrong!" However, now Zemina was filled with someone's shouts instead of the joy of victory. It was the sound of a sailor standing precariously on a plank stretched over the sea. "Any last words?" I was blinded by ambition for a moment. I didn't recognize the captain's grace. That's trivial. Harvan turned as if there was nothing more to hear from his meaningless excuses. Even Vlad remained silent for a moment at the cold look in Harvan's eyes. It seems that the Harvan he had as a captain was a slightly different person from the Harvan he knew. "Captain, Kwasik!" Odor's axe gleamed behind Harvan, who turned without hesitation. Bright red blood spilled over the sea with a sound like a tree splitting. "There is only death for those who betray the organization." The sailor's body fell lifeless into the sea. "I'm sorry. As captain, I should have checked more clearly. It's fixed, so it's fine." Despite Vlad's consolation, Harvan simply bowed his head in embarrassment. Whether intentional or by mistake, it was true that the location of Lemnos Island was finally discovered thanks to the crystal ball attached to Zemina. Even if his honor had been restored through the battle now, the mistakes that had already occurred were irreparable. And it looks like the Zemina's keel is bent. Without extensive repairs, it won't be able to withstand another battle like this. Really? After hearing Harvan's words, Vlad squinted his eyes and looked at Zemina's bow. It appeared twisted and strangely unbalanced, and, as Harvan said, seemed to need major repairs. "If the keel is out, shan't nerns. Should we change ships? Maybe we should." Although Zemina emerged victorious from the enemy's flagship, the price paid for that victory wasn't easy. When Harvan said that he might have to give up the ship, Vlad just looked out at the sea without saying a word. "Vlad, wait a minute." It was Harvan's dream, and it was the first ship he had given him. Baradis, who was sitting on the railing, gestured to Vlad, who was strangely depressed by the disappointment he couldn't hide. "What's up?" "I think I found it." Was it some kind of consolation? Baradis informed Vlad of the presence of the spirits he had found. There were traces of spirits in the sea that weren't visible on the island. In the sea? Yes, in the sea. I want to see it more closely later. There were squids that pushed Zemina instead of the insufficient wind. However, Baradis, who was focused on the battle, couldn't grasp the exact reality, so for now he had no choice but to be satisfied with the fact that there was only a small success. "I think they were attracted by the sword created by the World Tree. I felt a reaction. I understand." Vlad lifted the sword he was holding and looked at it silently. An unfinished sword overlooking the sea. Inside the sword, though the color was pale, It was as blue as the sea. You carry a rather interesting sword. And Olmukar, who was steering a ship next to Zemina, was also closely observing the sword that Vlad had unsheathed, a knight holding a ragged sword on a damaged ship. However, looking at the figure strangely balanced despite being completely ruined, Olmukar could only shake his head as if he had no idea. Vlad, yeah. Joseph, who was sitting on the cold floor, carefully lifted his head when he heard the sound of the window suddenly opening. Mr. Joseph. Yes, good work. Although his face was a bit pale, the smile with which he looked at Vlad remained warm. It seemed as if he had anticipated this situation, showing a complete lack of tension. Did you manage it? There were about 10 ships. Although it was only a scouting expedition. Being the Golden Duke, it seems that even such a fleet is just a scouting expedition for him. The captured crew members of the Barbossa simply referred to themselves as explorers. This meant that the Golden Duke's attempt to find the island of Lemnos had not yet begun in earnest. He's someone whose title includes golden. I had heard rumors, but it seems his wealth is truly considerable. The Golden Duke was one of the 4 dukes of the Empire, someone who, instead of wielding a sharp sword, handled shiny gold coins. For Joseph and Vlad, he was the most powerful enemy they had faced so far. You seem cold. The blanket was too thin. Joseph's shoulders trembled slightly, as if the cold inside the prison had not yet subsided. Seeing the trembling look that even Jaeger next to him gazed at with pity, Vlad extended the cloth he had prepared. Great Chief Olmukar wants to apologize for the misunderstanding and wishes to speak with you, Mr. Joseph. Yes, a salty smell floated from the cloth that covered my shoulders. But despite that strong smell, Joseph simply smiled. Joseph, Bayezid, and Knight Vlad have arrived. Although there was a temporary misunderstanding, they were now treated as true guests. Joseph, who had regained his honor thanks to his knight, made the 11 chiefs rise from their seats. Joseph, wrapped in the Barbossa flag as if it were a cloak, deserved the respect of everyone present. So, shall we finish the conversation we left pending? It's like a bottomless pit no matter how much you look at it. That was the impression the Nidavellir chiefs had when they saw Joseph sitting in his seat with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. Joseph, who clearly knew what he had to do, prepared for the next task with a slight smile. Oh man, I told you to be careful. With every step, the precarious sound of the planks creaked. However, Barbossa simply jumped to the helm with steps that seemed familiar to him. You only had to observe from afar. But you couldn't even do that. Tsk-tak-oh. Barbossa made eye contact with Tolben and clicked his tongue as if regretting it. But no matter how many times he asked, there was no response. Tolben, whose head and body were separated, remained still forever. I sent 10 ships, and only 1 returned. This is a business with many losses. Barbossa carefully laid Tolben's neck down and scratched his head as if the fog ahead worried him. There must have been dwarves and their technology like a gold mine in that dense fog, but their tightly closed world seemed to leave no room for invaders. And that flag. Does anyone recognize it? We've never seen it before. Then they are not from the south or the west. On a ship that was completely broken, cracked, and without any sound, there was one thing that still retained its original form. Barbossa, who was looking towards the place where his flag used to wave, laughed as if in disbelief while looking at an unknown flag that he didn't know who it belonged to. So, it's the north. A flag waving in the wind. Looking at the flag with a red rose, Barbossa could feel his heart beating strongly for the first time in a long time. Seeing the Challenger's flag after such a long time, Barbossa felt as if his blood vessels, which had been hardened for a long time, were softening with excitement. What a welcome. It seems we found the right way. A voice too loud to be spoken by just one person. The shouted voice echoed like an echo in the vast sea. All the ships behind could hear the thick anger hidden in the loud shouts. "Everyone into the fog! There are shiny things in there!" At Barbossa's shout, dozens of ships lined up in black began to enter the fog. It was a fleet whose number could not be matched even by the combined ships of the north and the west. Whoever they are, they seem to know the rules of the sea. That declaration of war is quite classic. A new land, an unknown fog, and an unknown challenger. Barbossa, heading to the island of Lemnos, had a deep smile on his face. And next to the smiling man, there was a box tied with a silver chain. Chapter 207. The flag is a red rose, too, in the depths of the sea, as if light had never reached there. Whitish bubbles were emerging. As soon as they touched the water's surface, the bubbles burst, dispersing the breath they contained and merging into the mist of the same color. If you look up from the depths of the sea, the undulating surface of the water soon looks like the night sky. Just like what you see now. Eyes that had been asleep in the depths of the sea moved slightly at the golden glow they hadn't seen in a long time. Bubbles were rising from the darkness constantly, without stopping. Probably, the denser than usual mist was due to the bubbles continuously rising. Oh! The Nidavellir forge was filled with suffocating heat. Nibelun exclaimed in amazement, watching the brass tubes emitting steam non-stop. "I don't know how these things work." "Calm down. How do they move by themselves?" "No matter how much I look, I don't see anything magical about it." As Vlad and Nibelun surveyed the brass tube, they saw a row of bellows that seemed to be about the size of a ship. The bellows blowing air on their own, without anyone moving them, gave Vlad a strange feeling of pressure. "Why did you bring the cat by your side?" "It's not that I wanted to bring it with me." Vlad sighed, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the blacksmiths who had been glancing at them for a while. "The new armor you gave me is excellent. I thought it would be uncomfortable because of its size, but not at all." Humph. This young one already knows how to flatter. How brazen. "I'm just saying I like it." "Why are you getting so angry?" Entering Rochta's workshop, Vlad squinted his left eye towards the tall old furnace. There, peering through the world, was indeed a young lizard looking at Vlad just as Baradis had said. "By the way, what about my sword? It doesn't seem like anyone else can handle it. What did you leave me?" "Be content with the armor." "I didn't leave you anything, but doesn't Jorge have something he left you?" Although resorting to old connections was a bit petty, Vlad didn't want to miss the opportunity. Because before him now was the most outstanding blacksmith he had ever seen. Vlad had a vague suspicion that he probably wouldn't be able to sharpen his sword unless it was now. "Damn you." When the old dwarf silently extended his hand, Vlad gladly smiled and placed his sword on it. The young lizard, who was watching the scene, began to blink as if recognizing the sword Vlad carried. The value of life is something persistent. Even at this age, I can't stop. Sorry, but there's no one else who can help. The tone was direct, but the hand that received it was cautious. Rochta, who was examining Vlad's sword with sharp eyes, let out a small sigh to himself. No wonder. The blue sword that the craftsman examined with his eyes was so shabby that it made Vlad worry. The blade was dull enough to make you think it had been cutting enemies with ease. Just sharpen it. I'll find the materials I mentioned earlier. Even with the materials, this sword can't be sharpened. A blacksmith who says that although he has spent his whole life near the fire, he can't sharpen a sword. Seeing Rochta like this, Vlad was stunned and seemed perplexed. Can't even sharpen it? Is working with black iron that hard? It's not that. It's not difficult in that sense. A sword made by the priestess of the world tree, calling an old blacksmith beyond the threshold of the underworld. I thought it wouldn't be easy to handle because both the materials and the manufacturing process were unusual. But I never imagined even Rukta would shake his head. Then in what sense? It's not a matter of skill or materials. No one can sharpen this blade because... Rukta, who was quietly looking at Vlad's sword, brushed the blade with his finger. A humming sound spread through the forge. It was a sound clearly audible despite all the surrounding noise. Because this isn't a sword. What? The one who made it look like a sword, but it's not. With the humming of the blade, the little dragon began to shake its head happily. Vlad, who had his left eye closed, could see faint rays of light coming from his sword following the sound. I don't understand what you're saying. You're still too young to fully understand. Rukta suddenly moved away from Vlad and held the hammer he had set down. Then the dwarf craftsman struck the glowing red iron without saying a word. Vlad just watched Rukta's back as he hammered without saying a word. You can't force a specific shape on a young possibility that doesn't know what it wants to be. Clang! Clang! Under the careless hammering, the red-hot iron gradually began to take shape. An ingot of iron that was born as a meaningless stone, but takes on a new form in the presence of fire and hammer. However, it was not clear if the gradually changing appearance was really what it wanted. Take care. Today might be the last time we meet. With those words, Rukta simply concentrated on his work in silence. Because he had given all the advice he could. Whether or not Vlad, the swordsmaster, understood the advice was up to him. Saying it's the last time, what bad luck. Vlad slowly began to walk the path he had traveled, looking at Rukta's back without saying anything else. All the blacksmiths he saw upon leaving seemed busy. It looked like everyone was sharpening their iron in preparation for the upcoming storm. The Barbosa fleet has entered our waters. According to the report, the fleet numbers at least 40 ships. The complexion of the chiefs began to darken as they heard the report from the side. More concerning than the number of ships was the fact that the fleet would likely carry at least 1,000 soldiers. However, the number of Nidavelai forces that could oppose them was only 7 battleships and hundreds of dwarves, so the atmosphere in the conference room was understandably tense. The inevitable has arrived. However, even now as the crisis approached, the eyes of War Chief Olmukar showed not the slightest hesitation. Not only Olmukar, but everyone here knew that something like this would happen someday. They just hoped that day wasn't today. When will Barbosa's fleet arrive? If they don't lose their way and come directly, probably in less than 3 days. 3 days. It was that close. The distance between humans and dwarves was that short. Some chiefs still cautiously suggested waiting for the storm to pass, but Olmukar sensed they could no longer avoid the threat from the Golden Duke. Joseph Bayezid, does the proposal you mentioned still stand? Of course, War Chief. We in the North still want to have close ties with Nidavellir. Then could the North provide us with some support against this threat? We could, but time would be a problem. The enemy was now within reach, and for the North, the only closest port was Nassau. It was practically impossible to get ships to sail there in just 3 days. I understand. I just want to send at least the children, women, and the elderly to a safe place. Is that possible? The idea of a desperate retreat only applied to the warriors. As the leader of Nidavellir, Olmukar had to think about the future and planned to evacuate at least the most vulnerable. I respect the war chief's choice. If that's the case, Bayezid's discretion alone will suffice. Thank you. According to the old saying of the dwarves, only those who lend a hand in times of crisis are true friends. Although the North and Bayezid had something they wanted, receiving this level of favor showed they were completely different from the West. Gather all the ships you can, except the warships. Even fishing boats will do. Understood, War Chief. From the most perfect era of dragons to the current era of empires, there have always been beings trampled underfoot in the great world, in every time. Only the names of those who trample them have changed, but in a reality that has not changed at all, the powerless must once again leave the island that was their home. Why this atmosphere? We know what we must do, so it's better this way. Bang! As in the distant past, the first war chief once again told his compatriots to prepare for a long retreat to safety. He made no effort to hide his trembling lips, filled with rage. If they approach, we will face them, and if they threaten us, we will destroy them. There is no other way. As Olmukar prepared for his last fight, passionate words came out of his mouth like molten metal. This island is the last hope. If we lose even this place, our descendants will spend their entire lives wandering like the beast men who have lost even their hometown to return to. We cannot repeat the same mistakes as before. The elders nodded at Olmukar's words to prepare for the final resistance. The only thing that can save you is yourself. The Nidavellir Dwarven Liberation Front was a place where those committed to this gathered. Unlike yesterday, the island of Lemnos began to be busier. This was because everyone here knew there wasn't much time left to leave the island and avoid the approaching storm. This is the first time I've seen an evacuation procession. Me too. Where? A place called Wisteria Village. It was the same scene as back then. The current scene was of elderly people carrying their burdens on their backs and women busily moving, holding their children by the hand. At the port there was only a heavy atmosphere, where everyone tried to keep pace. How many of us are there? About 50, surprisingly few. Everyone knows the Zamina needs repairs. Harvin seemed devastated by the reality of transporting unexpected refugees, let alone the compensation he expected. However, the reason he didn't show it might be because he was considerate of the children passing by. Take them to another ship, huh? Don't take any refugees. After observing the refugees for a while, Vlad saw a group of blacksmiths boarding a ship carrying a familiar high furnace in the distance. When he closed his left eye, he saw a young lizard sticking its head out of the old furnace, looking depressed and dejected. Why? There are already not enough ships. Vlad nodded as he watched Beritus looking at him from the ship. A revelation from a priestess that can only be recognized when encountered. Vlad, who had already experienced a revelation once, decided not to ignore the warning his intuition was telling him. I have a bad feeling. The port behind the sunset was filled with ships leaving the island. Following them, the Zamina began to slowly unfurl its sails. Only the pink flag, fluttering above the billowing sails, pointed toward the island of Lemnos. Chapter 208. Golden Beacon. 1. The sea was calm and still, enveloped in a dense marine fog that smothered even sound. The only noise was that of the ships cutting through the waves. However, no matter how quietly they moved, it was impossible to conceal the sound made by 43 ships. And Nidavellir, which had been waiting silently, was precisely waiting for that sound. It's an attack. With the desperate shout of the lookout, fire began to spread from within the fog. The flash that started from an unseen place suddenly flew fiercely towards Barbossa's fleet on the wind. Cannonballs are flying. They're dwarves. Everyone wake up. Quackagagang. It started quietly, but when it hit, it was like a disaster. Wood fragments rebounded in all directions. The sailors' screams spread along with it and began to resonate through the thick fog. Successful hit. Most of the fired cannons hit their targets. It was a surprise attack aimed at an opportunity and a preemptive strike. Nidavellir's attack, taking advantage of the fog, mercilessly struck Barbossa's ships. Seeing that the enemies couldn't even respond properly, the sailors began to unleash the cries they had been holding back for so long. No wonder they were so slow. However, Despite the success, Olmukar's expression remained stiff. Despite the strong projectiles, not a single one of Barbossa's ships stopped. What? What's that? What the hell? The sailors, enthusiastically firing projectiles amidst cheers, sensed something strange and began to panic. This was because what they saw only after the thick smoke of the projectiles cleared was completely different from what they expected. Those lunatics. Barbossa's fleet of 43 ships advanced in a diamond formation. The ships on the outer edges of the formation were reduced to rags by the bombardment just moments ago, but they did not stop advancing. This meant that, although the exterior was terribly affected, the internal functions were still intact. Armor! They're armored! Those lunatics armored their ships. Although the wind was favorable, the enemy's movements were exceptionally slow due to the weight of their armor. How much money did they spend on that? The dwarves of Nidavellir were speechless as they looked at the iron armor placed on each ship. As warriors and blacksmiths, they knew very well how many resources and gold coins would be consumed to use such preparations. It's too soon to be surprised. In the middle of the diamond formation, there was a man smiling under a brightly red sail. He was slowly gauging the direction of the wind, looking at the flag fluttering above. The enemy fleet has opened fire! Full speed ahead! Let's get out of here! In the south, it is their duty to return what they have received. Olmukar realized that the wind was blowing towards them and quickly ordered them to leave the battlefield. Where are you going, dwarves? Boom! 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 Colored flames began to rise from the castle walls floating on the sea, following the wind that blows at a certain angle. You should receive everything you give. Barbossa's red beard trembled. This was because his wild senses were certain that the current attack would succeed. However, although he knew the sea, he was a person who didn't know what dwarves were. What's this? Measuring the gap between opponents is one of the important virtues a captain must have. However, when Barbossa saw that the gap had subtly closed, he let out a sound as if he were astonished. Pooh! Unless they rowed, or even if they did, the current maneuver made no sense. However, the ships of Nidavellir had already turned their bows and were narrowly escaping the range of the bombardment. Watermill! Ships throwing fog and disappearing into the mist. Barbossa made a noise of amazement upon seeing the Nidavellir ships disappear before he realized. We'll lure them to the reef area. Send the signal to the submarines. Understood. A fleet that does not stop no matter how much you shoot, and a fleet that does not move with the wind. Barbossa and Olmukar's thoughts began to complicate as they looked at the unknown world they had encountered for the first time in their lives. What's that? It's ships. It's Barbossa's flag. The fierce sound of artillery fire resonated loudly through the fog, but the screams of fear echoed in the waters heading north. They were the cries of a procession heading to Nassau for evacuation. They've caught us. I didn't expect them to move so quickly. After hearing Joseph sigh, Vlad abruptly dropped the telescope he was holding. This was because, through his distant view, he saw ships blocking the way to Nassau from afar. A total of 5 ships were identified, flying colorful golden flags that had never been seen before in the north. They moved much faster than we expected. It seems the Golden Lord has already established his domain up to the western waters. What do we do now? Although it wasn't certain they were targeting the refugees, the Golden Lord's ships had already advanced into the northern waters. The ships blocking the path were likely sent by Barbossa to block any potential support from the north. I don't always have the answer. Joseph cautiously opened his mouth and turned his head to look at the sea. The place Joseph looked at was filled with dwarves trembling with anxiety on old fishing boats. I don't have a plan, but we must act. At the same time those words were spoken, Joseph and Vlad's eyes simultaneously focused on one person. On Harvan, the owner of this ship. I told you this before. The state of the ship is barely enough to reach Nassau. No, and in the first place, there are 5 ships there. We did it once before. That was before. Now we have no support. As they spoke, Barbosa's ships approached. However, the only ship that could withstand the approaching giant ships was the Zemina. Harvan couldn't find an answer no matter how much he calculated, so he ended up tearing at his hair. We have no fog to hide in or hidden chains among the reefs. If we rush like this, we'll be dust before we reach them. While the Zemina hesitated in doubt, a solitary figure moved forward. Vulcan's submarine, which was underwater, advanced. Vulcan will clear the way. We'll take advantage of that gap. Then we do it, right? Although avoiding confrontation would be ideal, there comes a time when you must face it, especially when there are people to protect. Well, anyway, without you, I wouldn't have become a captain and would have died in that small room. Harvan's expression as he faced Vlad still seemed worried, but the angle of his captain's hat was sharp once more. All right, we'll do it. From being the owner of a miserable room, he was now the captain of a vast sea. Even if there were walls surrounding him on all sides, Harvan now knew well that in the end, we must keep moving forward. The knight wants to go once more. Everyone prepare yourselves. I knew this would happen. Damn it! I'm going to die at sea. The crew, noticing the captain's determination, quickly found their respective positions and began to settle in. However, the reason they show not a single complaint, despite the ridiculous orders, is probably because the existence of Vlad and Harvan is a source of pride for them. People who were born in the same mud but became a source of pride. Mage, go to your post. Since when is it my post? Nibelung, who was treated as a mere power source, grumbled unusually, but Harvan's word was law on the ship. Nibelung muttered that he was lucky to have gained some warmth in the forge on Lemnos Island. With a familiar hand gesture, he pulled a small bellows from his backpack and stood behind the mast. Vlad, wait a minute. While everyone was taking their seats as they did last time, a voice stopped Vlad, who was trying to move to the bow. What is it, Baradus? I'm sorry. This time it's certain. Vlad turned his head and looked at the elves gathered beside Baradus. The elves of Ashuran were clinging to the railing, looking out to sea, even in this urgent situation where the sailors were running back and forth. There are spirits nearby. They are more gathered than before. Baradus's finger, which had been pointing out to sea, now pointed at Vlad's sword. These are spirits that originate from the World Tree Mother. They've been out for a long time, but I think I recognize them. Hearing Baradus's words, Vlad quickly closed his left eye. Then, in the world he viewed, he could detect the blue light flowing from the sword's sheath, just as was said. Release the sails, all of them. Following Baradus' finger, Vlad saw flashes of light in the sea, confirming that he should be high up, not at the bow, to show the trail of the World Tree. Everyone, say goodbye to Zemina. From now on, we're heading to hell. The wind of mystery began to blow on the sails lowered by the humans. Then Zemina advanced, as if gliding. However, Harvan, who realized that the momentum was far beyond what he expected, looked at Nibelung with a surprised expression. It's not me. Then, what is it? The dwarves around us widened their eyes as they watched Zemina advance without a single movement. The strange-looking movement was indeed movement, but the color of the sea, which somehow looked different, seemed brighter than usual. There's no time. Release your aura immediately. Quijano gave urgent advice to Vlad, who was climbing the mast. This was because the world seen from below was already full of glowing squid. I know where I need to be. The place I must be now is not the foremost, but the highest. Because this was the only way to show the traces of the world tree flowing through the sword from afar. Good thing we didn't accept the refugees from the beginning. I couldn't protect Josia, but I wanted to be different this time. Although revelation is something you face before you realize it, I still wanted to be a little prepared. Thanks to that determination, the current Samina could move forward without hesitation. Vlad reached the dizzying watchtower and drew his sword with all his might. Then the golden whirl shone brightly. Bubbles in the sea began to bubble along the world that shone like a beacon. A golden light shining alone over an increasingly turbulent sea. The scene, viewed from afar, looked exactly like the image drawn by the priestess of the world tree. Chapter 209. Golden Beacon. 2. Some saw it as something to protect, but for others, it was merely something to harvest. Barbossa's crew smiled gleefully as they watched the dwarves floating in the sea. To them, who didn't see people as humans, the dwarves wandering without a place to go were nothing more than shining gold coins. Not all of them are dwarves. Ha ha ha. This is paradise. However, perhaps they were so excited about the unexpected harvest that they didn't notice the ship slowly drifting away from the group. No, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have paid much attention to it, because the ship approaching them seemed too small and insignificant. What is this? Suddenly, a bright light began to shine over the excited sailors. Although it was midday, the light shone intensely, and though small, it was bright enough to be mistaken for a lighthouse in the port. The flickering light drew closer and closer. Traveling on the small ship they had ignored for its insignificant appearance. The ship, cutting through the sea, was heading directly towards them. Too fast. Too fast. The squids are going crazy. It seemed like they were riding on a silver shelf. The sea was supposed to be blue, but the water's surface under Zamina's feet was now filled with silver. Even Barbossa's ships in the distance seemed bewildered by the light, produced by the swarms of glowing squids. A speed that would make even experienced sailors grit their teeth. The bulging sail already fluttered as if it were about to tear, and the headwind was so strong it was hard to breathe. Everyone hold on tight. The Zamina advanced as if gliding on ice, but contrary to its exterior appearance, the impact the crew had to endure was violent. Joseph's face had already turned pale due to the vibrations, enough to unsettle even the elves with their good sense of balance. Bang! Boom! Boom! Enemy ship attack! They're firing cannonballs! Black dots started flying from Barbossa's ships, which he noticed belatedly. At the ominous explosion heard from afar, Harvin's eyes, hidden under the captain's hat, began to glow intensely. Huff! Screech! Screech! A sinister sound was heard as the wheel was forced to turn. It was the cry of the Zamina, unable to overcome its speed. Boom! Boom! Barbossa's cannonballs narrowly missed despite all their might. Even Baradis, who never lost his composure, swallowed hard as he watched the projectiles fall close by. Everyone on the ship was tense, but Harvin was smiling broadly. When was the last time I ran on my own legs? It felt like the memories of that time, which I could hardly recall, were slowly awakening as the wind blew as if it were tearing me apart. Everyone, brace for impact. Screech! Screech! Sinister creaks echoed throughout the ship. It was the cry of Zamina, exhausted, shattered and burdened with a mission too great for its abilities. However, Harvin believed that Red Rose would definitely make it to the end. It's crashing, The wind blown by Nibalan's magic, and the waves generated by the spirits finally shot Zamina like a cannonball. Even Barbossa's crew couldn't help but watch in fascination at the sudden acceleration. Boom! Crash! The two ships collided with a loud explosion-like sound and began to sway heavily. The small but strong lady managed to open a large hole in the side of the invader. "Everyone jump! Ah, I'm not dead!" "I'm still not dead." The sailors began to jump forward onto the sinking Zemina, riding on the bridge created by the foremost hanging horn. The sharp angle of the charge added force to their assault. How did we say we should take the initiative? And you could see their charge from the top of the collapsing watchtower. It was the sight of a man whose body was covered in traces of Zemina's collapse. With greatness, the dock reached the dock, but the slanted watchtower of Zemina was sinking towards the enemy's deck. As it collapsed slowly, a golden, shiny object fell. At the same time, the sword swung sharply. The path of the sword pointed precisely at the enemy captain, holding the wheel. "This is madness!" The captain's eyes, looking up, filled with light. Two people who had gotten closer by looking at each other passed by. Because there was only one path drawn by the sword, and only one person could stand on it. Whoosh! The captain was slowly crumbling under the blood that had been cut vertically. The moment passed fleetingly, and the light that came was of a precious golden color. "I am Vlad of Soara." The mast of the Zemina, which fell, landed on the deck with a crash. However, Vlad showed no pity for her as she collapsed. "I will not hear any excuses from you who invaded the north. What you must bring is only the name, not the dilapidated form." A chilling aura began to flow from Vlad, who carried the banner of the Red Rose. There are a total of 5 enemy ships. Seeing the Zemina trapped in the flagship, they felt so bewildered that the ships quickly began to approach. Another sailor lost his head due to the strong blow of the axe. The dark-skinned man hidden in the darkness was not something that could be recognized, even if someone was watching. "Harvan, don't worry about me. Just do what you have to do," Otar shouted while looking at Harvan, whose left leg was bleeding, but they no longer had time. "It's now or never. Everyone to your posts." In the crowded hold, enemies and sailors mingled in confusion. The elves and Jaeger were fine, but no matter how good they were, they couldn't block the artillery fire coming from afar. "Gunners ready! Load the fuse!" Arvin had lost his staff and was rolling around helplessly, but he still held the captain's hat he wore. Although the ship was lost, the captain's duty was not yet over, and Harvan was the one who somehow had to open a path for his passengers. "Fire! Fire projectiles! Captain, fire!" Endless repetitions amidst chaotic shouts. The crew of the Zemina, having captured the enemy cannons, began to shout as loud as they could at the approaching ships. Boom! 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 A distance that could not be avoided for being too close. The acrid smoke filled the sky with debris flying everywhere. The enemy ships, which had never expected the dock to be captured in such a short time, abandoned the flank helplessly. "Don't stop. Keep firing." From now on, only quick hands could save them. The ships, realizing that the flagship had been captured, slowly began to open their cannons. The bright tips of the cannons aimed at the sailors on both sides. Emergency increase. At that moment, one of the enemy ships that had finished aiming began to tilt sharply. This was because it was ruthlessly pushed by something resembling a sunfish that jumped from under the sea. Boom! 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 The enemy projectiles that had lost their angle began to rise into the sky in vain. With Harvan's order echoing along with it, fire began to shoot from the dock. A flying projectile and someone's scream. The torn bodies fell to the bottom of the sea. Above the bodies slowly sinking, bubbles rose. It was a bubble emerging from the darkness of the depths of the sea, where not a single ray of light shone. The misty bubble containing someone's breath extended its hand toward the golden beacon shining on the water's surface. Though the color it held was different, it was like a resonance in a very old memory. "We can't advance because of the chains. Take a detour. Impossible. There are reefs everywhere." Barbossa scratched his head, worried by the reports he heard. It seemed that the reason for the desperate defense, despite somehow not being a match for him, was due to timing. "You're so bold." Barbossa looked at the ship in front of him and laughed as if it were absurd. A ship equipped with a strange watermill was constantly luring them here. Although its current appearance was in bad shape due to the projectiles, the flagship of Nidavellir finally managed to complete its mission. "They say there's no iron armor beneath the ship." "That's good to hear." Blood was flowing down his forehead from the splinters, but Olmukar only smiled with satisfaction at the report received. "Tell the submarines to make holes in the bottom of that ship." "Understood." Although these submarines were built to work, not to fight, it would have been easier to drill a hole under the ship. These submarines were originally constructed to extract minerals from the seabed. Boom! Boom! "Sir." "From beneath the ship now." I'm no longer surprised by what emerges. Despite the unsettling sound from beneath the ship that made the sailors nervous, the Golden Duke Barbossa merely shrugged. A strange sunfish swimming under the sea in a ship that moves alone without wind. Moreover, there are chains persistently tying between the reefs. Barbossa grew tired of the dwarves' preparations as they struggled to survive. They say nothing is harder than a dwarf's beard. Just looking at them, they're crazy. However, Barbossa's obsession with gold was closer to madness. Despite the unsettling sound from beneath the ship that made the sailors nervous, the Golden Duke Barbossa merely shrugged. Count, given the state of things, what can we do?" "I'm very sorry." Barbossa, who recognized that he could do nothing, decided to use one of the prepared measures he had brought along. It was originally prepared for the blood dragon, but it was inevitable in the current situation. "May a curse fall upon you and the house of Barbossa." "Are those your last words, Salbar?" The middle-aged man, firmly bound with ropes, looked with eyes full of hatred, but the Golden Duke, Barbossa, only looked at his dagger, unmoved. Any defeated dog would surely bark like the man now, and Barbossa had heard such empty threats many times. "Those words no longer move me." "Gah!" Barbossa cut the man's neck with a familiar motion. The drops of blood from the last Solbara fell from the tip of the dagger he held. Rumble, rumble! As Count Solbara's eyes lost their light, a strong vibration began to resonate from the ship beside him. It was a box that had been tightly sealed with silver chains. Just as they said, it's starting to get out of control. However, the chains that seemed to last forever were now rapidly rusting. This was because they could no longer fulfill their noble vow, as they had lost the oath, passed down through the blood. The southern lineage that had maintained the oath for so long until now was finally cut by a ruthless pirate. Amidst the sinister sound of the box, the shadow under the sea darkened. That shadow had been held by a being that had followed the dragon fragment from the south. An old man was watching the sea from the edge of a cliff on the island of Lemnos. Those who couldn't fight took refuge, and all the warriors who could fight left for the battlefield, leaving the island empty, but Ruchta was determined to protect this forge. Even if you are an insignificant old man, you have the duty to preserve it until the end. What the hell is that? Although Ruchta remained with such firm resolve, what he was seeing now was hard to accept. The sea was crying, because something hard to handle was emerging beneath it. The ships of Nidavellir were trembling dangerously from that enormous howl, like a pathetic leaf that seemed ready to fall at any moment. "Oh my God!" A hoarse voice came out of Ruchta's mouth. Before his eyes unfolded a scene so incredible he couldn't believe it. It was a spectacle that even he, who had lived a long time, couldn't dare to withstand. Yeah! There was a dragon that raised its head while crossing the sea. It was a being so enormous that its extended head reached the sky. With its roar, even the clouds in the sky hid. The greatest dragon, Leviathan. The largest and perfect remnant of the dragon now appeared in the waters of the island of Lemnos. Chapter 210. The sword was crying with a force that seemed to tear the sky over the roaring sea. The image of the Leviathan, rising so high it brushed the clouds, was something that could not be gazed upon without reverence. The sudden appearance of the dragon made everyone on the battlefield forget to breathe due to its immensity. My God, was this the most perfect dragon of ancient times? It was as ancient as it was enormous, and as enormous as it was wondrous. As Omukar gazed at the Leviathan's eyes shining through the thick clouds, he unconsciously shut his eyes tightly. Boom! However, in that moment when even the waves held their breath, a sharp sound broke the silence. Though it was just a cannon shot, it was a sound that captured everyone's attention. Enemy flagship cannon fire. It was a projectile wrapped in an ominous red glow. The sight of the cannonballs flying against the dark sky looked like a meteor shower falling from the heavens. But the meteor shower launched by Barboza was a false star that granted only one person's wish. The bait has been cast. Barboza, the Golden Duke, smiled as he watched the red trajectory slowly bend toward the island of Lemnos. To capture a wild prey, it had to be weakened first. Though it was unfortunate to lose pieces, that visible dragon could brutally destroy the dwarves' defenses. Guruo R. As expected, the Leviathan's eyes began to glow intensely red upon seeing the dragon fragments flying toward the island of Lemnos. It was not desire or ambition, but instinctive perfection that it craved, as that perfection had just passed close to it. Now leave the rest to the dragon. Though that gigantic body might tear the island to pieces, it didn't matter. Gold coins, even if broken, will still shine. All he had to do was pick up the pieces left by the dragon. Barboza! From the rolling waves came Olmukar's roar, filled with rage. He realized what Barboza had just done upon seeing the Leviathan's red eyes. Swoosh! However, despite his anger, there was not the slightest hesitation in the Leviathan's movements. Each time that serpent-like body writhed, the sea, unable to contain its enormity, began to scream. All ships, prepare for bombardment. Divert attention from the island. And those screams were directed solely at the island of Lemnos, the home of the dwarves. Seeing their island dangerously exposed before the largest entity, the dwarves of Nidavellir gritted their teeth. The seabed split open, and a scorching heat emerged from within. Amidst the raging current created by that aimless heat, a sunfish wobbled precariously. Why is it shaking so much? The Vulcan submarine, returning to the island of Lemnos after evacuating the dwarf refugees, shook violently. Vlad and his companions inside were startled by the relentless tremors of the submarine. Vulcan? What's happening? The volcanoes are starting to erupt. Amid the constant sound of creaking pedals, Vulcan's restrained voice could be heard. Although he tried not to show it, his voice was filled with anxiety that he couldn't help but convey. Volcanoes? What volcanoes are here? There are mountains under the sea, too, and they are much fiercer than those on the surface. Upon hearing about underwater mountains, Nabelin's ears perked up, but he couldn't lift his head. At this moment, Vulcan's submarine was caught in the strong current, swaying back and forth. The seasickness he thought he had overcome on the Zemina ship returned with the same intensity. I don't understand why the volcanoes are behaving like this all of a sudden. Thump! When Vulcan said he wasn't sure, Vlad silently rested the back of his head against the wall. Because now he felt the remnants of perfection that could be discerned just by the beating of his heart. It's a dragon. Although Vulcan didn't understand the cause, Vlad knew whose fault it was. The remnants of the fallen dragon, hungry for perfection, always appeared accompanied by someone's cries. "Captain, look at this. What's going on?" Vulcan quickly looked through the periscope at his subordinate's urgent call. Then, the sea he saw was a miserable sight. The squids are all dead. The sea surface was filled with squids that couldn't withstand the boiling heat of the sea. These were the corpses of the squids that had been pushing the Zemina, and now followed the submarine. Thump! The squids, having lost their place due to the struggle of the giant being, panicked and didn't know what to do. The squids, which were supposed to live in the cold sea, tried to avoid the continuously erupting volcanoes, but their world was already in the process of collapsing miserably. The sea spirits were once again crushed by a gigantic whirl. Seeing their delicate movements, a silver wave started to rise from the depths of the sea. Woo! An ancient entity that blocked the heat with its body to protect the spirits began to emit a cry of silent fury upon seeing the spirits die. And at the same time, Vlad's sword began to vibrate. The sword, resonating with the fury of the ancient entity, trembled violently. Although it didn't know what it wanted to be, at this moment it wanted to be something. No! Each of the ray scales enveloped the island. The cries of the island of Lemnos, trapped between the body that squeezed it tightly, echoed everywhere. No! An elderly dwarf cried upon seeing the island collapse disastrously. Ruta shed thick tears upon seeing the last world of the dwarves crumble before him. Boom! Bang! Urgent cannon sounds were heard from the distant sea. The ships of Nidavar incessantly fired their cannons at the dragon, trying to take the island. But to the Leviathan, seeking the dragon fragments, they were less than the buzzing of a mosquito. At the dragon's fierce roar demanding its prey, the top of the island of Lemnos finally broke. The hot lava flowing from there was the island's blood and the dwarves' bitter tears. "Leave us alone, damn you! Leave us alone!" The elderly man, now exhausted, fell to his knees before the storm that blew incessantly. Rutha, seeing the entities that relentlessly forced them to kneel, finally lost the strength to resist. Guru, yes, here I am. Come and take me. Whoever possesses me will get closer to perfection. The largest dragon laughed while looking at the elderly man, or rather at the dragon fragment embedded in the cliff beside him, pulsing with a vibrant red. The largest dragon already knew well. It is always easier and sweeter to take others' possibilities than one's own. Voo. Kashiafi. However, suddenly the Leviathan turned its head at the cold sensation enveloping it from the bottom of the sea. The silver sea suddenly became brighter. The enormous tentacles floating above slowly rose toward Leviathan. What is that now? Barboza, who had been smiling at the Leviathan's victory, was left speechless upon seeing a huge squid suddenly appear. Is it another dragon? No. The tentacles rising toward the sky stared at the largest dragon. A feast of bright silver light illuminated the suckers attached to the tentacles, along with the falling seawater. That is a kraken! Too, in response to someone's shout, the high tentacles began to descend, toward the largest dragon, toward the being that takes others' potential. Crack! A massive sound that human ears couldn't catch. With the noise splitting the air, everyone at sea covered their ears. The sea also seemed shocked, throwing up huge waves that shook the floating ships. How the hell is this happening? The largest dragon, and now the greatest sea spirit. In a scene that seemed taken from a myth, Both humans and dwarves just clung helplessly to the railings. Grrr. Ah. And now, on the horizon of the humans' view, there was something that worried the Leviathan more than the kraken wrapping around it. It was the young dragon rushing toward the pulsating red fragment. It is the fragment of the most perfect dragon. You can't let them take it. Oh, damn it. A golden light rushed toward the dragon piece, clinging to its beating heart. It was Vlad, wielding a vibrating sword that waved with the remnants of the young Yggdrasil. Damn! It's too far. Seeing the dragon fragment precariously embedded in the middle of the cliff, Vlad lifted his head and met the giant gazers watching him. The Leviathan and the kraken. Though they didn't speak, their eyes seemed to communicate something that Vlad understood as he lunged toward the cliff rocks. Guys! A dragon roaring at him not to do it, and a kraken urging him to do it quickly. The sounds they made were enough to make the stones he held with his hands crumble, but Vlad didn't stop moving toward the pieces. Swoosh! The white sandy beach of the island of Lemnos was helplessly washed away by the waves created by giant beings. Under the rising volcanic ash, Vlad, with great effort, descended the cliff and finally saw the dragon's bright red fragment. Thump! Hurry and take me, young dragon. If you possess me, you can achieve perfection. I am the fragment of the most perfect dragon. I am a knight, aren't I, Quijano? That's right. Although Vlad hesitated for a moment before the red glow that tempted him, the voice inside reminded him of who he was. You are your own master no matter what others say, with my potential, not the potential of others. The right path is narrow and deep, but the knight's spirit that chooses that path will always be noble. Vlad, who had identified his master in the collapsing sea, reached out and grabbed the piece of the leaf. Thump! 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 To the rhythm of the heartbeat, an ominous red color enveloped Vlad's body. Vlad felt he was going mad due to that strange sensation, but even so, the voice echoing in his head clung to him tightly. Vlad Oreo, you are the brightest knight I've ever known. Possibilities are what can become anything. Even the fragment of the most perfect dragon could become a sword in the hands of the one who desired it. The sword was crying. Although it contained the star's glow, the sword wielded by the dragon cried. One, because now it knew what it was meant to become. Chapter 211. Dragon Slayer 1. It's easy to take something from someone else. It's fun to laugh at other people's efforts. Every time someone's challenge shatters, I feel unbearable joy. Because their failures prove my perfection. Grrr! The ominous fragment he held in his hand burned intensely. Following the violently flowing blood, his once blue eyes now glowed a bright blue, and his clenched teeth grew sharper and sharper. As if that were your true nature. Ah! The dragon fragment, now completely absorbed and shapeless, disappeared. Vlad drew his sword, trying to shake off the sinister energy. Damn it! Crack! Behind him, the dragon roared, and below, the black waves churned at the center of the cliff. In that precarious place, Vlad drove his sword into the middle of the cliff. The upward movement was not driven by the inner whisper, but by his own vow. Buzz! 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 The sword wept as it watched Vlad, seeing its master trying to climb up, trampling the threats around and the temptations within him. The World Tree Sword, which was just a child, knew who it was but didn't know what it wanted to become. Grrr! I don't want to live like this, damn it! And now, he knew. What do I want to become? Vlad's fierce roar towards the dragons awakened the unfinished sword, and each forward movement showed the path to perfection. Yes, look up as you swore to me. Vlad's heart pounded as he heard Quijano's cry. More precisely, It wasn't his heart, but what Vlad had harbored all this time. Ah! Following Quijano's cry, as he climbed the cliff, Vlad let out a gasp at the heat he felt from deep within his breastplate. The pocket near the breastplate, which suddenly heated up, was where the coins given by the old knights were kept. Quijano, it seems your sword is awakening. The rusty coins that the old knights had given him with their honor. Though the rusty surface seemed insignificant, inside there was a silver glow that Vlad hadn't noticed. The true color of the coins the old knights tried to give Vlad was a genuine silver. For a silver knight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as a child wants to become a knight, the unfinished sword also wanted to be completed. And Vlad could become a knight because there were stars that showed him the right way, like the silver lights now slowly moving from Vlad's chest. The sword in his hand shone. Though born for a star, the sword wished to contain the dragon fragment for its master. The true silver, flowing according to the sword's will, protected the young sword from the dragon's ferocity. In that dark place where it was impossible to distinguish between sky and sea, there was a star shining, reborn. The name of that star, which it desired to be, was the Dragon Slayer. What's wrong with that? Barbosa, watching the fight of the two monsters from the distant sea, expressed his bewilderment as he saw Leviathan suddenly stop. Though there was an unexpected attack from the Kraken, it seemed to be winning just a moment ago. Why is it retreating when it was winning? Dragons are inherently the closest to perfection. That's why it should never back down. But Leviathan was now unwinding its slippery body, as if trying to escape quickly. A cliff. It's scary. And the place Leviathan looked at with a puzzled gaze was the cliff of Lemnos Island, where Vlad had managed to climb from below. Wow. Up close, it's even uglier. There was a Leviathan right in front of him, so large it was daunting to even look up, but Vlad was only smiling as he wiped the sweat. The largest dragon, and the most perfect dragon fragment. Though their sizes were incomparably different, Vlad, holding the most perfect fragment, had no reason to feel inferior in the world of dragons. Is it a bit short? Thump! Vlad was measuring the distance between the cliff he stood on and Leviathan. When he thought the distance was too long to jump, an ominous red color began to flow from the sword he held. It was a new possibility that the Dragon Slayer sword, containing the dragon fragment, offered him. No, it's not too short, adding the ferocity that flowed with the sword towards a more perfect body. Vlad, feeling euphoric for being able to do anything, looked at the largest dragon in front of him. This is enough to reach it. The place where I stood was still the same, but the world I was in had changed. Vlad raised his sword when he saw Leviathan, now so close he could see it at a glance. Huff! Vlad crouched, following the one-hit kill technique taught by Quijano, like an arrow about to be shot. This technique, started by a swordmaster, emphasized a single strike from the fencing of a duelist. Here I go. Yes, the swordmaster's technique deployed on a dragon's body. Faced with a possibility he hadn't even imagined, Quijano's heart also pounded heavily. The ground where his feet had struck collapsed, and the figure of Vlad, who had been there a moment ago, disappeared. The only thing left was a faint residual image of golden light, and a slight wind blowing late. Grrr! Note! The golden light starting from the cliff already reached the body, surpassing Leviathan's roar. It was a gesture that showed no fear of the waves at the bottom of the cliff, or the monsters right in front of him. Crack! Shh! A chilling sound, as if a bone was breaking, was heard from Leviathan's body where the sword was embedded, but Vlad ended up making a sound as if he was in trouble. This was because, although he did it himself, the unexpected speed exceeded the target location. Again! However, despite being a small sword stuck, What caught my attention was a threat to existence itself. Grrr! Leviathan, aware of the threat of the dragon slayer sword, let out a great roar and violently shook its body to get rid of Vlad. The gigantic body, larger than any mountain, shook the island of Lemnos dangerously. At that gesture, a wave so large spread that even distant ships couldn't resist. Oh! The Kraken was also surprised by Leviathan's sudden action, but the old spirit knew what it had to do. The Kraken began to wrap its entire body around Leviathan, who was trying to dive back into the sea, so it couldn't submerge again and leave its body exposed to Vlad. Humans and dwarves could only stare at the sight of the gigantic, majestic serpent, and the squid holding on tightly. I see it. It was as if two ropes were tangled and taut. Vlad, feeling Leviathan's body tremble under his feet, began to look at the enormous body wrapping around the island, not the head that had already plunged into the sea. The dragon's sharp eyes now showed the optimal path August had taught him. Crack! Vlad drew his sheathed sword, closed his left eye, and began to focus on his own world, towards a deeper place and a wider surface. Gathering the worlds touching his, he began to rebuild his own world. Ooh! Ruchta, crying on the collapsing island, let out an exclamation unknowingly. It was because he saw a huge new tree rising from the ruins where everything was collapsing. Ha! The world that holds me is Kihano's world. What I want to do is become an honorable knight. What I have now in my hand is a dragon-slaying sword, and the world that holds me is the world of the spirits guarding the sea. Let's finish this. Crack! A knight, a dragon hunter, and a savior of spirits. Vlad Ario. The world he summoned was embedded in the largest dragon's body. Like a mountain. Grrr! Wha! Ha! With Leviathan's roar, Vlad began to run, cutting through the largest dragon's body. Leviathan's wounds, starting from a small point, began to gradually spread into a line as Vlad advanced. Oh my God! A golden line slowly dividing Leviathan's body. The Nidavellir dwarves couldn't close their mouths as they watched that marvelous light. A child born as a dragon but dreaming of the stars. A sword born as a star, but containing a dragon fragment. The light created by the two was already creating a large circle along Leviathan's body wrapping around the island of Lemnos. One. A desolate desert filled with sand. In that place where everything was silent, a man who had lost all color looked at his sword, crying. You seem to be in a good mood for the first time in a long while. A knight in silver armor trembled in his hand. The sword had been silent until it cut through the dragon's skin, but for some reason it now trembled as if reacting to something. Is something wrong? No. Frausen responded to the voice of the woman behind him and silently swung his sword to shake off the blood. A knight now left with nothing but duty, without a gram of glory. In front of him, the death worm, known as the hardest dragon, was split in half, soaking the dry desert with its own blood. Thump, thump. Frausen's heart slowed gradually as the death worm's heat cooled. Frausen silently placed his hand over his chest and closed his eyes as he felt the sound grow quieter. It finally stopped. The heart of another presence, not his own. It was a type that made my withered body run, but Frausen's face, as he felt the sound, was filled only with a faint expression of discomfort. Will this being serve as you mentioned? Of course. I've tried it before, though it was just a young one. Then concluded. Frausen quietly walked away from the deathworm's body, leaving behind the woman whose feet could not touch the ground. Where do you plan to go now? Frausen silently lifted his head in response to Ramashtu's question. After looking west for a moment, he soon turned and began looking in the opposite direction. To the center of the empire. The place where the most perfect dragon was killed, and where now the oldest dragon resides. Frausen walked towards the city he had built with a gaze devoid of any emotion. Thump, thump. As he walked slowly, the darkness of his hands gradually faded, like the heart of the owner that no longer beats without the dragon's blood. Frausen's eyes, looking beyond the desert, had suddenly become those of a dead man, sinking little by little. Chapter 212. Dragon Slayer 2, the golden line cutting through Leviathan, began to grow more intense. The line, which shone even brighter because both the sea and the sky were completely black, looked like a horizon containing the rising sun when seen from a distance. Wow! Talent is inherited. Blood calls. A dragon killing a dragon. Barbossa, the Golden Duke, opened his mouth in genuine admiration as he watched Vlad running along Leviathan's body. Kruruar. The further the line advanced, the louder Leviathan's roar became. Barbossa, watching Vlad recreate a legendary scene, began to clap softly. Captain! Captain! Andal Jaus. After a long howl, the sea dawned. Barbossa's aide, seeing the sea come, belatedly began to look for his captain. The battle with the dwarves, which began with a fight of 43 ships against 7, suddenly turned into a disaster with the appearance of the dragon and the kraken, and they vaguely realized that even that situation was now a disadvantage for. Creak, creak! What? However, Barbossa, who had been applauding Vlad until a moment ago, was no longer there. He had quietly gone to a corner of the railing, lowering a lifeboat. What is he doing? At the astonished question from the first officer, Barbossa only shrugged. Hey, do you know what's more valuable than gold in this world? Yes? As he asked that question, Barbossa lowered the lifeboat and, with a mischievous smile, climbed onto the railing. It's life. Life. If you survive, we'll see each other again. Splash! With those words, Barbossa jumped into the sea without any regret. The first officer, shocked by the absurd situation in front of him, soon looked up at the sky with wide eyes as if understanding something. Sorry. The largest dragon had fallen, and now only the kraken remained over the sea. The large eyes that looked at the humans began to squint. Shh! As the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, Barbossa's crew began to murmur anxiously. Above them, a huge tentacle rose high into the sky. That can't be. Is it really not? However, although they desperately wanted to believe it wasn't, the sinister feeling was always there. One of the kraken's tentacles, which had stood tall like a long tower toward the sky, began to bend like a whip. Run! Everyone jump into the sea. Despite the crew's screams, the kraken's tentacle did not stop. In front of the gigantic world of spirits, the ships brought by humans were nothing more than wooden boards. Wah! Screams echoed over the waves that splashed like fireworks. The dwarves shrank their short necks as they saw the remains of the ships drifting aimlessly. The sun rose over the horizon that Vlad had drawn for the dragon, leaving behind the tragic collapsed island of Lemnos. The sea, stained red with dragon blood, carried Barbossa's golden flag floating. In the sea, with bright red waves stained with blood, Vlad, sitting on an uneven reef, was retching and had a pale expression. His head was spinning, and he had no strength in his hands, a feeling similar to when he had borrowed Kihano's strength. There's a problem with this. Vlad wiped the corner of his mouth and began to look at the sword that had just cut Leviathan. When he received the power of the fragment, he felt a sense of euphoria. but he also felt the aftermath was severe. Buzz, buzz. The World Tree Sword was blue when he first held it, but now it was wrapped in silver metal. No, the one that should now be called Dragon Slayer because it contained a piece of dragon must have felt Vlad's eyes on it, so it began to hum and say something. What is it saying now? However, the buzz had not yet fully reached Vlad. The knight and the sword looked exactly alike, but they had not yet been deeply assimilated into each other's world. They still needed more time to fully trust each other. Are you still looking at me? That's right. Do I look angry? No. After hearing Quijano's response, Vlad cautiously looked up. When he looked up, there were still giant eyes staring at him. The ancient sea spirit. The Kraken. The being that had just reduced 43 ships to dust was now looking only at Vlad with its large eyes. You don't blame me for eating some squid earlier, do you? You won't blame me for having eaten some calamari before, right? Oh, noes. The Kraken looked at the young knight who was a dragon, but not a dragon. The sword Vlad held emitted a familiar energy, and his blue eyes reflected a glorious night of the past. It seems like it's looking at me. However, it seemed that the glorious knight did not recognize it. Well, back then, it wasn't as big as it is now, so it was natural not to be recognized. However, although it wasn't recognized, the Kraken decided to be content with the encounter, drawn by a welcoming light. Ch, I'm leaving. With a sigh of relief from Vlad, the Kraken began to submerge again into the depths of the sea to do its work. The ancient sea spirit, who had to protect the young spirits from the heat of the endlessly erupting volcanoes, had to continue with its duty. Rumble! With a thundering sound, the wounded sea spilled its blood. That hot, thick blood spread across the sea and the island of Lemnos, showing its presence. Vlad, get up here quickly. The sea where the Kraken had disappeared. Lava continuously flowing from the top of a collapsed mountain. Vlad, who was quietly sitting alone on a reef in the sea, contemplating the enormous and powerful world in his eyes, turned his head when he heard a voice calling him. We must quickly go see the blacksmith. The island is sinking. Vlad, who heard Vulcan's cry, silently sheathed his dragon-slaying sword while watching the sea heat up. The one that kept buzzing seemed to know that now was the time to be silent, so it simply settled quietly into its sheath. A week had passed since the volcanoes in the west erupted. The Sea of Lemnos Island, once covered by thick fog, was now filled with volcanic ash, and the dwarves who had taken refuge in the city of Nassau were still resting their tired bodies in a place set up in the city. Thank you for keeping your promise, Joseph of Bayezid. It was something that needed to be done, warlord. Olmukar held the glass of whiskey Joseph offered him, swirling it around his lips. The aroma spreading over the tip of his tongue was certainly wonderful, but he didn't have the time or the qualifications to savor it at this moment. Still, we can't stay here forever. No matter how considerate Bayezid was, it was true that the dwarves had once again lost their homeland. If the central point of Nidavellir is lost like this, the dwarves will face the same fate as the aimlessly wandering beastmen. In the end, we'll have no choice but to accept the Northern Alliance's offer. With the whiskey glass on the table, Olmukar let out a deep sigh. Surviving was a relief, but to continue living, they would have to fight again. Olmukar, who realized that the only alliance he could choose was the Northern Alliance, felt a bitter water welling up inside him. You won't regret that decision. Joseph, with his hands behind his back, was looking outside and saw a carriage approaching the mansion. Although the carriage was the common type in the north, the flag waving on it did not belong to the north. The last Ravnoma promised that if you help defeat Gaidar, the city of Torchia will be yours. Joseph, who confirmed that Charlotte Ravnoma had arrived at the mansion, looked at Olmukar and raised his teacup. Torchia is a port city that originally belonged to Gaidar, but was taken by the Golden Duke Barbossa. However, since Barbossa's whereabouts was still unknown, Torchia, without an owner, couldn't protect itself from anyone's attacks. I'd rather trust Bayezid than the illusory Ravnoma. Olmukar looked at Joseph, who was by the window, and pulled a letter from his pocket. The letter, entirely in sinister black, was the one Joseph had given him when he first arrived on Lemnos Island. As you wish, we will hand over the sacred artifact we have been guarding. I hope this serves as proof of our alliance. Of course it will. And please. Olmukar stood up after finishing what he had to say. He finally spoke to Joseph, giving him a heavy look he couldn't hide. It's not my place to say things like this, but take care. Thank you for your consideration. A homeless leader sending his concern. Joseph felt a bit bitter about the reality that even Olmukar, who had a very busy future ahead, was sending his sincere concerns. But I still have to do it. Joseph slightly turned his head from the window and looked at the black letter on the desk. The letter, with its blasphemous symbols drawn on it, was filled with darkness that even the sunlight coming through the window couldn't illuminate. Clang! Clang! Somewhere in the port of Nassau City. Though it was usually a remote and deserted alley, it was now crowded with people. Someone stepped on me. Get in line! Weren't you behind me just a moment ago? That's why. Who told you to lose your place? In front of the crowd of people arguing and fighting, there was a small building with a chimney that constantly belched smoke. In the past, it was just a rundown smithy that was falling apart. But now it had temporarily reopened under Joseph's instructions. Phew! The old man and the kid are having a hard time. Vlad clicked his tongue as he watched the young lizard constantly spitting fire at the old tall furnace. There was probably no one whose heart wouldn't break seeing him work so hard to help in any way possible. There's no other choice. Without a safe place, even children have to do their part. However, Ruchta, who was beside him, simply struck the metal silently, as if he had no emotion. The old dwarf, who had survived hardships as a slave, was a man who knew well that even a child, no matter how small, had to do their part. So, why did you come here? I'm busy. I'm leaving. Ruchta's eyebrows arched when he saw Vlad saying he was leaving with an indifferent voice. Where to? I don't know. I don't have a fixed destination. Scratching his head, Vlad answered Ruchta's question. There was work to be done, but he still couldn't decide where to go. But anyway, I have to go. Vlad is the one who promised to find Quijano's name. But now Quijano's name was split in half, and wandering somewhere in the empire with a sinister darkness, so to fully fulfill the promise, he had to find the man who identified as Frozen. There are some things I still haven't repaid, and also for the memory of Justia, who died for him. Vlad would never forget the little canary that had tried to show him the way. Give me that. What? Your sword, idiot. Give me the sword. Ruchta extended his hand without even turning his head towards Vlad, who said he was leaving. You said you couldn't fix it. That was before. Before the knight who had protected them left, he wanted to do him one last favor. Ruchta nodded while looking at the dragon-slaying sword carefully placed in his hand. It's different now. The sword that had found its desired form. The World Tree sword, which wanted to share its owner's burden, took a piece of a sinister dragon and assumed its complete form. The young sword, which had only been standing on the world's border, had now fully merged into this world through Vlad. So Ruchta's hammer would also be fully within its reach. Now I can sharpen the blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flames emitted by the young lizard reached the sword that was crying. The heating process was not without pain, but the dragon slayer sword decided to endure it, because now it realized that to grow, it needed this kind of cooling. Wait a bit. I'll do it quickly. Clang! Clang! Gathering the breath of the young spirit, the last dwarf blacksmith struck the sword, wishing that the sword he was forging for the knight who had protected them would become a little stronger. As Vlad watched that scene, for some reason, the image of the old smithy in Sorara came to mind. Feeling the heat of the smithy warming at the end of winter, Vlad simply sat there, not understanding, and watched the old furnace. Chapter 213. There's a path in the darkness. 1. It was early in the morning, just as the sun began to rise. Although it was the end of winter, the cold wind was still felt as Vlad contemplated the city of Nassau. It seems this incident was beneficial for Captain Harvin. Vlad silently shook his head when he heard Joseph's voice coming from beside him. Harvin won't see it that way. He always had a lot of affection for his ship. Really? Well, he did seem to have a special attachment to his ship. The sea shimmered with the morning sun. A large ship was slowly leaving the port of Nassau, cutting through the crystal-clear waters. The galleon-class ship, said to be hard to find in the north, was the ship that Vlad and his crew had captured from Barbossa's men. At least it's a relief to have recovered the flag. Vlad silently spoke as he watched the ship slowly and lonely sail out to sea. Although it lost its original form, Harvin's new ship could retain its name. As if to prove it, a flag with a red rose engraved on it waved from the highest point of the mast. It was the only trace Vlad took from the sinking Zemina. "Where are you going now?" Vlad opened his mouth while watching the new Zemina sail north. The work with the dwarves was done. Through this incident, Joseph got what he wanted, and Vlad was able to safely complete the contract he thought he couldn't fulfill. In other words, there were now no obligations or debts between Joseph and Vlad. "I'm going to the central region. To be precise, I plan to meet with the lords in the northern border area." "To the center?" Joseph, who opened the carriage door, smiled at Vlad and answered, "I no longer have support in the north. Now I have to seek it elsewhere." "I see. My final destination is the Count Oscar family, which is my maternal family. I'm sure they'll help me there." Joseph kept saying he would aspire to the position of head of Bayezid, but Vlad could only feel an unknown sentiment in his words. Unlike his fierce past, his smile had somehow become lighter. Vlad felt a sense of strangeness that was hard to explain in words due to the subtle change in attitude that only those who watched closely could recognize. "What are you planning to do?" Vlad was speechless for a moment at Joseph's question. He was sure of what he had to do, but he still had no idea where to go. "They say dragons are dying." "Yes? From the west. There are reports of their corpses scattered everywhere." Joseph shrugged and continued as if he knew all his worries. "They say their remains are heading towards the center." After saying these last words, Joseph entered the carriage and poked his head out of the open window. "If you want, I can lend you food for your horse and a place to camp on the way." "Thanks you. But I can't offer you a place in my carriage. This one is much smaller than the previous one." It was no longer about settling debts, but about moving towards their respective destinations. Vlad followed Joseph's slowly moving carriage and grabbed Noir's reins. The son of the prairies, eager to depart, neighed loudly. "He seems to be doing well. He's always been clear about what he wants." Joseph silently looked out the window as Jaeger, who was sitting across from him, spoke. The winter road was still icy. However, the spirit of spring would soon be felt. "Still, unlike before, it seems you've gained a bit more common sense." However, Joseph, who until then hadn't been able to withstand the cold, carefully opened the box given to him by the dwarves. Inside was an ancient tea set, clearly made by an artisan. Although the cups seemed too delicate to use, Joseph took them without hesitation and began to brew tea. "I'm glad to see you learn it well." The Zemina ship, Vlad, and Joseph. Nassau was a city where those who were supposed to be there were now leaving. There, in the depths of the sea, silver waves were moving along the ship heading north. Deep places where humans dared not approach were filled with squids heading north in search of cooler nests. People were lined up along the richly decorated hall. The red carpet on the floor was adorned with gold threads, and the white marble walls were decorated with all kinds of jewels and colorful flowers. In the end, I have to accept it. The faces of the gathered people were as wonderful as the appearance of the magnificent banquet hall. Nobles, royalty, and honorable knights. But on the face of Prince Armand, the highest-ranking person present, there was a shadow he couldn't erase. From the day the Empire was founded until now, I have been thinking about how to thank Duke Sarnus for fulfilling his duty so well. The first to speak was a young boy who still seemed to have the soft skin of youth. However, atop the boy's head was a heavy crown that seemed difficult for someone his age to bear. Therefore, I have decided that Duke Sarnus, who has been more loyal than anyone in the Empire's history, deserves a worthy reward. The words he spoke were fluent, as if he had practiced them, but his voice constantly trembled. Perhaps the young emperor felt overwhelmed by the aura of the man kneeling before him. Rise, Duke Sarnus. In the name of the emperor, I present you this box as a token of my gratitude. Following the young emperor's instructions, servants brought out strange-looking boxes. The box, which resembled a coffin, was tightly bound with silver chains. This is too much for me, Your Majesty. The man kneeling before the emperor had bright blonde hair. I fear repeating past mistakes. His eyes, raised towards the emperor, were bluer than any jewel in the hall. But if this is another obligation the Empire imposes on me, I will gladly accept it. However, when he finally stood up, his presence was greater than anyone else's here, even more than the young emperor standing before him. This piece is now yours, Duke Sarnus. The oldest dragon, Sarnus Dragulia. The man extended his hand towards the box that had been split by the founding king and guarded by princes throughout generations. Thank you, Your Majesty. Prince Armand looked away as Sarnus extended his hand towards the most perfect piece. His blue eyes shone. Until recently they were human eyes, but now they were vertically narrowed. What he had been waiting for a long time was now before his eyes. It doesn't seem like the typical basement of a duchy. The humidity in the air was thick. The stone spiral staircase was slippery, and the air grew colder as he descended, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Was it necessary to make it this deep? In the capital Brigantes, there was a mansion with a shadow as dark as the passage of time. The carvings here and there were beautiful, but it was a somewhat gloomy place, and perhaps due to the direction it was built. It was a mansion that generally did not receive much sunlight. The mansion of Duke Dragulia. Bishop Pedro, who was secretly lurking around the uninhabited mansion, lit the stairs with a torch. I can't even see the end. The only thing the torchlight revealed was a darkness so dense it seemed impossible to penetrate. At the foot of the stairs, there was only darkness, so deep that not even a devout servant of God could estimate its reach. Crack! After descending the seemingly endless stairs and finally reaching the floor, Pedro couldn't hide his nervous expression when he heard the dull sound under his toes. Feeling reluctant, Pedro hastily waved the torch and realized he was now in an enormous circular hall. It seems there's another mansion beneath the mansion. If it were an ordinary mansion, the basement wouldn't have been dug so deeply. Pedro's senses as an inquisitor seemed to come alive as he looked at Dragulia's secret basement, whose intentions were hard to discern. "Please, help me!" A faint voice was heard momentarily. Pedro, who heard a weak voice, like a lamp about to go out, quickly pointed the torch toward the darkness. "Who's there?" Around the circular hole, there were many strangely placed iron bars. Looking at the place that seemed like a prison, Bishop Pedro silently made the sign of the cross over his chest. and pointed the torch in the direction from where the voice was heard. There, in the center of the darkness, was an old man. An old man as withered as an autumn leaf. Please, get me out of here. The old man, waving his hand along the bright light, recognized the grayish-white eyes that looked at him and began to make a strange expression. Bishop Pedro? Although it was the first place he had been, and the first old man he saw, upon hearing his name in that familiar voice, Pedro made an effort to hide his surprise. Do you know me? It's me, Bishop Pedro. The old man's clouded eyes were finally regaining their original color as he looked at the bright torchlight shining over the exorcist. I am Radu Dragulia. What? The color his eyes regained was blue. His face, wrinkled and worn, didn't seem familiar, but the color of his eyes did. Please, get me out of here. Bishop Radu Dragulia. Yes. Please, Bishop. Bishop Pedro, unknowingly, took a step back upon seeing the old man sobbing sadly. This was because an unknown feeling growing inside him warned him not to get any closer. Lord, please hear me and respond. Give me light so that I do not sleep the sleep of death. As the exorcist recited the verses, the torch he held began to burn intensely. Then, a pure white light started to ripple from the depths of Dragulia, which was filled only with darkness. My God! But this place, illuminated by divine light, was a terrible hell. It was a prison, a hell reserved only for dragons. Within the bars, there was a sticky, bloody smell that made me wonder why I only noticed it now. Please, get me out of this vampire nest. The hidden depths beneath Dragulia were filled with the repressed screams of dragons. They were the cries of miserable beings who had to offer their blood for the oldest of possibilities. Chapter 214. There is a path in the darkness. 2. It was time to leave, but Winter seemed reluctant to go. The winter wind lashed against the window as if trying to hold on. Joseph had an idea as he gazed at the winter wind blowing through the window. That's right, Joseph of Bayezid. You've come from far away to find me. Joseph was pulled from his thoughts by the voice he heard and looked at the man in front of him. An old man smiling with a crackling fireplace behind him. He had an impressive and elegant mustache and was Baron Moldavir, Lord of Kisingnor, a town around here. Thank you for granting me this audience, Baron. This winter has been long, and I've had few visitors. Your arrival is welcome. What he heard was clearly a response full of affection. However, Joseph, who was carefully observing the Baron's eyes, realized that he wasn't particularly pleased with him. Nevertheless, despite your visit, I can't help you this time. As expected, Baron Moldavir, who put down the teacup just as Joseph had thought, shrugged and continued to refuse. It is difficult to intervene in the affairs of another family without a good reason. Besides, you have already been eliminated from the competition for succession. The Baron didn't say this with any particular malice, but his words were even sharper for it. He was saying that Joseph's proposal lacked weight and was just empty noise. Joseph, who understood the Baron's words, simply bowed his head in silence. Although I can't offer you much help, please feel comfortable during your stay here. Despite seeing little utility in Joseph's visit, Baron Moldavir didn't dismiss him abruptly. This was because he didn't want to lose ground to Bayezid, who was now gaining power in some way. By the way, this tea you've brought is quite good. I'm glad you like it. Well, although the tea leaves have a black color that isn't very attractive, perhaps due to the rejection a moment ago, the air in the room seemed a bit cold. However, even in that atmosphere, Joseph showed no signs of disappointment. It seemed too natural to say that he was trying to hide his disappointment. The tea set and the tea you've brought are quite refined for someone so young. The cups were a gift from my mother. She always wanted me to drink hot tea instead of ruining myself with alcohol. Joseph, who was naturally arranging the tea utensils he had taken out, just looked indifferently at the Baron, who was drinking tea as if nothing had happened. Joseph's tea had a sinister black color that made it difficult to call it common green tea. While watching the Baron's throat slowly swallow the tea, Joseph's gaze darkened. While Joseph was meeting with Baron Moldavir, Vlad and Nabilon were investigating all over Kisignor. To be precise, they were looking for rumors that the missing Frausen and the woman in black might have left behind. We'll have to return to the north. However, despite all their hard work, there didn't seem to be any results. The knight, elegantly dressed, ruffled his hair in frustration as the nearby patrons began to discreetly leave. The people here really know nothing. The tavern owner frowned as he watched the customers leave, but Vlad was lost in his thoughts. You should try the church. They might have information. The church here belongs to the Vatican. Vlad tapped on his left breastplate as if to check something. Vlad touched his left breastplate, clearly showing the inscription that the Pope of the Northern Orthodox Church had engraved. They probably hate me more than they hate you, beast man. Oh, that's not good. In the north, it might have been an honorable phrase, but in the central region, where the Vatican's power was strong, it was simply evidence of heresy. Since there was nowhere to seek help, Vlad tried to do it himself, but the results he achieved were minimal. But the way you eat seems very natural, doesn't it? Vlad's expression began to darken as he watched Nabilon carelessly biting the skewer in front of him. Even the shop owner had an expression that made him shudder, but Nabilon simply offered another skewer to Vlad as if nothing had happened. We need to find him quickly. Dragons keep dying in the west, which is a bad omen. That's right. As Vlad listened to Nabilon, he thought of Frausen, who had a strange obsession with dragons. And with him, the woman in black who was spreading fog in the city of Moshiam. I hope we can stop him before something happens again. Bringing down evil beings was a natural duty for knights, but Vlad had a somewhat more special motivation. Frausen is connected to Kehana. And from the mist-filled village to the black-clad woman who had long been entangled in a bad relationship. The continuous appearance of these enemies made him feel an unavoidable obligation. It's a pleasure to see you again, Vlad. Was it because he was lost in worry? Vlad was startled by the sudden voice. Apparently, he hadn't noticed anything until now, but now a man was sitting next to Vlad. Lord Marcus? I don't know what you're so focused on. A man with scars all over his face. Marcus, who gave a new name every time they met, took a skewer in front of him and looked at Vlad. How did you get here? I had some business to attend to. Although it was a familiar and welcome face, Vlad couldn't help but be on guard. This was because Marcus, by Zed's hidden sword, couldn't have come here without any intention. What business do you have? As I told you before, I can't talk about my missions. Are you here for Lord Joseph? Marcus didn't respond, just looked at the skewer Vlad was holding. How is Lord Joseph? You should know better than I do. Joseph has the right to succession, but he had been eliminated from the competition to be head of the family. The fact that he was traveling alone through the central region and meeting other lords wouldn't be something that would please Bayzid. Vlad suspected Marcus and wondered if that was the reason, but the answer he received was vague. I don't know. At least in appearance, he seems fine. But there's something I want to ask you. Marcus's response, which was a bit hard to understand, made Vlad want to ask what he meant, but the conversation was still dominated by the scarred man. Did you ever travel alone to the east, when you met the elves? Why do you ask that? Did something unfortunate happen then? It seems that the reason Marcus appeared this time was himself, not Joseph. The unexpected question about his trip to the east made Vlad frown. Something unfortunate? For example, Stealing something from someone? Marcus was staring intently. Although his presence around him was weak, Vlad naturally became nervous, seeing him leave a strong impression on those he knew. Or killing someone. Vlad missed the moment to answer Marcus's question, which was hard to understand. However, Marcus, who was closely examining Vlad's expression, simply nodded silently, as if he understood. So it wasn't like that. I hope you can clear up any misunderstandings. What? Clang. Despite Vlad's question, Marcus simply left the coins without saying a word and quietly left the shop. However, the coins he left were more than enough to pay not only for his own meal, but also for Vlad and Nibelung's. The central region is not a good area for you. Personally, I'd advise you to quickly move to another area. Until next time. Vlad watched Marcus intently as he left, giving him advice. Vlad couldn't erase the complicated expression on his face as he watched him disappear, despite thinking he had blended into the crowd. The sun was setting, and it was time to close the city gates. Yay! Now, at a time when even the street vendors wouldn't be watching, there was a group approaching the city with the loud sound of horse hooves. The gatekeepers of Chisinau began to get very nervous upon seeing them arrive, clad in gleaming armor and riding sturdy-looking horses. Stop! Identify yourselves. The captain of the guard, following his duty, halted the riders, but upon seeing the banner they carried, he turned pale. The black flag with a descending white lightning bolt. Not only the guard commander, but also the surrounding guards quickly raised their hands and began to salute at the simple yet powerful design of the banner. Welcome to our city. We have received reports that the knight from the north, Vlad Oreo, is in this city. Is that true? However, the men who received the courteous greeting only asked cold questions, as if they were not impressed at all. The guard commander, who realized that there was an anger difficult to conceal in that coldness, quickly began to think of Vlad's name in his head. Vlad. Lord Vlad Oreo must have visited our city yesterday. He didn't know why they were looking for him, but the image of the blonde knight was clear in his mind. The knight who came with the dark-eyed noble was the one who brought with him so many symbols that it was hard to count them. Really? A knight from the north who came with a flag full of honor. However, when the men heard the response, their expressions only hardened. In the name of Prince Armand, protector of the kingdom, I order that all gates of Chisinau be closed. But do it without question. The captain of the guard bowed his head as the knight's eyes shone fiercely. The order from Prince Armand was enough, but the knight's gaze was even more terrifying. We have finally found him. Without waiting for the captain's permission, the riders with the unknown flag entered the city. Everyone on horseback had such an impeccable spirit that it was impossible to look at them in vain. Finally, I will be able to avenge Lord August. The appearance of a pure white lightning bolt engraved on a black flag. The only people who could raise the glorious banner, which was said to be a tribute to the Swordmaster, were the Imperial Guard, responsible for the security of the capital city of Brigantes. Chapter 215. There is a path in the darkness. 3. The cold of winter had not yet fully dissipated from the room. An old man sat alone in a place where no one else was around. The carpet beneath his feet was soft and the clothes he wore were thick, yet the old man still leaned toward the burning fireplace as if he felt cold. So this is what has happened. Prince Armand, de Tulastu, Jadwalbashemigi, a man who abandoned his surname to fulfill the duty that preceded his name. From his mouth, which he could no longer control, came a broken voice. Even if I die, I will not have the honor of seeing you. Armand's eyes were focused on the burning firewood, but his withered hands held a worn note. The note, which he had carefully kept, was the last letter sent to him by August, the former commander of the Imperial Guard. Me. Despite having read it countless times, Prince Armand lowered his gaze to the paper with a somber expression. My sword, the sword of the Empire, and the proud commander of the Imperial Guard, Knight August. Prince Armand, remembering the man he could no longer see, clenched the paper in his hand. But even if you are not near, I still have to do what I must do. An old man saddened because he could not fulfill his duty. Although Prince Armand's time was running out, like the logs in the fireplace, the old duke had not yet given up. Because the last telegram sent by his loyal knight still contained a spark of hope. Though I couldn't preserve the bloodline, I will at least try to carry on his will. Holding the letter that August had sent him from the elf forest, Armand's eyes still burned with a flame that had not gone out. As expected, he has dark blonde hair and blue eyes, just as I heard. Vlad looked at the men who surrounded him in an instant and carefully set down the glass he was holding. He realized that the men watching him were not ordinary thugs but formidable swordsmen. "Who are you to gather like this?" "I am Rodrigo, a high-ranking knight of the Imperial Guard." The flag the men held bore a white lightning bolt piercing through the darkness. It was the banner of the Imperial Guard, the pride of the Imperial Brigades, said to be on par with the Imperial Guard. "Shouldn't you be in the capital, you of the Imperial Guard? We have come to arrest a criminal." Bang! The man seemed displeased with Vlad's relaxed demeanor despite being completely surrounded, so he made a loud noise and left a piece of paper. The document he placed on the table was an arrest warrant signed by Prince Armand. "I arrest you for the murder of Sir August, the former commander of the Imperial Guard." Vlad. What? Dark blonde hair and blue eyes. The Imperial Guard was baring their teeth at the Northern Knight, who clearly had dragon blood, because they had discovered that the last person to have been with their murdered commander was the young dragon now before them. Hey! Vlad, recalling the familiar name he had heard from an unknown man, began to read the arrest warrant with slightly trembling hands. The order, written in brief and firm handwriting, included his own name and August's. "Sir August is dead? Do not deny it, Dragonblood." Vlad was asking about August's fate with a frozen face, but the Imperial Guard simply drew their swords. Thinking this was also a foolish trick by the criminals, their swords filled with an anger they could not hide. "Because your sin is already proven by your natural blonde hair and blue eyes." Vlad's eyes trembled at the sharp and powerless misunderstanding. The old knight who once told him to visit when he reached the capital. He was the one who said it was all right to use his own name on the Imperial sword, in case something went wrong. When? Who did it? You damned. Vlad's name held many facets. When Quijano saw him, he was a star looking at the sky, and when August saw him, he was a knight protecting the young world tree. As expected of dragon blood, it only shows its cowardice. But for Rodrigo, Vlad was just a dragon who had killed his commander. The whorls hidden in the left eyes of the knights began to form towards the dragon's veins as they shouted in anger. "Vlad Dragulia, I will arrest you." They called him by the name he was born with, not the name he earned. Vlad ended up biting his lip at the men who saw him as a dragon instead of a knight. "It wasn't me." Vlad knew that the misunderstanding was already tangled like a ball of thread, and that he was trapped in a snare. "I did not kill Sir August." That is why he had to prove his innocence to these knights. That he was not a dragon and had not killed their commander. With those words, Vlad slowly rose and drew his sword. The world of Vlad, who tried to prove his innocence, was a golden light that shone with pride. Wah! Baron Moldavir and Joseph were startled by the loud noise coming from the center of the city. The sound was so loud that it made the teacup in their hands tremble. What was that? What is happening? At the sudden noise, Baron Moldavir quickly rose from his seat and ran to the window. The changing political situation in the center made him fear that a war had broken out in his territory. What the hell is this? However, the city walls were calm. There was only a cloud of dust rising from the center of the market in the distance. Joseph recognized the familiar golden flash in the pale dust and silently set down the teacup he was holding. "Damn it, filthy rat, you already knew." The knights rolled amidst the walls that exploded noisily. The ones who hadn't revealed themselves earlier were the Imperial guards blocking the escape routes outside the building. A total of 6. There were 4 knights surrounding Vlad inside the bar, but in reality there were 6 in total, including the knights waiting outside the building. Vlad, who had discovered their location while they held their breath thanks to his sensitive hearing, deliberately cornered Rodrigo and destroyed the wall they were standing on, causing confusion. "Lord Vlad, stay still." Although Nibelung was hastily packing his backpack, Vlad couldn't accept his help this time. "I'll handle it myself." Though it was just a messy marketplace, the place where Vlad stood now was no different from a courtroom. The only judge who can prove my innocence through the knights before me. To prove his innocence, he would have to persuade them with his sword. Clang! "Do you intend to prove your innocence with such tricks?" Vlad Dragulia, ... Us, Anisidi, Nahaun, Undonze. However, the process of trying to prove my worth was never an easy path, as it always was. The anger he had seen before flared up from Rodrigo's burning left eye. Everything stemmed from a misunderstanding, but at least his anger was justified. "Did you ask how Sir August died?" Rodrigo's world was formed by iron chains. His sword began to gradually extend along Rodrigo's world, which held the color of cold iron. Though his sword, which had stretched to the point where it was no longer possible to predict the distance, began to curve toward Vlad as if it were a rope to bind a criminal. "That is something I want to know too." Bang! Though his sword seemed flexible, the impact was enough to break the ground. The merchants around the market began to scream as the market exploded. "Now, catch him!" Vlad was taken aback by Rodrigo's whip-like attack, but he didn't even have time to breathe as other knights immediately attacked him. "Surrender quietly, you Dragulia bastard." The death of their commander, whom they had followed all their lives. The noble knight who should not have died had returned as a corpse, and the knights, with no place to direct their anger, poured it onto Vlad. Move quickly!" Before they formed their formation. Tsh! The direction in which the knights entered was sharper than the straight sword. Their movements, taking advantage of all advancement possibilities, pressed Vlad like an iron net falling from the sky. Clang! Clang! "I can't let myself be cornered." Though he understood their intent, escaping was difficult. When I block one sword, another comes in, and I think I see a space to push it away, but before I realize it, another knight has filled the space. Damn it! Meanwhile, Rodrigo's sword kept flying persistently. The persistent malice of the Imperial guards, determined to catch him alive, complicated Vlad's every move. "Predict the next move! Only then can you escape." But there is absolutely no way to escape through the visible gap. In that case, there's no choice but to predict the gap that will form in the future and escape through it. Vlad, who understood Quijano's advice, quickly leapt and escaped backward. Quan! Quan! Some building somewhere exploded again, due to Rodrigo's sword. Vlad found it difficult to breathe, due to the thick dust created by the collapsing building, but he only tried to stay calm and lift his sword. That's it. He was shaking his shoulders violently, as if he were tired, but his dazzling gaze was fierce. Rodrigo, seeing Vlad raising his sword like an arrow about to be shot, felt a strange dissonance. The sword rises above the shoulder, as if an arrow were being shot. Vlad's stance of holding his breath for a single strike must have been a very familiar posture to the Imperial Guard Knights. Do you see it now? Yes. Perhaps, to his surprise, A gap became visible among the disheveled knights. August's eyes could see the gap that had not yet formed, but would open the moment the sword touched it. I can see it. I can hear the movement of the twisting muscles. You can see the remnants of the breath about to be exhaled. Thus, even the gap between them that will form in the future. Then go. The skills of the former Imperial Guard commander overlaid on the Imperial sword. Although it was just for a moment, the Imperial Guard knights were shocked to see as if their captain was standing before them. Following the weak point shown by August's path, Vlad's sword moved. An elegant sword that flows from point to line, like a brush. The Imperial Guard knights felt a strange sound resonate in their hearts as they saw the silver sword pass by them. Boom, boom! The silver sword Vlad held was crying. Along with the true silver coins, the knights keep in their hearts. The coin, which could only be purchased with honor, was a noble metal that could only be possessed by those who had surrendered to themselves, and moreover, it came from a single sword. No way! Rodrigo's mouth opened wide as he saw the sword passing the knights and approaching him. This was because, as he watched the silver sword cry on its own, he remembered the content of August's last message. Auzurin. The Swordmaster's sword has been drawn. I will prove my innocence with this sword. The swordsmanship of the Swordmaster approached, piercing through the darkness created by the misunderstanding. Rodrigo could realize this by feeling the sound of the coin ringing slowly in his chest along with the sword. The young dragon of Dragulia, who had been with his commander until the end, was not a murderer. Only then did Vlad appear from the other side, not as a dragon, but as a knight who had inherited someone's will, chapter 216. In the continuous flow, according to an ancient tradition, it was said that the sword was a bright silver color. It was said to have a will of its own, choosing its owner, and revealing its intentions through its vibration. Vum, vum, vum. Like the sword that was now approaching me. Clang! The winter ground could not withstand the pressure created by the swords and began to stir up a storm of dust. However, Rodrigo, despite the blurred vision, could not take his eyes off the silver sword that clashed with his own. It can't be! The sword was crying, along with the pure silver coins he had kept in his chest. Rodrigo felt the vibration of the coins inside his armor, and could not hide his surprise. Vlad Dragulia. Where the hell did you learn the Imperial sword? Rodrigo's question about Vlad's origins was loud, but the person who really asked the question simply hid his body in the cloud of dust again. The moment the thick dust swallowed Vlad's golden light, the knight's screams began to be heard from the front. Where are you? Cover your backs! Reduce the blind spots! Damn it! He's too fast! Bang! Pine! Crash! Crack! A loud sound was heard every time a solid golden line was drawn in the blocked field of vision. Each time that sound was heard, the surrounding buildings collapsed without fail, and the accompanying cloud of dust began to obscure the knight's eyes. The Imperial Guard should have found him by now. The trick to killing in a single blow involves controlling the battlefield. A chilling voice came from the dust storm of the enemies who fought and outnumbered me. Isn't the real culprit still walking unscathed because of you incompetent bastards? Rodrigo and his men were trapped in the fog created by their enemy and could not see properly. Vlad was more enraged by the injustice done to August than by the misunderstanding he was a victim of. Idiots full of blind spots. From his blue eyes, a peculiar look began to form. August's world was one that sought the truth, hidden in the shadows. Even in the dust storm, Vlad's sharp vision clearly came from the commander of the Imperial Guard, August. With the sword raised, Vlad's held breath stopped for a moment. The reason it's hard to take the first step is because I don't know where to go. However, there was not the slightest hesitation in the heavy steps Vlad was taking now, because he definitely knew where he had to go. Swoosh! With the sound of cutting wind, swords began to fly toward the knights from the dust. A sword technique created by a duelist who was said to have faced the most perfect dragon in the past. However, the beam of light approaching the knights was much closer to a circular form. Some in the chest, others in the wrist or the sword. Following the weak points taught by August, lines of blood spread among the knights. Do I still look like a criminal after all this? The sword skills belonged to the ancient imperial family, and the gaze in the blue eyes belonged to the commander of the Imperial Guard. And crying along with him was a silver sword that shone brightly. Vum, vum, vum. Katiyan. Even amidst the gushing blood, the Imperial Guard knights opened their eyes wide. The most legitimate sword of all was passing by them. My God! With Rodrigo's sigh, the cloud of dust began to settle. When the dust dissipated, all that was visible were the Imperial Guard knights who had frozen into stone statues, and the tip of Vlad's sword passing by them. Where did you learn the Imperial sword? Vlad wiped away the dripping blood and raised his sword towards Rodrigo, who stood still in shock. I learned it from him. The extended tip of the sword was sharp, but the direction it pointed was not toward Rodrigo. It only pointed to the Imperial Guard flag waving behind him. From whom? With Vlad's answer, the Imperial Guard knights began to fall one by one. However, despite his men collapsing right in front of him, Rodrigo had no choice but to turn his head to follow the tip of the sword Vlad was pointing at. Flag? The Imperial Guard flag waving in the wind. When Rodrigo asked where he learned to use the Imperial sword, Vlad simply pointed to the white lightning engraved on the flag. There was a man moving busily through the halls of the Imperial Palace. Despite his age, his steps were surprisingly quick. However, his caution, aware of others' gazes, became evident in his effort to appear calm despite his rapid movements. Duke, may I come in for a moment? Enter. Armand's weak voice was heard from inside. The man, holding a small note, looked around to ensure no one was near before entering. Now that the shadows of dragons filled the palace, every movement had to be made with caution. The report from Sir Rodrigo, who was sent on a mission, has arrived. Perhaps because he tried to hide it while walking, the man's voice trembled slightly as he entered the room. Here. Yes. Armand probably could have heard the sound of his followers' labored breathing. But at that moment, Armand was simply staring at the fireplace light, tilting his head helplessly, like a dying candle. Did he say he avenged August, Duke? That's not the news. Armand's magician, who had run there, placed a note in Armand's cold hands. We found it, Duke. What? Armand was slowly dying like a cooling wick, but he opened the note he held when he saw the man's eyes looking at him. His hands trembled not from old age but from surprise. The note Armand received was the same size as the note sent by August, the commander of the Imperial Guard. This, now? The noble bloodline of the Empire had been broken, and the dragon's fragment had been stolen by the oldest dragon. That's why Armand's life had no meaning. But the note he held now told him to burn the last flame within him. The white lightning continues. No one in the Imperial Palace knew about the end of the founder, Quijano Frausen, because in his last moment he had removed the crown and left the palace with a silver sword. With the silver sword he carried. Oh! From his aged body, uncontrollable joy emanated. Rodrigo's note was the news Armand had been anxiously waiting for, almost losing hope of receiving. Town! Fearing that his shout of joy would be heard outside, Armand quickly bit his sleeve. The sigh between his clenched lips slightly warmed his cooling heart. Come closer, yes, Duke. Armand's trusted man gladly heeded his careful call. This was because Armand's eyes, which had regained their vitality, suddenly shone. Gather my knights, slowly. As quietly as possible, without Sarnas knowing. Understood, Duke. Armand, who saw the follower nod and leave the room, quickly threw the 2 notes he held into the fireplace. They were all the same size, but one was wrinkled, probably because it had been kept for a long time. Thank you, August. It was a note he had been holding to remember his knight, who had been with him for a long time, but it was no longer needed, because his will conveyed by August was clearly received. Thanks to you, I can continue. It is said that the imperial pact that bound the oldest dragon was maintained in 2 ways. One through blood, the other through will. August, despite being defeated by the blood dragon, never forgot his duty to the Empire until the very last moment. Shint! Bang! It wouldn't be an illusion that the faint sounds of an animal were mixed with the voice, shouting in exasperation. Mircea watched as the table slowly split and quickly grabbed the wine glass that was on it. That's why you can't trust those damn pirates. The letter, thrown with disdain, had an adorned golden seal. Depending on one's taste, the seal might seem overly ornate, but it was clearly imbued with arrogance. The dragon piece that was supposed to be delivered to you has been stolen by someone named Vlad. Perhaps his valiant lineage explains how he managed to defeat the great dragon so easily. To top it off, you give the piece to someone with dragon blood. Perhaps due to his rejuvenated appearance, the fury of the blood dragon was palpable. The movements of the blood dragon, unable to contain his rage, were filled with boiling heat. I was content with obtaining the one from the Empire, and now this one from the south is causing me problems. The barely visible tattoos on Sarnas's chest were clearly visible through his unbuttoned shirt. Looking at the thorn-shaped tattoo encircling his neck, Mircea silently picked up the fallen letter. So now the only pieces left are the 2 from the north. Sarnas walked towards the window, turned his back, and began to stare at the northern land in the distance. You broke it into very small pieces. Founding King. Sarnas, looking out the window, thought of the most perfect dragon that had fallen under the Silver Knights so many years ago. And even the image of Kahano, covered in blood, tearing the most perfect heart that still beat into 5 pieces. Sarnas, the oldest dragon, witnessed that legendary moment along with the Knights of the Swordmaster, and is the only living witness. What do you think, Mircea? Do you still long for your father's arms? I don't know. Sarnas had been a noisy man a moment ago, but when he turned around, his face suddenly seemed full of warmth. Mircea could only bow her head as she looked at her father, who had many facets as the years passed. I was curious about what it would be like to plant seeds in the mud to see what possibilities would arise. And look what has grown. Surviving longer means having consumed a lot. Sarnas, who had dreamed of the most perfect possibility while harvesting the seeds he had planted, realized that now was the time to make his own decision. We will attack the north. Gather the lords. Understood. And also. Sarnas's finger pointed to the wine glass Mircea was holding. Bring me another glass. A fine glass containing bright red wine. The glass Mircea looked at was full of red drops that had not yet been drunk. Yes. Leaving the room, Mircea walked down a familiar hallway and opened the hidden door to the basement. The smell of dragons floated along with the damp air. Mircea's steps in the darkness, carrying only a wine glass and no torch, were simply familiar. However, Mircea, standing in front of the bars in the depths of the basement, let out a small sigh. Roughly cut chains and manacles. The place where the wine barrel with red hair should have been only showed signs that someone had been there and left. Chapter 217. In the continuous flow, 2, it was early in the morning. In the distance, the sky near the horizon was tinged yellow with the rising sun, but the sky above was still shrouded in darkness. Inside a swaying carriage, Joseph was scribbling with a pen. The palm-sized notebook he held was filled with carefully written letters, and the pen he had just passed over had drawn a name that had been written there. Baron Moldavier is out. A thick black vertical line was drawn where Joseph's pen passed. It wasn't clear what that line meant, but Joseph's notebook was full of names of nobles crossed out in a similar manner. I wanted to talk a bit more with him. It's a shame. There was no other choice. Jaeger, who was sitting across from Joseph, clicked his tongue in disappointment and opened his mouth. Vlad practically wrecked the Kesignor market. No wonder Baron Moldavier got furious and threw us out. At the end of Jaeger's gaze, as if asking him to take a look, was Vlad silently following behind the carriage. Vlad, mounted on a fiercely tempered black horse, smiled awkwardly when he noticed Joseph's gaze. I suppose I would have thrown him out too, if I were the Baron. However, Joseph's dark eyes were not on Vlad. He was only observing the knights following him with a banner held high. The Imperial Guard. The black banner with a distinctive white lightning bolt. Although its prestige had diminished compared to before, the Imperial Guard, responsible for the security of the Imperial capital, was still one of the knightly bodies envied by knights across the continent. You have quite an impressive banner behind you now, Vlad. Joseph smiled cheerfully at the sight of Vlad following the flames rising from behind. Although the journey was bleak, the new wind brought by Vlad seemed to ease Joseph's tension a bit. They say the successor of the Bayezid family is already decided, and will be Rutiger. Well, I'd already investigated your special relationship with Joseph Bayezid. An unwelcome voice sounded behind him as he walked silently. The voice belonged to the man who had been following Vlad since the city of Kisignor. Why the hell are you still following me? As soon as he heard the noise of the carriage window in front of him, Vlad immediately turned around and began to growl. I told you to find the real culprit behind Lord August's death. For other knights, encountering the Imperial Guard would be an honor, but for Vlad, these men were not welcome. Not only had they accused him of being a criminal, but they had also caused his expulsion from Kisignor. I'm looking for you now. I told you it wasn't me. I know, but the investigation procedure is like this. Rodrigo, who was once full of fury, now showed himself as a cunning investigator. You were the last witness to be with Lord August. At the very least, I have to hear your testimony to make it right. Huff. Hey. After hearing Rodrigo's response, Vlad shook his head and let out a brief sigh. There was nothing wrong with what Rodrigo said, but he knew his interest was something entirely different. Don't misunderstand this. I'm telling you this is not the Swordmaster's blade. It's just my sword. Buzz! Vlad secretly showed the sword to the knights, who clearly misunderstood something, and revealed the truth. But the dragon-slaying sword that came out only screamed without warning, contrary to the owner's thoughts. Oh, the real Silver Knight. Beings who rejoiced at meeting because they came from the same metal. The Imperial Guard Knights took out the coins they had and began to exclaim as if they were excited by the sound of the resonant metals. It's not like that. Even if it's not, my subordinates have reasons to think so. The true silver coins only react to the true silver. I told you before. This happened because their coins melted and became this. The silver coin was an honor price awarded only to knights who sacrificed themselves. It was a precious gift that no one but Ramand, who wandered the continent after retiring to train the next generation, the Iron Duke, the Oathkeeper, or the current knights who gave up their surnames to join the Imperial Guard, could receive. It was a precious coin. No, these coins cannot melt, Lord Vlad. Because it was such a rare coin, Vlad had no choice but to not know its inner history, nor how absurd his words sounded. True silver is an immutable metal. It doesn't rust or break under pressure. Rodrigo responded softly, smiling at Vlad, who was furious, and said no. It doesn't melt with heat either. Even the latest dwarven forges could only persuade true silver. But this blade was sharpened by a blacksmith. Then that blacksmith must have persuaded the sword well. Do what you have to do where you need to be. True silver was a noble metal that knew where it had to go. Anyway, this is not the founder's sword. It is really my sword. Let's say it is. Rodrigo, who had brought his horse closer, looked at the dragon-slaying sword, still buzzing, and continued speaking. Anyway, you've been chosen by the true silver sword, that's for sure. What is inherited is not the form, but the name. They didn't know where it came from, but the royal court sword and the silver sword were blessed by the true silver. Vlad had denied it for a long time, but Rodrigo was sure his will had been fulfilled. Was there a swordmaster's blade in the elf forest? Lord August reported that someone had taken the sword. I really don't know anything about that. Vlad could see that Rodrigo's eyes, looking at him from before, were filled with a strange desire. He knew that if he confessed to having taken the Silver Knight's sword, that fervor would only increase. Well, since we have plenty of time, let's take our time and investigate. Now we're also heading to the next city. Do you plan to follow me there too? The city rising before Joseph's carriage, which was ahead, began to appear. It was a city so large, it was hard to compare it with Kisignor, the city we passed through earlier. It would be better if you joined us until there. The city of La Valletta is for us like a supply base. The city of Valletta. A city with the strongest walls in the central region. And it is also the capital of the county of Arnstein do Ind. Count Arnstein, the owner of Valletta, is a close friend of the Crown Prince. Rodrigo offered to reward the expulsion from Kisignor and Valletta, but Vlad was not interested. Arnstein, the city of Valletta, getting closer, was surrounded by walls as high as those of Sturma in the north. Vlad thought that the figure of Valletta, which seemed solid and without dents, resembled exactly a knight he had met before. On a night with a full moon, a carriage advanced in the darkness. The carriage, escorted by headless knights, seemed displeased with the moonlight shining in the night sky, and moved only through black shadows. As expected, you're not running. The woman with hair that started green but ended black placed her hand on Frausen's chest, who was sitting across from her, and smiled. When you face dragons, your heart beats strongly. The woman's smile was so gentle that anyone would want to embrace her, but Frausen, who had lost all color, sat there like a corpse. It was as if no smile could make Frausen's heart beat. How are your preparations going? You said you were looking for a place to put down roots. Thank you for showing interest in me, Your Majesty. Frausen frowned for a moment at the title given by the woman, but his expression soon returned to its rigid state. It's going well. This time I have found a good talent. The fallen saint, Lamashu, nodded gratefully while her hands opened Frausen's chest. For the revived emperor to act according to his wishes, he needed the rituals Lamashu had inscribed in his heart. Is it someone trustworthy? I don't know if they are trustworthy. Following her fingers that moved fluidly, red flakes began to flow over the blackened bloodstains. It was the beat of the most perfect peace that originated from the most perfect dragon, but had now become Frausen's heart. But I believe everyone fears imminent death. 1. Frausen's focus gradually returned as his heart began to beat little by little. The first thing he looked at was the jewelry box the woman had carefully kept. If we keep moving forward little by little, we will find a place for my children. The woman who fled from death was mad, and the emperor who returned from death was exhausted. However, there was only silence in the carriage where the two faced each other. Unlike Moshiam, I hope this time you achieve what you set out to do. The jewelry box that Frausen was looking at was filled with tree tears, now cold. They came from fragments of the world mother tree that Frausen himself had transplanted long ago, when his heart was still beating. Only then will I be able to complete what I want to do, for a world where children could laugh without the pain and agony caused by adults, for a world where possibility was not crushed by the most perfect dragon. To create that world, Frausen looked away from the weeping jewelry box. The young knight Kehana wouldn't have done it, but the old Emperor Frausen had learned to compromise. The carriage was on the move. The carriage, which did not tread on the world created by the gods, advanced smoothly towards somewhere in the central region. Frausen closed his eyes as he caressed the silver knight, who no longer cried. Chapter 218, Night of Peace, Holy Words. 1. It was a deep night when everyone was sleeping, but the sound of horse hooves echoed loudly across the plain. Under the bright full moon, a horse advanced glidingly, followed by dozens of riders. From afar it seemed like a picturesque scene, but as one approached, the urgent shouts of men could be heard. Send the signal. Block their path. At the center of the scene was a knight with a large shield on his back, giving orders. The man with a square and imposing jaw had even thrown away the torch he was carrying, fiercely chasing the man ahead. Now! Following the man's instructions, a fire arrow shot from behind. The red arrow, which revealed its presence even under the bright full moon, silently signaled the other knights waiting ahead. Now! Charge! Following the signal sent by the fire arrow, the hidden cavalry soldiers began to rush out from the edge of the hill. Although the situation was urgent, the disciplined and orderly formation clearly showed that they were elite soldiers of Arnstein. The riders advanced without leaving any space, like a wave descending from the hill. However, the man who was alone in front showed no reaction despite seeing the cavalry charging towards him. Nay. He only stroked his horse's neck. Feeling the rider's touch, the horse's eyes began to burn with a blue flame. It's too fast, damn it. At least change its direction. The surprise attack was excellent, but the enemy was too fast. The Arnstein cavalry was accompanied by excellent war horses, but the reality was that they couldn't even keep up with a single horse. What kind of horse is that? The cavalry commander who descended the hill gritted his teeth at the sight. The speed was so fast, it seemed like the horse barely touched the ground. Even the experienced cavalry commander couldn't help but be baffled by the sight, making him wonder if it was even touching the ground. Somehow, at least change its course. If they couldn't catch up, they at least had to try to steer it. Fire! The cavalry commander, realizing that the tip of the sword wouldn't reach, quickly ordered them to shoot arrows, but even that was already too late. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The arrows rose so high they seemed to reach the clouds, but what they really pierced was only a shadow left by an unknown man. Free! The mysterious man disappeared, leaving behind the size of the cavalry. Pablo, unable to follow him, stopped and pressed his lips together in frustration as he heard the distant neigh of the horse. The walls looked bigger than Sturma's, a bit. Vlad placed his palm over his eyebrow and looked towards Valeta's gates when he heard Nibibalan's words coming from his side. As they approached, Valeta's walls seemed taller and taller. Nibibalan and Vlad, fascinated by the white walls they hadn't seen in the north, turned their heads from side to side. But it has a strange shape. Valeta's walls were not only solid, but also had an elegant and refined shape. Each brick seemed to be in perfect balance. After placing the bricks, they joined the joints with mortar. That's why it has this elegant shape. Vlad nodded at Nibibalan's words beside him. Indeed, as he said, Valletta's walls were made entirely of small bricks, unlike Sturma's walls, which were topped with large stones. He didn't know how their durability compared, but it was certainly easier to give them the desired shape. Stop. Identify yourselves. However, unlike the beautiful walls, the guards in front of them displayed a severe and cautious attitude. Perhaps due to the chaotic atmosphere of the central region, the guards' attitude towards strangers was as sharp as the spears they wielded. I am Rodrigo of the Imperial Guard. Rodrigo, seeing their sharp demeanor, quickly began to step forward. I know nothing of Bayezid, but the position of the Imperial Guard in the central region is special. The guards, who already recognized Rodrigo's face, seemed embarrassed and began to raise the spears they had lowered. Welcome, Lord Rodrigo, thank you, but I also want to ensure the safety of the people coming behind me. Rodrigo, looking back, only intended to guarantee Vlad and Nubalan. Although he wasn't sure how effective the name of Bayezid would be in the central region, he thought it would be better to use the name of the Imperial Guard here. To that carriage. Understood, Lord Rodrigo. The guard commander was puzzled when an unexpectedly large number of people arrived at once, but still, he couldn't go against the prestige of the Imperial Guard. You've become very considerate. I'm just here because there's shade. Vlad scratched his chin while looking at Jaeger, who was laughing inside the carriage. He was trying to conceal his discomfort, but it was also an effort not to hurt Joseph's pride. It would be fine for the Imperial Guard, but we asked the guests not to go out at night. However, the group's entry was more difficult than expected. This was because when the Imperial Guard who preceded them passed through the castle gate, the guard commander secretly blocked the group's path. Why? Was this another discrimination against Northerners? When Vlad, who had already experienced this before, put on a somber expression, the guard captain quickly began to speak, as if that wasn't the case. Because cases of disappearances are frequent these days throughout the territory. So I hope there is no misunderstanding between us. Disappearances? Disappearances in such a fortified city. Vlad's face hardened at the completely unexpected response. I can't give more details. Although Bayezid was respected in the north, in the center, he was just a stranger. Furthermore, now that the structure had become more complicated due to the Northern Union, it would have been difficult to hear the internal circumstances of the territory. Please enter. Valletta welcomes you. From afar, the city of Valletta seemed large and elegant, but upon entering, a sense of unease enveloped them. Welcome to Valletta, Joseph of Bayezid. It was a space filled with the smell of old books. In a place that looked more like a library than an office, an old man observed the group. And Vlad of Suara. He was an elderly man who seemed more like a scholar than a lord governing a territory. However, the reason why his appearance did not seem weak was probably due to the intense eyes visible behind his low glasses. I regret not addressing you as Sir Vlad Oreo. No problem, Count. Call me as you wish. As you know, the name Vlad of Suara is more familiar to me. Count Arnstein looked at Vlad and smiled as if he was happy to see him. Although they had never met, Count Arnstein and Vlad already had a relationship. The name Vlad of Suara was an honor earned by the knight Pablo, so the Count's gaze towards Vlad was filled with satisfaction. The honor of my knight is my honor. It is a pleasure to see that proof. The Count's attention was more focused on Vlad than on Joseph standing before him. They may be the lords of the northern border area, but Count Arnstein, the leader of the central region, was someone who did not need to worry about Bayezid. I feel the cold breeze of the north on your shoulders. What brings you to seek me from so far away? Although he was older, his bright eyes were already full of curiosity. Vlad looked him in the eyes and thought that the Count and Nubalan would get along well. It is an honor to meet you, Count. The reason for my visit is... Marcel. Having been eliminated from the competition for leadership, Joseph was seeking support. Joseph tried to capture attention by even mentioning the name of his mother's family, the Oscar family, but the Count's gaze on him had already turned cold. More than a look of disgust, it was a look indicating that his interest had waned. "We will talk about that later." Although it seemed to leave a possibility, it was a polite way of rejection in the language of the nobles. "Do you also come with the same intention?" Joseph did not feel particularly disappointed by the Count's gaze that passed by him, as if he had expected that to happen. He only looked at Vlad beside him and nodded, as if telling him to hurry up and speak. "I have been following the dragon deaths, Count." For Vlad, dealing with nobles was always difficult, especially in front of a great man like Count Arnstein. However, Vlad did not seem to feel as much pressure as before, perhaps because Joseph was by his side. And even the evil beings that accompany that death. "Oh," Vlad continued, speaking as the Count wanted, and to achieve what he wanted, he chose only words that would arouse the greatest interest of the Count. And the Count's cold eyes began to shine again, as if the choice was the right one. "I did not expect much, but you bring interesting news." Visitors from afar were always welcomed for the fresh news they brought, following sinister entities. And if the news the guest brought was related to something that had been bothering him, it would be perfect for the host. "Let's talk about it during dinner." Vlad might not have known, but in the world of nobles, inviting them to dine together was the best greeting a host could give a guest. "But there is something I want to ask. Tell me, Count." And the hidden meaning of inviting a guest to dinner was that the host wanted something special from him. "I have heard that the horses from the north are excellent." "Are yours like that?" Vlad was momentarily puzzled by the Count's unexpected question. Although the Count had a clear intention, to Vlad it was a question without context. "Horses. Yes, horses." The Count's glasses gleamed white as he looked at Vlad. "I want to know if the horses you brought are as fast as they say." Vlad of Soara, an honorable name given by his knight, Pablo. The Count expected that the northern knight, Vlad of Soara, not only brought good news, but also a solution to the current problem. Chapter 219, Night of Peace, Holy Words. 2. It was a snowy night. It was a quiet night, where you could even hear the sound of snowflakes falling to the ground. Vlad, who was sitting alone on the wooden fence of the stable, hugged his cloak and watched the snowflakes gently falling. Here, the snow arrives a bit late. If it were his hometown Soara, this would be the time when the snow would be piling up. However, in Valletta, a city in the central region's interior, the snow was just beginning to fall, making him realize how far he had come. "Is it delicious?" Nay, Noir, who had his head buried in the trough, expressed his contentment at Vlad's words by snorting happily. Although it was a winter scarce in food, Noir's trough was filled with large grains of corn. "You're lucky too. After all, today is Liberation Day." The abundance of food that Noir ate today was not just for the upcoming mission. As Vlad had just said, today was also Liberation Day, commemorating humanity's liberation from the most perfect dragon. Today, in honor of the country's founding king, a saint recognized by the church, and the Swordmaster, who was also a knight of knights, was a day when everyone, including humans and livestock, enjoyed a plentiful dinner. My mom used to say that my birthday was around this time. Really? And it was said that the day Vlad was born was probably around this time. Although he was very young to remember clearly, the boy from the alleys recalled being born in a snowy winter. Anyway, they are kidnapping children again. Do they have some kind of problem with those kids? Vlad, who was scratching the ground helplessly with a branch, remembered what the Count had told him and let out a heavy sigh. Count Arnstein had said that there was an unknown monster wandering the outskirts of the city and territory, kidnapping children, and when Vlad heard this, He could feel he had come to the right place. Just like in Mashiam and the Foggy Village, the same was happening here in Arnstein's territory. There must be a reason they are taking only the children. There must be a reason. But Vlad would never understand it, no matter the reason given to him. Whatever the reason, I can't accept it. Vlad, who had been lowering his head silently, suddenly lifted it and looked towards the houses below. Among the illuminated houses, some remained in darkness. Especially for those in those dark houses, it was a day when everyone should be happy, but there were people who would be even sadder because it was such a day. Vlad, who knew their feelings well, patted Noir's back and exhaled a deep, silent sigh. There was a village where everyone held their breath. A whole village where only a few dozen families lived. But today the reason why the villagers held their breath and locked themselves inside their houses was not simply because the night was deep. Crash! Suddenly, a crash broke the silence in one part of the village. It was the sound of a small house collapsing. It was the house of the only herbalist in the village, and in it lived a child who had just turned 4. No, my son. My son. In the bright moonlit night, a woman screamed desperately at the stranger who was taking her son away. The child the man was holding was now the only treasure the poor couple had, a kind of hope that allowed them to keep living. However, the man's eyes as he looked at the crying woman were simply cold. Perhaps because of the moonlight, his blue eyes shone coldly as he turned his head and continued on his way without hesitation. The child's sobs could be heard from the tattered backpack the man carried on his shoulder. Juan, I finally found you. And there were knights who followed the cries and came. With a crash, a knight burst through the door illuminated by the moon, smiling. Finally, I can see your face. Though he was out of breath from running so hard, Pablo had a cold smile on his face that was hard to hide. This was because the tragedy he had not been able to prevent until now was in front of him. Why don't you put the child down first? Pablo of Arnstein. His world began to flow from his closed left eye. His world of fiery golden color was also the world that created the possibility of Vlad of Soara. Then I will only kill you halfway. A long time ago today the Swordmaster, a knight among knights, killed the most perfect dragon. To honor him, who was where he should be, the knights of Arnstein did not hesitate to hide in this ramshackle village. Stop him. Don't let him pass. Block the way even if you have to use your bodies. The horse with eyes blazing blue kicked fiercely. The horse that the man rode seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and ran wildly, but Pablo didn't hesitate to walk himself into the storm. Crash! Bang! Even though the strong blows of the hooves shook the ground, Pablo advanced without hesitation because he held the wall that protected the crying child. Pablo's firm determination to protect the child was unstoppable, both in Dirmar and now. I told you to get down first. Pablo's swordsmanship was neither flashy nor fast. It was simple and basic, but its threat lay in the shield that blocked all the enemy's intentions. Slash! Hey! Despite the violent blows, Pablo raised his sword. Finally, the horse, frightened by the movement of the gleaming blade, reared up, and the tense balance began to collapse. Now go in! The unknown man's sword was just one, but there were more knights charging against him. To prevent a family tragedy that could happen today, some people used their whole bodies to block the path of the sword, while others began to block the horse's way. Sir Pablo, well done. And when a determined knight entered and twisted the man's right arm and picked up the crying child, Pablo, who had been waiting for the right moment, gritted his teeth. What do you think you're doing here? Clang! Pablo, who could no longer contain himself, clashed sword and shield with all his might. Then Pablo's world that appeared was like the solid wall of a castle. Although the enemy was riding a horse, in a dead-end situation like this, having your feet on the ground was advantageous. I'll show you what it means to half-kill. Clang! Clang! Sword clashed against sword, but the sound heard was like the sound of a cannonball firing. Although Pablo was fighting an opponent on horseback, it would have been more advantageous for him to be on the ground in a situation like now, where there was no way to disperse. Only halfway, you said. Despite the danger, the mysterious man remained calm. Do we have such vain threats? What? Pablo sensed a sinister signal in the man's words. We, mysterious man who had been acting alone. However, the people emerging from the darkness with laughter were clearly not just one, but many. Not only you can set traps. The mysterious man laughed while the knights, surprised, retreated. As he removed his hood, the man's head rolled, showing a smile towards Pablo. Damn bastard! Under the clouds that obscured the moon, unidentified men began to arrive running. All of them lowered their heads and, looking at the Arnstein knights fighting on the ground, began to mock them with fierce kicks and flying swords. Close formation. Protect the children and their families. The knights' cries were filled with the blood that spurted out. They thought they were hunting, but they were the hunted. Pablo tried to gather his world with his closed eye. Crack! Ugh! At that moment, a headless knight was violently thrown by a spear that flew suddenly. The throw was so strong that the spear stuck in the ground was still trembling. Who are you? A small village situated on the plain. The noise of strong horse hooves began to be heard beyond the wooden fence that the village's residents had barely raised. The Arnstein banner, the Imperial Guard banner, and even the Northern banner, which was small, but had numerous patterns embedded in it. Seeing the dust approaching on the horizon, the headless man had no choice but to hurriedly remove the spear from his subordinate's body. Did I hit him? You hit him, for sure. It was my first throw, but it went well. It was worth watching Sir Volkov do it before. It was a man with impressive blue eyes. The bulging muscles of his shoulders made it clear who had thrown the spear that had just flown. Swoosh! Clang! Guess he didn't like the gift I sent. The knights around were surprised to see Vlad casually accepting the spear that came flying from afar. Although he was showing the most impressive powers, the senses of the dragon's blood simply accepted even the current situation as if it were natural. The enemies are escaping, damn it! Don't let them escape! The commander of the Arnstein Knights felt relieved, seeing the intruders escaping from their knights, but on the contrary, he was growing more and more impatient. Run! We can't lose them again. If they lost them now, other children would disappear. But despite his cries, the intruders were already mounted on their horses. Damn! We can't let them ride. Although dozens of knights charged, they knew they couldn't catch them. The Arnstein territory was a land full of fertile plains, and a place with no obstacles to block them. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared in the village. Vlad could recognize at a glance from whom that familiar light in his eyes came. Pay your debts. I know. Despite chasing the headless knights, the gap was widening. When the knights behind grew tired of the ever-widening gap, there was a black shadow that left the formation in peace. Anyway, my life has always been about paying debts. From the sword given to him by the old man to the tears shed by the girl. Vlad knew that the path he had walked was filled with debts to pay. Finally the clouds dissipated, and the blue moonlight illuminated the wide plain, pointing to a single path. Vlad looked at the light shining brightly, as if he could simply run through that place, and tightly grasped the reins he held. Let's go. a son of the prairie who inherited the lineage of the unicorn. The horns of Noir, gradually rising through the worlds they encounter, began to pass through the banners of the central region. The commander of Arnstein and Rodrigo was stunned by the speed. She? Do we know each other? The headless knights were astonished to see Vlad like this. Although they had escaped death, they couldn't help but retreat before the horse with the shining horn. I can't know if we know each other without heads. I am Vlad of Soara. The heartbeat he heard was similar to that of those without color. The aroma of tea floating in the wind was similar to what the woman in black usually drank. But the smile he gave was chilling, different from hers. I came in place of Pablo of Arnstein, whom you defeated. The sword was crying. Now it's his turn to use the sword to kill the roaring dragon. Go find your lost heads. He hoped tonight would be a quiet night where no one cried. Vlad, who had his eyes set on the darkened windows, wielded his sword and sincerely hoped that would happen. He believed that only then would he receive his just reward. Chapter 220. The aroma of the tea was bitter. A horse fell on the plain where the blue moon rose, with a solid silver line powerfully drawn. The two shadows that had finally met crossed in an instant, and all that was left for the one left behind was to fall to the cold ground. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the snowflakes on the ground rose again to the sky. For the Arnstein knights running behind, it was a scene that looked like a fountain of white snow. I hate you guys. Where a phantom horse ran, now a black horse ran. The horse's erect horn was filled with the cold color of winter. So much so that I want to cut off your heads again. The world we encounter must be chosen. Will we be together, or will we trample each other's world? And Vlad had already decided which choice he would make. You insolent bastard! You brat who doesn't value your life. The headless knights, who understood Vlad's decision, quickly extended their swords. But Vlad was no longer there. No, Ch. What was there was only a shadow left by the black horse. This was because Noir's movements deceived even the experienced knights, and he escaped the scene before they realized it. Until a moment ago, the center of gravity was leaning to the right, but the shadow of the black horse had already moved to the left. The tips of the extended swords in that dazzling movement trembled, with no place to go. Where are the children? Each time a silver line was drawn, without fail, the running horses stumbled, and fountains of white snow began to form. It was a land that had tried not to be trodden until now, but there was no mercy in the tip of Vlad's sword, and indeed the headless knights, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, could not get up. Where did you take them? Noir gradually began to accelerate, trampling the knights who fell one by one. The unicorn blood flowing through Noir was the blood that would not allow any being to run in front of him, even if those beings were things that had escaped death. Damned! Cutting one, crushing another, and knocking down yet another. And so, Noir began to hit his shoulder roughly against the headless knight, who finally caught up with him. Other horses were sinister ghost horses that didn't even want to get close, but those things didn't seem to matter to Noir, the son of the plains. Boom! I guess hitting anyone is the standard way of looking for someone. What? Vlad, who was clinging to the man, suddenly held the reins tightly in his hands. However, the reins were not Noir's, but the old reins the headless knight was supposed to hold. So, why don't we talk a bit? Crack! At that moment, with a creepy sound of armor breaking, the headless knight began to stumble noisily. However, the stumble was not caused by the sword piercing the body, but by Vlad's movements, which were very heavy. Vlad jumped onto the phantom horse, without hesitation, grabbed the headless knight and started pushing him off, with the dragon-slaying sword still in one hand. The silver sword that pierced the black armor seemed to shine even more today. Ah! Two knights fell from their horses faster than anything else. The sensation of floating was dizzying enough to make even the dead scream. But unlike the headless knight who simply fell helplessly, Vlad had solid armor he could rely on. Thud! Boom! Thud! The armor that the elves created and the dwarves forged. Although it rolled noisily, the winter plains rolling along with the worlds they shared seemed to show a slightly softer side of Vlad. What an incredible thing! Rodrigo and Arnstein's knights, who had been following for a while, were also watching the scene. A silver light shone between two knights, rolling noisily as if a landslide had occurred. Although it was a disaster, Rodrigo saw that the light kept shining and trusted that he had found the right person. Good job, Sir Vlad. The weather outside was cold, but the warmth of the fire in the fireplace was comforting. For Vlad, who had been rolling in the snow until recently, the warmth was necessary. Thank you, Count. Vlad, wrapped in a blanket, snorted when he saw the steam silently rising from the cup of tea. It was tea delivered directly by Count Arnstein, the leader of the central region. But Vlad's expression as he looked at the tea seemed to show a hint of disappointment. Did you rescue the children? Those who were there? I see. It must be a night when you need hot alcohol instead of warm tea. However, Vlad, who had no intention of rejecting the Count's favor, accepted the tea in silence and frowned. I thought it was something suspicious, but I didn't expect someone so powerful to be involved. The Count's expression as he drank his cup of tea was full of worry that he couldn't hide. That's because there were many headless knights who fell, but the only one left was pierced by Vlad's sword. The other men had already fallen into the black circle and disappeared without a trace, just like in the previous village full of fog. It's a pretty curious sword. My wizard assumes that your sword has caused these phenomena. Is that so? Count Arnstein was making a strange expression as he looked at the silver sword Vlad held. Rodrigo hasn't told him yet, but if he discovers that Vlad's sword is believed to belong to the Silver Knight, his attitude would change. By the way, did something like this also happen in the city of Marchion? That's right. Count Dotiu. The tragedy that happened in the distant northern city was just a rumor in the central region. However, Count Arnstein was now in a position where he had to desperately search even for the rumor that was spreading. I don't know what it is, but it seems like something grand has happened. Pablo was silently making eye contact behind the Count, who was stroking his chin as if it hurt. Although he couldn't show his joy due to the gravity of the situation, he was the one who pulled Vlad out of the snow with his shield. A sinister entity that consumes an entire city. Incidents like this did not occur at all in the long history of the Empire. At any time, evil beings lurked in the darkness and worked in secret. And the people who had to resolve the situation each time were the emperors and lords, the landowners. You arrived at a troublesome time. Just now. However, unlike before, now is a time when the foundations of power are more shaken than ever. For Count Arnstein, who had to worry not only about the movements of other lords in contact with the territory, but also about an unknown evil entity, another burden was added. Why not invite the Vatican priests? They would be of great help. That would be another problem. Vlad thought that even the Vatican, with whom he had a difficult relationship, would have to lend its power to resolve the situation. However, the Count's soon-to-be-heard response contained only another complicated situation that Vlad didn't know about. Why? Because I follow the Grand Duke. Grand Duke or Duke of the Dragon? The many territorial wars in the center were actually battles between the Grand Duke and the Dragonblood Duke. And since Count Arnstein, whom Vlad was now facing, was also a member of the faction following the Grand Duke, It was obvious that the Vatican, which was cooperating with the Dragon Blood Duke, would probably not provide adequate support. Then, at least for the Northern Orthodox Church, that is even more unacceptable. The Count's eyes glowed coldly as he set down the teacup. It was the true face of the Count, with the blue blood of nobility shining through him. Turning to the Northern Union is giving justification to other lords. It would be like handing my body to a pack of wolves. Vlad simply nodded and remained silent as he listened to the Count's words. The firewood in the fireplace was burning intensely behind him, and the steam from the cup of tea rose in front, but for some reason, Vlad felt the room getting colder. I understand, Count. You are someone who has something to protect, so you must take your actions seriously. Thank you for noticing. The Vatican was a place where an evil being roamed freely, but it did not abandon the flow of power. Likewise, Count Arnstein had no intention of approaching the Northern Orthodox Church. If we separate them, each person can be right, but in the end, only the powerless people will suffer between them. The tea is bitter. It was all bitter. Vlad could only swallow bitter saliva, thinking that the upper world he had worked so hard to climb was ultimately nothing more than a dead end. Of the east, two elderly men walked with difficulty and with their heads bowed. The clothes they wore were disheveled, making them look like beggars, but among them, the tall old man still had a bright light in his eyes. This is Valletta, where you wanted to be. Along with the brightening horizon, the people who had been waiting until now began to gather in front of the castle gate that was slowly opening. As expected of a large, well-known city in the central region, it seemed full of travelers and peddlers coming and going. Thank you for bringing us here. You said your name was Sandor, right? The scarred man who was guiding the old men showed no emotion at the old man's words of gratitude. Even the old man who spoke to him wore an uncomfortable expression at the dullness of the man, who was harder than black bread. Welcome to the Northern Alliance, Bishop Pedro. A raven flew behind the man as he slowly turned around. I hope you act according to your reputation. Overlooking the city of Valletta, the old man and the scarred man walked away. Bishop Pedro, observing the scarred man, supported another elderly man who was coughing slightly and began to walk towards Valletta. As expected, I don't like these northerners at all. A faithful servant of God, who does not regret the path he has taken so far, but who is unsure of the path that awaits him. Bishop Pedro began his arduous journey, not to follow the Vatican or the Northern Orthodox Church, but simply the path to God, chapter 221. The aroma of the tea was bitter, too. A dark line was drawn on the dragon's neck. The flag, which had a more powerful presence than the countless corpses beside it, now fell heavily, soaked in blood. Who the hell are you? The question, asked with effort, lacked strength, probably because his lungs were filled with blood. However, the knight, slumped on the ground in a deplorable state, kept his eyes wide open, determined to get an answer. Did the Grand Duke send you? Members of the Dragon Hunter Knights had been lured to this distant place with the body of a false dragon. Their leader uttered the most plausible name he could guess, but the listener's face didn't even flinch. Knights, when did I tell you to follow the words of a dragon? With a cold voice, he raised his silver sword. The man's sword, which had already drunk much blood, was losing its color like the folded flag of the Dragon Hunter Knights in the distance. Splat! Didn't I tell you to protect what must be protected? With the sound of flesh being pierced, the trembling heart of the knight stopped. With the death of the last man, the battlefield, which had been filled with fury, fell into a deep and gloomy silence like a grave. Thank you for your effort. The dragon has lived too long. Its claws have grown too long. A white hand handed a handkerchief to Frozen, who was unfortunate with the sword. Perhaps because the clothes she wore were black, The white color was particularly noticeable. First, we must cut those claws before we can stop its breath. While wiping the blood from his face with the handkerchief, Frozen realized that the woman had something to say to him. "What is it?" "One of my knights has not returned." "Why?" A small question was forming on his face, which was gradually cooling like a corpse. This was because there was no reason why the headless knights, who were not bound by the laws of the world, could not return after escaping death. According to those who returned, he was caught by a dragon. "A dragon? It's the young dragon you released, that child." Although his heart raced at the word dragon, upon realizing they referred to Vlad, Frozen showed a strange expression. "In that case, it is understandable. A dragon never loses its marked prey." Unlike the other headless knights, the knight who had been pierced by the Dragon-Slayer's sword had not returned with Ramashut. It was a matter of rank and perfection that did not tolerate death. "I suppose I'll have to go and find him myself." Frozen turned his head towards the distance, standing amidst the bloody and muddy disaster. "Besides, I am curious to see how much he has grown." That was the place where the headless knight had not returned, and where a strange creature resided, not knowing whether it was a dragon or a knight. The climate was different. The ceilings were high and the windows wide. Everything, from the vases to the patterns on the walls, reflected the vibrant atmosphere of the center, distinct from the north. "This room is quite good. With a living room, it seems they are treating us well. As long as that old man sitting in front of him, chewing noisily, wasn't there. He seemed like an indigent old man, but he wasn't a welcomed visitor." Vlad did not bother to hide his complicated expression when he saw Pedro, who had suddenly come to see him. "So, you still travel with that cat? My name is Nabalan, you know that. I don't care about the names of beast men. I only remember the names that God has given me." Nabalun shook his head at Pedro's disdainful attitude. In Mortium, which was filled with mist, they were like comrades, but to the devout Pedro, wizards were still a nuisance. "How did you find us here?" Vlad's mouth opened heavily as he watched Pedro carefully put down his spoon, as if he had finished eating. He had waited patiently, following the unwritten rule of not disturbing someone while eating, but now he needed answers. "And who the hell is that old man you brought?" Vlad's head turned towards the room. While Pedro still had the strength to eat, the old man they brought was on the bed, in a sleep that seemed like death. "That man is someone whose safety has been guaranteed by the Northern Union. To them, he is a valuable witness." I asked who he is. Sensing something ominous, Vlad was more alert than usual, but Pedro just smiled significantly as he looked at Vlad. "His name is Radu. Radu Dragulia." Hearing the name come out of Pedro's lips, Vlad's hand, which was lifting a cup of tea, paused. At the same time, the fact that the air in the room turned cold was probably not just an allusion to Nabilan. "And he is probably your half-brother." After Pedro pronounced the name, a strange silence began to reign. Radu Dragulia, a cursed name. After hearing the identity of the old man from Pedro's mouth, Vlad felt a strange emotion arise that was hard to explain with words. "He would be more like my grandfather than my brother." One of Pedro's names was causing a small ripple in his heart, but Vlad was trying to look indifferent. This was because he had learned from Joseph not to show weakness in a conversation. It seems that the Dragulias do not treat people well. That man seems to have aged prematurely. With a smile, Vlad lifted the cup of tea. He was speaking with a smile, but his eyes contained a warning not to say that name in front of him again. "You can stay here until someone from the Northern Union arrives. Although this is not my house. Thank you. I didn't expect to depend on you." The appearance is blonde and blue eyes, but with a silver sword at his side. The young Vlad had changed a lot since his youth. Pedro clicked his tongue, lamenting the loss of Vlad's youth. Vlad walked down the hallway of the mansion towards Rodrigo's parlor. Although it was someone else's land, the knights of Arnstein he passed greeted Vlad with their gaze, and the servants showed him respect. You must be even more humble at times like this. No one will see you as an inexperienced knight now. I know. But keep your head high. The foundation of a knight is dignity. I understand. Since meeting Rodrigo, Kano's reprimands had become constant. This was because he was aware that now was the time to pay attention, not only to the sword, but also to other areas. Although it was annoying that he interfered even in his attitude. Sir Rodrigo. Oh, have you arrived? Upon entering, he found the Imperial Guard knights gathered. Although it wasn't intentional, the simultaneous gazes of the knights made Vlad feel a strange pressure. The knights sent by the Grand Duke to find August's killer were not ordinary knights. Did you receive the guests well? It seems one of them is in poor condition. You know everything. Why do you ask? It's my habit to ask what I already know. Why were all the people he met today so cunning? Rodrigo, a competent investigator, had already grasped the identity of the old man, but wanted to hear the situation from Vlad's mouth. I will protect them until someone from the Northern Union arrives. I am also a knight of the Northern Union. Duties are important, as much as honor. Rodrigo began to nod as if he liked Vlad's attitude. However, when Vlad saw that, he didn't hide his sullen expression. Whether good or bad, he didn't like Rodrigo's attitude of evaluating him without his permission. Once again, I have nothing to do with the founding king. Oh, true, and my sword is not his. So stop paying so much attention to me. For Vlad, who was not used to receiving expectations from others, Rodrigo's nodding was just a nuisance. Vlad, who had a vague idea of what was expected of him, planned to use this opportunity to draw a clear line. Please don't expect anything from me. I will live my life as I simply want to. Of course, I don't expect anything. But even in Vlad's rude attitude, Rodrigo showed no sign of displeasure. Do as you wish, as you did chasing the headless knights last night, because he was already satisfied. Although he said no with his mouth, the image of Vlad trying to respect the rules of the Swordmaster, more than anyone, was also the image that the Imperial Knights had portrayed for a long time. I plan to return to the palace now. That's good news. But before I leave, I wanted to give you some advice. Vlad was happy to be away from his troublesome group. But Rodrigo's eyes were serious as he looked at him. Don't trust Joseph Bayezid too much. A high-ranking knight of the Imperial Guard, responsible for the security of the Imperial capital. He, who sought the hidden truth with a keener sense than a hunting dog, was leaving a harsh warning for Vlad. What is that? The one who first got the Eastern drug in the north was Joseph. There was a green drug that ravaged the imperial family and court nobles. It was an elven drug with wonderful effects but deadly poison. The capital Briganti still suffered the aftermath of that drug. The Vatican had reasons to target Joseph. Don't forget that. He wanted to firmly shout that this wasn't the case, but the energy Rodrigo emitted made Vlad keep his mouth shut. Although he had lived his whole life against someone, Rodrigo's words, warning with the truth, were hard to dismiss. A black powder fell into the green tea water. It was clear tea water that had been carefully prepared according to the basics of the tea ceremony, but now it had turned completely black, as if the efforts were in vain. He is locked in the basement. The territory's priests have strictly sealed him. Really? Joseph looked pained as if he had a headache. Joseph, who liked to follow a detailed plan, was disgusted by the unexpected situation. Why didn't he run away? They usually aren't tied to one place. Although he asked, he didn't expect an answer. Jaeger was a knight, not someone who understood sinister entities. Is it because of Vlad? Vlad of Sawara is the only variable Joseph Bayezid is willing to have. Joseph, thinking the guy probably did something, just smiled slightly and threw the medicine bag he was holding into the fireplace. We will receive news soon. Let's wait. Understood, Sir Joseph. The black tea flowed down his throat. With each sip, Joseph's eyes regained their brightness, and the shadows under his eyes disappeared. I've tried many medicines, but this one is really bitter. After emptying his cup of tea, Joseph squinted and complained. At some point, he had stopped coughing lightly. It wasn't known since when, but Joseph no longer showed signs of illness. Chapter 222. Bright starry night. 1. It was a bright night without any visible clouds, and the floating stars shone. Timur, the Iron Lord, watched the fire burning in front of him as he sat on the carpet of accumulated white snow. It had been a long time since he had spent the night outside the steel walls, and even longer since he had last met the man who was laughing in front of him. When did you lose your tooth? Did someone hit you? Yes, I got hit. By time, no less. His smile was comical, perhaps due to the missing front teeth, but the old man currently warming by the campfire in front of the steel ball was once a Baranov knight who left a glorious name. Over time, he put down his sword and retired, but the reason he couldn't help but be happy was probably due to the memories he had with the old man for so long. Then, and I suggest you don't drink so much. Ah, the old days. When I was young, I could drink an entire barrel and be perfectly fine the next day. The old man, reminiscing about the past years, turned his head and looked at the house covered in white snow. Most of the houses around were made of logs, but the house the old man was looking at now was a large, spacious brick house built with great effort. But after all these years, I got my own mansion, so I don't think it was a meaningless life. Yes? Timur looked at his former subordinate lamenting the passage of time and took a sip from the bottle of alcohol he was holding. The mansion the old man spoke of was given directly by Timur and was an honorable gift to reward his lifelong loyalty. Anyway, I heard you're planning to fight the Central guys now. I have to. They say they're going to come crawling, so what can I do? Wow. It feels like my heart is racing after hearing a war story for the first time in a long time. The old man opened his mouth as if he were happy, holding the bottle of expensive liquor that Timur had personally given him. However, Timur only had a bitter smile on his face as he watched the old man get more excited. You must be very busy. Even in the midst of all this, you didn't forget me and came to visit. How could I forget you? Timur drank the alcohol he was holding. Timur's head was slightly tilted as if he were exhausted, but his eyes shone as if he had decided something. Of course, I won't forget you, my loyal knight. What? Ching! The campfire flames reflected on the sword. The old man was surprised when he saw Timur suddenly draw his sword and didn't know what to do with his wide-open eyes. I even brought an antidote just in case, but it was completely useless. Lord Timur. In fact, what you drank wasn't alcohol but poison. A loyal knight who had been with me all my life. But the person in front of me now is just a cowardly fugitive trying to escape death. It was a potent poison that could kill even a large horse, but Timur silently raised his sword when he saw the old man drinking it without hesitation. Please don't leave. Remain as my knight until the end. Perhaps this is my last retirement gift for you. For his subordinate who abandoned his beliefs, Timur restored the honor he had lost without saying a word. Shh. A round face floated above the sad, outstretched sword. The old man's face appeared in the cloudless night sky, gazing at the full moon above, and then slowly began to fall towards his lord. Make sure the grave is deep, so no one finds it. Yes, Duke. To prepare for a great war, you must first ensure the ground you stand on. Timur felt relieved that the preparations weren't too late, but he was also saddened. Timur crossed a name off the paper he was holding and watched as the campfire slowly died out. Timur threw an old memory into the still-burning fire and took a sip of the last drink remaining. Don't trust Joseph Bayezid too much. The Vatican targeted him for a good reason. There was a man sitting alone, with his back to the moonlight streaming through the window. The blonde hair reflected in the blue moonlight now looked quite attractive, but he didn't seem to have time to enjoy it. What could he gain from this? Vlad, pondering Rodrigo's last words, was having difficulty understanding what he really meant. Is this a strategy to undermine the North? The senior knight of the Imperial Guard tried to plant a seed of doubt in Vlad's heart, but that seed had already withered away without a trace. That was because Vlad's trust in Joseph was strong. It made more sense to suspect Rodrigo than Joseph, who was his lord and benefactor and helped him become who he is today. Knock, knock. But is it because I am in too much trouble? It was already too late for Vlad to notice the black shadow tapping on the window. The shadow that silently approached without anyone noticing was so stealthy that even Vlad's keen hearing couldn't detect it. And it was skilled enough to deceive even the sense of atmosphere he had extended. The night wind is cold. Can you open the window, Marcus? Since the window was wide, it seemed there was space to step through. Vlad couldn't hide his surprise, seeing him in such an unexpected place. No. How are you here? I have something important to tell you. Bayezid's crow, Marcus, climbed through the window as if nothing had happened and sat in front of the guest table. Seeing him take the hot teapot and pour it was so comforting that Vlad was left speechless. By the way, you still call me Marcus. Did you change your name again? I'm called Sando now. From intruder to guest. The man, whose face was covered in scars making his original appearance unrecognizable, drank the tea he had poured and silently handed a letter to Vlad. What is that? This is a letter sent to you by the Northern Orthodox Church. To be exact, it was sent by Lord Gunther, the second leader of the Northern Orthodox Church, a holy knight who faced the black woman together in Martium, a place filled with mist. Vlad, recalling Gunther's appearance, quickly took the letter Marcus handed him. Where have I seen this document? It's an indulgence. The envelope contained several sheets of paper. One of them was a letter written by Gunther himself, but the attached papers were nothing more than documents filled with a rigid format. As expected, you recognized it immediately. Why are you giving me this? Others coveted it, but for Vlad, it only brought back bad memories. Moreover, unlike the secular Vatican, the Northern Orthodox Church did not grant indulgences easily, but it was natural for Vlad, who accepted them, to feel bewildered. It's already signed by the Pope himself. Then why? The Northern Church wants you to kill someone. An indulgence written by the commander of the Northern Orthodox Church Knights, signed by the noble Pope, and delivered by Bayezid's hidden sword. Vlad swallowed hard, sensing that the sin being compensated through this indulgence would not be light. Who do they want me to kill? Feeling a sinister premonition, Vlad stared at Marcus's face, but the man's disfigured face showed not the slightest expression. To Joseph Bayezid. To the sound of the teacup Marcus was holding falling echoed, along with the sound of Vlad's heart pounding. They want you to eliminate the northern stain that has made a pact with malevolent entities. Vlad's hands trembled at the familiar sound he heard. Joseph Bayezid. The name uttered by the sinister crow was the first name that recognized me in this world, and was also at the core of what constituted Vlad's world. Because in the land, boom! Vlad wanted to ask the reason for this incomprehensible situation, but his entire body was shaken by the loud noise he soon heard. Seems I arrived a bit late. It's an attack. The enemy has invaded. They have assaulted the underground prison. Dense smoke visible from outside, and even the rough shouts of soldiers rising among the smoke. A sudden roar shook his vision, but Vlad quickly looked through the broken window. You manifest your aura, Vlad. He is watching you. However, as Quijano said, there were eyes watching Vlad outside. The man standing in the distant bell tower had all his colors faded, but the pressure he exerted was greater than any of the knights. Frozen. Thud! 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 Vlad's heart pounded heavily. The world that had supported me all this time trembled with strong vibrations, but the sword that cried shone intensely, telling me that I had to deal with the person in front of me. Stop them! Damn them! What a noisy entrance. Just a moment ago, it was a prison where light couldn't enter. But now it has become such a wide space that you can even see the sky. Jaeger, who was descending the half-collapsed stairs, knocked down the guards blocking his path and signaled to Joseph behind him. Come on, Lord Joseph. You don't have to do this. At Joseph's words, Jaeger brushed the stone dust off his eye patch and immediately began shaking his head silently. Don't worry about me. If it weren't for Lady Oksana, I would have been dead a long time ago. I dedicate my sword to those who recognized me. The one-eyed knight who had followed Lady Oksana from the Oscar family to Bayezid knew it was now his turn to sacrifice his honor for her son. Please do what you want and what you have to do. I hope Lord Joseph will. From the first time he saw him, he was a stubborn knight. Joseph knew that Jaeger wouldn't budge with vain persuasion, so he hurriedly descended the stairs to do what he had set out to do. Shortness of breath is a relief. Is this how people normally live? It was cold, the path downward was difficult, and black swords were still flying everywhere, but Joseph's body didn't flinch in the slightest. Feeling a sense of liberation, Joseph hurriedly ran to the deepest part of the dungeon. Joseph's racing heart had always been overwhelming, but today he was quite happy. Is it you? I came here because Ramashtu sent me. In the deepest part of Arnstein's dungeon, there was a headless knight floating in chains. It was a chain with a piece of paper with sacred verses written on it tied to each place. Clang! With a single blow, Jaeger broke the lock. Jaeger's world became clearer than ever and seemed to show how determined he was. I will get you out of here. What was poison to the dead did not affect the living. Under the light of a star, Joseph reached out to the sinister entity. The sky is clear today. Even if my true self is rough and ugly, I still want to shine. Though his true form was coarse and weak, he still wanted to shine. So Joseph decided to do this. Even if lying in a place where no one could see, my burning flame from now on would be as bright as the stars above. Everything in life depends on my choices. Though he had no control over his birth, Joseph decided that his death would be in the way he chose. Chapter 223. Bright starry night. 2. I'm sure I left it closed. Late at night, Joseph entered the office alone and saw a small window open. I wondered if I had made this mistake, and before I knew it, white snow had accumulated on the windowsill. I must light the fire. Joseph had entered the office intending to work a little, but in the end he let out a small sigh at the inconvenience of having to light the fireplace. Cough, cough. When the match fell and the wood ignited, Joseph started coughing from the soot that slowly rose. It was a deep cough that shook his shoulders, but Joseph simply covered his mouth with a handkerchief, as if he was used to it. After lighting the fireplace, Joseph observed an unknown object, illuminated by the flickering light. A completely black letter was placed on a cold desk where the outside air had not yet passed. The letter was unfamiliar and had not been seen during the day. It doesn't even have a seal. Joseph looked at the letter, which didn't even have a proper seal, making it impossible to know who had sent it, and he put on gloves just in case. However, contrary to his concerns, there was no danger in the unknown letter, and it simply had elegantly written words. Time is not the same for everyone. Joseph. However, the distinctive feature was that the writing was classic. Joseph tilted his head as he looked at the old handwriting that must have been popular decades ago. For some, time is a calm lake that seems to last forever, but for others, it is a waterfall that passes quickly. The letter, though written by someone unknown, clearly cited ancient scriptures. The message from a stranger quoting the old words of God slowly caught Joseph's attention. And for you, Joseph, this will be even more true. Cough, cough. He wanted to focus, but the cough coming from within constantly bothered Joseph. The cold that still persisted in the room was poison, and the soot transmitted through the heat was also poison. In a world full of poison, Joseph struggled to decipher the hardened black letters. I feel your time is running out. You probably know it well, too. Joseph, who had already reached the end of the letter, felt that the letter he was holding was gradually heating up. Joseph was very surprised by the sudden heat, but the unknown black letter did not seem to fall from his hand, as if it were glue. Damn it! A small seal was being drawn beneath the black, shiny smoke. The seal, which slowly took shape, was something Joseph had been pursuing for a long time and was so impious that he could barely bear to look at it. Joseph Bayezid, a poor broken stone since birth. Thus, the symbol of an evil person who blasphemes against God was finally drawn. After seeing the pattern, Joseph knew who sent the black letter he was holding. The will of God is harsh and unyielding, so it will soon come to you. After reading the entire letter, Joseph looked at the last line and carefully set down the handkerchief that covered his mouth. The beautiful handkerchief that my mother had embroidered herself was full of bright red blood that was hard to ignore. Before the year ends, in the form of death. It was neither his recklessness nor someone's curse, but simply the natural limit of his life. The passage of time was not the same for everyone, but for Joseph, it was especially cruel. He's coming. The man standing there looking at me is smiling. The man with pure white hair suitable for winter was already lunging toward Vlad, with the moon filling the night sky as a backdrop. Frausen, how have you been? Vlad hurried to open his world, feeling the enormous pressure as he approached. However, unlike Vlad, Einstein's mansion could not withstand Frausen's presence. Boom! The sword strike shook the old mansion, strong enough for everyone in Valletta to hear. Amid the dense stone dust, Vlad struggled to find a way. He uses a sword technique similar to yours. You have no chance of defeating him head-on. Though he barely dodged the blow, Vlad was not scared. Rather, his fighting spirit was burning as he looked at Frausen in front of his sword. Anyway, I was looking for you. Why were you looking for me? Vlad's world began to burn when he saw Frausen ask mischievously. Though he had never forgotten the name, it seemed Frausen had forgotten the person seeking revenge. If you've forgotten, I'll remind you. The original light began to shine in Vlad's closed left eye. Frausen started smiling with interest as he watched his sword slowly move away along with him. It's Justia. Who? The name of the knight you killed that day. Crack! Justia of San Rogino. There was a canary that cried for me in a foggy city. Having survived her death, I was the one obligated to avenge her unfulfilled vengeance. Today I will claim the price of Justia's blood. Vlad's eyes, murmuring as if making a promise, suddenly resembled those of a dragon. A personality that only I have, not you. Alongside his tearful sword, the dragon's character within Vlad began to flow with his blood. Very well, try it. Crack. An incredible force, followed by astounding speed. Vlad, who had struck Frausen with just his strength, was already running toward him, who had fallen far away. "You're fast!" As if the scream from a moment ago wasn't a lie, Vlad's sword began to fill Frausen's field of vision. They were residual images of the Dragon Killer's sword, charging at him from all possible angles. Boom! 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 Wherever the sword touched, walls exploded, and wherever his feet stepped, floors broke. The golden lightning flashing in the middle of the hallway seemed like the reverberation of an explosion seen from the outside. Amid this storm of blows, Frausen staggered dangerously. Even amid endless attacks, Vlad was gradually measuring the distance he could leap. To face the swordsman who created the one-hit kill technique, a moment of surprise was necessary. "Today you will pay the price of Justya's blood." Vlad pushed aside Frausen, who was staggering, and contracted all his muscles for a fraction of a second, ready for a fatal blow that no one could foresee. Thus, in Vlad's raised eyes, a golden and straight horizon suddenly appeared. Crack! No one can stop the rising sun. The cracks in the hallway, unable to withstand the pressure of the extended sword, ran toward Frausen. "Vlad, you always surprise me." Though Vlad's attack was fierce, Frausen showed no signs of alarm. "But I don't remember any knight named Justya." Finally, Vlad's blow reached Frausen. Vlad's attack was faster than light and stronger than the rising sun. However, even that brilliant blow slowly dimmed before the knight who had lost his color. Nevertheless, Vlad's blow was not entirely useless. Because the Dragon Killer's sword that pierced Frausen's chest showed what kind of existence his beating heart was. Vlad showed a surprised expression, feeling the two pieces react because they originated from the same thing. "Dragon fragment?" He said he returned to kill dragons. However, now he carried a dragon fragment. Vlad was speechless at the contradiction Frausen represented. Boom! Boom! There was a strong impact that shook the mansion. Pedro, running through the hallway, was hit by such a strong tremor that stone dust fell, and he ended up collapsing mercilessly. "Nothing has gone right since I met that guy." Pedro, who was silently annoyed, lifted Radu, who was lying beside him, and managed to stand up, staggering. "Damn it. I did say I didn't meet you, Carl." But the correct door he wanted to pass through was narrow, and what he wanted to say was too far away. Before he realized it, Pedro had to pull a small wand from his chest when he saw the headless knights approaching from the end of the hallway. "I thought I would die like this someday. Just as a soldier dies on the battlefield, a priest dies under the will of God." Pedro, who managed to calm himself because it was the last time he had imagined it countless times, began to recite the words of God so he could do what he had to do, even at the last moment. "Even if I walk alone in the dark valley," even now there was a strong vibration in the mansion, as if someone was fighting. However, the headless knights advanced slowly towards Pedro and Radu, their eyes shining sinisterly. "The only thing I can rely on is what you give me." Clang! At that moment, a frivolous sound began to be heard behind Pedro, who was reciting the will of God. The sound, which was even cute, clearly did not fit the tense atmosphere of the hallway. "Bishop, now, marbles." Pedro, who had been reciting a prayer for a while, ended up making a noise of astonishment at what he saw in front of him, because colored marbles were rolling down the middle of the hallway. Pedro and the headless knight were paralyzed with confusion at the sight, which was completely incompatible with the current situation. "Quick, quick!" Pedro quickly turned his head when he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Tail sticking out, hidden among the pillars. I really didn't like the idea of dealing with mysteries, but at least for now, it was a voice I couldn't help but welcome. "Easy, me I down." Seeing Pedro run in the opposite direction, leaving behind the marbles, the headless knights started to run after him, but their steps were in vain. Crash! When Nabilan snapped his fingers, the marbles covering the hallway began to move, as if they were alive, moving like small waves and making the knights fall. It's magic. Everyone, be on guard. The small marbles were so slippery that any contact with them made one lose balance, and they rolled directly towards the headless knights. Good job. Let's get out of here quickly. Pedro and Nabilan were happy to see the headless knights running to and fro, but when they turned around, their expressions hardened at what they saw. This was because the other side of the hallway they turned to was already filled with headless knights. Do you have more marbles? They're not easy to get, you know. I have to win them from children in their games. What kind of crap is that? Pedro clicked his tongue as he watched Nabilan talk nonsense about the cats, and then gently set down Radu, who was supporting him. Then he pushed the wand and began to recite the Bible seriously this time. The next, the other. Please, concentrate. Just a bit. As they watched Nabilan rummage through his backpack, the eyes of the headless knights began to glow faintly. Giving time to a wizard who deals with mysteries is almost taboo for the knights. Attack! Nabilan's hands began to get busy as he watched the headless knights run down the hallway. However, even with his increasingly urgent hands, the object he was looking for was not in sight, and the charging knights were only getting closer and closer. Crash! At that moment, there was a loud noise and fragments of wood blocking the charging knights. These were fragments created when the door where Joseph was staying exploded. Sandor, Lord Marcus. Though they were different names, they meant the same thing. The man, Sandor and Marcus, holding a rapier in one hand and a main gauche in the other, began to stab the headless knights mercilessly. I will open the way. The short and thin swords held by the man pierced the gaps in the armor, blocking the headless men. Pedro and Nabilan, forgetting the urgent situation, simply gaped at the almost magical handling of the sword. Leave Lord Radu behind as well. I will take responsibility. But he is not what's important now. Marcus, who had blocked the headless knights with his whole body, pointed out the window with his rapier hand. The most important person right now is Vlad. After completing a series of activities in Joseph's room, Marcus now had to solve the last remaining task. And the final mission he had to carry out was not related to Radu or Joseph, but to Vlad. Chapter 224. An end like the beginning, the brighter the moonlight in the sky, the darker the shadow beneath it. It was a shadow cast by the headless knights who were still climbing the wall. The headless knights, who had been hidden as if dead for decades, were happy to now reveal themselves under the impious banner. Arnstein would be a suitable place to announce the beginning. The woman dressed in black mourning clothes stood with her back to the moon. Everyone in Arnstein watched the woman who looked like a drop of black water floating in a blue moon. Now everyone is looking at me. Ramashtu, the black woman, had been waiting for a moment like this for a long time. That moment when everyone in the world looks at you. She wanted to capture the attention of a world that had tried to ignore her. No matter how many innocent people died burning, and how many parents who lost their children cried. If everyone had done this from the beginning, it would have been better. Ramashtu, a fallen saint who chose harsh resistance against the world instead of obedience to God. She knew very well that more intense colors than anyone else's were needed to paint something in this hardened world. To achieve that color, she did not hesitate to paint a completely black darkness over her pure soul. Boom! Thus, her world was represented tonight. Ramashtu began to laugh joyfully as she watched the Arnstein mansion collapse before her. What's happening? It's not the first time you've seen a dragon fragment. Thump. The man laughed while the sword cried, with a dragon fragment that didn't fit hanging from my heart. Seeing Frausen smile with all of his faded colors, Vlad felt more sadness than strangeness. No, this is not right. All this time I've been following your footsteps. However, there didn't seem to be any trace of the glorious swordmaster that Vlad had hoped remained in the man who had become completely ragged. Aren't you the swordmaster? The night was too deep. It was so dark and dense that everything he saw seemed strangely distorted. Under such a dark night sky that seemed to erase the color of Joseph, the swordmaster he followed, Vlad had no choice but to raise his sword again. A young possibility, the place where it should be, and a fair reward. There were small children in the city of Moshium who couldn't wake up from their dreams. There were also women who died suffocated in a fog-filled town, crying black tears. These were all principles you taught me to protect. He wasn't someone I admired just because he was high up. I admired him because he was right. However, the person in front of him now insulted all the achievements and principles he had followed. Vlad felt as if his efforts were being denied. Then, what are you doing here? The world I admired up close was completely rotten and crushed. Now that I finally faced the stench of Frausen, Vlad felt an unbearable repulsion. This is not a swordmaster. Clenching his teeth, Vlad raised his sword towards Frausen. A swordmaster was someone who could paint the world with his sword. And now Vlad had taken up his brush to erase the ugly world before him from reality. Today I will erase you from here. From Vlad's eyes, a golden line began to extend. The line that followed the will flowed along the sword and extended directly towards Frausen. But the eyes, reddened with anger, were something that could not be helped. The rules of the swordmaster. I haven't heard them in a long time. Shut up. Kwawa. Vlad's world began to approach Frausen, who laughed at the path he had followed. Frausen let out a groan as if he were truly in trouble when he was pushed against the wall by a strong blow that was quite different from the previous one. Among the dragons or knights, none in this era had pushed Frausen as much as Vlad was now. There was a time when I tried to follow those rules. Then why did you change? The two swords faced each other, pushing against each other. Although both were silver in color, their wills were different, so they repelled each other. People always change. You're a naive young knight. The balance of the swords began to tilt towards Vlad. It was because of the weight of Frausen, who understood reality after following his dreams. Quijano told Vlad to wield his sword for young possibilities. Even if it's a young possibility, there are times when you must sacrifice it for the greater good. Quijano said that if you were in the right place, you had to do what you had to do. Even if you are in the right place, there are times when you must close your eyes and always receive only the fair reward. Vlad still remembered the weight of the fair reward that Godin had dropped on his head. And sometimes you must be even more ambitious than the fair reward. Shut up, damn bastard. But the words of honor from the sword master began to fade. The young knight who had followed his path was being gradually wounded by the words spoken by the old emperor after yielding to reality. A false person like you has no right to say those things. Vlad's eyes were turning redder as he looked at Frausen, as if he could no longer bear the words spoken by a mere corpse. It was like the gaze of a dragon that easily defined who the other person was. Vlad's heart, already burning with anger, trembled even more at the brilliant skills of the swordmaster, playing with the clumsy strength of the dragon. No, Vlad. Don't fall into the world of dragons. Quijano, the voice he valued within him, shouted not to do it, but Vlad's eyes turned bluer, rejecting everything that tried to shake his world. At Frausen's words, which completely ignored the beliefs he had held and followed until now, Vlad began to pour out the burning anger he had been holding back for so long. Oh, Vlad! Ha! With emotions he could no longer control, Vlad's tightly clenched fist suddenly gripped the crying sword. The dragon-slaying sword turned sinister, along with the light emitted by its owner, and became so red-hot that it even forgot its origins as a star. "I will trample you so you can't say anything more." The long, sharp fangs and blue eyes of the knight had turned pale. The knight's name was Vlad Dragulia. Vlad's world, shaken by anger, suddenly resembled that of his father, whom he had never seen. "It's a dragon." The other side of Vlad, driven by anger, was the world of the dragon he had inherited. Frausen, who finally discovered traces of a dragon in Vlad's world, which had many sides, did not hide his confused expression and asked if he had also changed. "And I am a dragon slayer." There was a dragon running down the hallway. However, the world reflected behind the dragon was no longer the brilliant golden color seen before, but a sinister blood red. Frausen raised his sword towards a sinister world that was no longer worthy of respect. The dragon slayer's sword that pierces the most perfect dragon, destroying and shattering the sinister world of dragons. Thus, a young writhing dragon was caught by the tip of the sword that had been thrust. It was once a sword that could have been wielded, but now it was a silver knight who had pierced me. The silver knight protruding from Vlad's back trembled slightly towards the brightly shining moon today, remembering the young knight he had seen at the World Tree. "You've done well until now, Vlad Oreo." The blood flowing from his mouth splattered on Frausen's face. But why did Frausen's heart grow cold, even though the dragon's blood was right in front of him? "But in dragon form, you can't stop me." Gah. Gah. The sensation of pulling it out was more painful than when it pierced. Vlad shuddered involuntarily from the chill of the sword that felt like it pierced his entire body. "I'll try to remember the name Justia. At least it deserved that." As the sword withdrew, the world inverted. The ground was closer and the sky farther. Thud! After falling from the completely broken wall of the second floor and hitting the ground, Vlad's eyes were filled with a bright and clear moon he had never seen before, and the appearance of a man approaching me, covering the moon. Lord Joseph. The sword was still clenched in his hand as if he wanted to keep trying, but the look in Joseph's eyes was extremely cold. Seeing those eyes, strength slowly left Vlad's hand. "It's not true, is it?" With black hair and black eyes. The eyes that always looked at me with the bright window behind them were there now. The black eyes always seemed like they would never change, but today they looked so unfamiliar that I couldn't bear it. "Say it's not true, please." The ground I lay on was cold, but the sight my eyes saw was even colder. Vlad spoke sincerely to Joseph, who looked down at him, but the only response he heard was the cold winter wind. Vlad let out a small cry to Joseph, who looked at him in a world that had turned upside down. "You no longer have anything else to repay me, Vlad." Despite Vlad's pleas, Joseph's body moved farther away, towards the black woman in front and the black carriage that brought her. Each time Joseph got into the wolf's mouth-like black carriage that looked like a coffin, the world Vlad had built shattered horribly. That world was created by Joseph, who approached me one winter day when I wandered with only a sword in my hand. Kuff. Perhaps because of the blood he was losing, or maybe because of Joseph's gaze, Vlad gradually shrank from the piercing cold. Joseph was slowly disappearing from his blurry vision. Vlad shouted loudly to look here and not there, but when Joseph turned around, his back was solid without the slightest disturbance. "No, KHD. It's not true." The night was cold and the moonlight heavy, just like the winter they met. Joseph's back was fading more and more due to Vlad's tears mixed with blood. Chapter 225. When I get up again, in his office in Sturma, Peter Baildid was staring intently at the man before him. Judging by the fact that the ink on the pen he had set aside was still wet, it seemed this client had arrived at an unexpected moment. If you wanted to talk to me, you should have made an appointment, Aggie. The situation is urgent. I have urgent news to report. A man dressed in poorly trimmed animal skins, with colorful braids throughout his head. Aggie, from the Budar tribe, had a severe expression on his face, not even shaking off the snow that had accumulated on his shoulders. All right, speak. As the son of the tribe chief, Aggie was in a position to speak with Peter, the head of the Bayezid family. However, Peter noticed the seriousness in Aggie's expression, so he decided to skip the trivial detail. I don't think we can survive this winter. Not just my tribe, but the other tribes as well. Why? It was common for barbarians to have a hard time in winter when food was scarce. Their original habit of looting also originated for this reason. However, Aggie did not come simply to say it was hard to survive due to a lack of food. The monsters are rampant. Isn't that usually the case in winter? And also the dragons. The ones you call lindworm. Beyond the snowy fields of the north, a dragon and monsters came from a land humans could not reach. As Peter said, it happened every year, but this time the number was much greater, and it was a number the barbarians, whose power was weakened by the dragon hunters, could not dare to handle. Dragons? Like before? It's worse. Unlike then, this time, it's not just one. Peter's eyebrows arched when he heard Aggie say it wasn't just one dragon. It may have been affected only when the pieces of Ravnama moved. But in the current situation, there was no reason for the dragons to rampage at the same time. Are you sure about that? We have already lost contact with 2 tribes. They were the ones furthest north. According to Aggie, the barbarians were now moving south, unable to withstand the pressure of the dragons and monsters that had become violent. And this would not be very good news for Bayezid. I can't send troops to help you. We are preparing for war. Then please at least accept the refugees. They want to take shelter within your walls. I have no reason to do so. The refusal he gave was cold and firm. The agreement between the northern lords and the barbarians was solid, but it only intended to respect the territory they had, and there was no agreement to actively help something like now. There is not enough space within the walls nor food to feed my own subjects. What you are asking goes beyond the terms of the agreement. Leave. Do not forget my courtesy in tolerating your disrespect. Oh, Aggie bit his lip while looking at Peter, who was holding his pen again, as if he had nothing more to say. There was nothing wrong with what he said about not being able to help. But still, the anger boiling in his heart was something he could do nothing about. We gave up many things, but in the end, it remains the same. Nothing has changed. Our agreement will break. Future generations will face each other again as we did. There was a man who told me we should no longer do that. A man who suggested we set aside the hatred that had been accumulating for some time and join hands for the sake of the next generation. He was the man who said that, to do that. We must swallow a poison that is now difficult for us to drink. Joseph Bayezid would have allowed us in, because that is what he did in the back alleys of Sawara. Enough. There is no one left in the north who extends a hand first. The winter has returned. I said enough. Bang! A heavy silence invaded the office, accompanied by a loud noise. However, Peter's bloodshot eyes were still wide open as he looked at Aggie. I thought he could do it. But it was a mistake. Aggie, who looked at the disheveled Peter, slowly backed away and left the office, because he knew he could no longer communicate with him. He had sought a Bayezid who saw them as equals, but the only thing he carried away was the cold dividing line between their worlds. Carmen, my mistake. Even after Aggie left, Peter remained there with clenched fists for a long time. Although he had tried to be unyielding all his life, this time it was difficult for him to calm his emotions. Seeing the traces his unfortunate son could not achieve, Peter realized that tonight he would need a strong drink. The workers were busy removing piles of stones and debris, as if they wanted to erase the nightmare of the previous night. However, the scattered bloodstains and the half-collapsed mansion remained a heart-breaking sight. Pablo, who was looking at that figure before him, silently gazed at the window of the mansion that had not yet collapsed, carrying his very dented shield on his back. He still hasn't woken up. It's a miracle he's still alive. He was pierced through the chest. Unlike the bed that seemed soft, the room had cracks in all the walls. The disheveled appearance resembled Vlad, who was currently lying in the bed, and it seemed to inexplicably increase the feeling of desolation. They say even bad luck is luck. I really didn't think he would survive. You say that, but I saw you taking great care of him. That's because I swore before God I would do that in front of the sick, Pedro shouted, unable to contain his growing anger, but the hand he showed to Vlad at that urgent moment was sincere. Although he was a former inquisitor, he could not use healing techniques, but if it were not for his skilled treatment, Vlad would already be in a coffin. Even so, I hope he recovers soon. The servants are looking at us strangely. That's something that can't be helped. The mansion of Arnstein, which was almost half destroyed, was like a deep scar left in the city of Valletta. The broken flags, the collapsed walls, and the knights and soldiers who died in the attack were damages that could only be healed after a long time and were costly losses. And the fact that Joseph's betrayal was at the center of all this made the group, who had not yet left the mansion, feel increasingly uncomfortable. Didn't you notice anything? You said you were together all this time. Not at all. I can say for certain that regarding the mystery, there were no indications. If it had been said by an ordinary beastman, he would not have believed it. However, Pedro, who had worked with Nabilan, knew very well that he did not lie, as he was a fairly simple and honest person. He was a very intelligent man. One of the best in the north. Pedro slowly scratched his chin, recalling Joseph who had faced him, the second son of Bayezid, who was ingenious enough to oust him from his position in Sowara for a long time. With that ingenuity, it was easy to deceive a foolish cat and a young dragon. Well, I was a bastard. So was that guy. However, even if he was such a talented person, he eventually fell into a dark temptation and could not guess what was happening in the world. Where are you going? Why? Do I have to inform you every time I go somewhere? No, but he wanted to be in company because he felt uncomfortable being alone. But he only received the sharp criticism of an old grouch. Pedro grabbed the creaking doorknob, turned it, and walked alone down the hall, sighing and muttering to himself. I never thought I'd grow old and have to care for dragons. From Vlad, who was unconscious, to Radu, who had now aged. Pedro left the room and walked down the hall, lamenting how his life had turned out, and began to walk quickly. In this mansion full of uncomfortable glances, Pedro was the only one who took action for the children of Dragulia, who had no one to care for them. It was an autumn landscape. Below, the wheat fields were a bountiful gold, and on the hill where they sat, the red leaves fell abundantly. The sight of the world, mother tree in Quijano's world, was something that would make anyone smile. But Vlad simply sat there, melancholy. Why did he leave? Only he knows. It was a quiet hill where only the sound of the wind could be heard, but Vlad was not the only one sitting there. Although his face was still not visible, a man with brown hair was sitting next to Vlad. It is almost impossible to fully understand another being. Such are the encounters between worlds. Hearing Quijano's words, Vlad buried his head between his knees. Although he knew he was trying to console him, the farewell of last night was too terrible for those words to offer any comfort. Vlad, who buried his head deeply as if he did not want to see anything, only reproached himself for not knowing anything until this happened, and blamed Joseph for not saying anything during that time. I am tired. There is no end. I can't rest. I understand. Vlad's desire to reach the stars was pure, but nothing in the world lasts forever. Every time he climbed a flight of stairs, Vlad grew exhausted, and every time he defeated someone, one by one, a part of his soul was torn away. And now, having lost someone he trusted, it was understandable that Vlad felt downcast. If you need to rest, rest. If you want to run away, run away. No one can force you to do anything. Kahano did not press Vlad. He only told him to rest as much as he wanted. Vlad had fled to his world because he could not bear his own, and Kahano was there to support him. Can I really do that? Of course. Kahano patted Vlad on the back while looking at the twilight in the distance. It's okay. Red maple leaves fluttering amidst the autumn landscape. Today's twilight scene under the world mother tree, which is no longer there, still remained despite the passage of time. You guess the only thing you have to do is get up again at any time. You are still young, and your time continues to flow smoothly. Not like my time, which I cannot reverse or move forward. Your time, which can go anywhere because it flows, will not pass in vain, even in this moment of worry. The sound of the wind is pleasant. It is a sound that can only be heard when the surroundings are silent. Kahano and Vlad sat in the same place under the bright red maple for a long time. In this place filled only with the wind, there was no Joseph who betrayed him, nor Frozen who stabbed him, only Kahano waiting patiently.